We don't recognize your passcode. You're going to have to reset everything. I'm like, really? Dude, I laughed so much last night, too. It is because I took that nap. And that's what my husband said. He's like, you're going to be up all night. I'm like, no, I'm not. I have a live today. I'll be fine. The Nanos meeting is going on right now, you guys. It's going on right now. I don't know what's going to happen with it, though. Let's see if Nanos is there real quick. We got a lot to get into. But I want to see if Nanos is there at the meeting. I don't think he is. Here it is right here. Watch it. Hold on. Let's see what's going on.
Up the training on it.
Training. We open it up. It's training. They're giving awards. All right. Nothing going on. I don't know if he responded. I don't know. Best 420 you've had in a long time. That's great. I thought of Lynette as soon as I saw your headband. Toe beans. I thought of Lynette when I put it on. I thought of Carly. And I was like, oh my God, because I have so many headbands. Hi, Stay Humble. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Tintin from Germany. Yeah, this is the meeting where he had like 10 days to respond. This is the We Are Gems. Jums. I wonder if Lauren's there giving out the Jum Awards. We Are Jums quarterly recipients. This is agenda number 9. So it just started 46 minutes ago. Hey, Stormy. We just started too. John DeLynn is being sued by the Mormon Church. I haven't watched it yet, but yikes. ME entrance. I'm mostly a replayer because I can't catch the late ones. Well, I'm glad you're here today. Just training. Anyways, so we got that going on today. But do you guys remember Uncle Luke from I want to give you guys something to laugh at because I woke up and this was playing on autoplay. And I freaking love him. He's hysterical. But do you guys remember Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew? We're gonna go back in time a little bit. I know some of you are like, who is Uncle Luke? Okay. Who's Uncle Luke? But a lot of you guys, the meetings go all day. I'm just not in the mood. I know, poor Carly. Hi, Lunatic Farmer. Good to see you. He had 10 days to respond to their grievances that were brought to the board, I guess. And if he doesn't respond, then they can just boot him. So I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
Bueller.
Do you guys remember Luke?
Bueller.
Uncle Luke. Bueller. 2 Live Crew. Hey, Skeeter. Marcy says no. We are so old. If you remember Uncle Luke, you're a little bit on the older side. Okay. Hollywood, Florida, Miami. You're 2 hours behind me. Dude, I get excited. I get excited to hang out with my cooters. 2 Live Crew. I haven't heard of 2 Live Crew in forever. Mama Bear says yes. Gina says, I love Uncle Luke. I love 2 Live Crew. Okay, well, did you guys know that he has his own YouTube? Because I follow him. He doesn't have many people that watch. Look, he's streaming right now. He only has 7 people watching. And I literally go in there and I beg, will you come on my show? He never responds to me. But I woke up this morning, okay, and this is going to kind of just set the tone for the day because we need to laugh. We need to be in good moods. So I woke up this morning to an autoplay of this. And I want you guys to see his intro. Hi, Jen Fisher. Good morning. Dude, he's so freaking ass funny. Okay, so this is his intro that he plays when he goes live. And he he's an interesting guy. He coaches high school football in Miami. He is involved in the athletics in Miami-Dade County. He's always fighting for the athletes and all this. He's all involved in that stuff. It's funny. But you guys take a look at his intro that he uses in 2026. He's freaking hilarious. It says on this episode of Uncle Luke, we're talking to Willie Simmons, head football coach at FIU Panthers football. He joins us along with Streeter from Footballville. We talk about the current state of his program, college football, and get into the FAMU discussion. We also talk about my run for Congress. Uncle Luke is running for Congress and what happened to black baseball players. We break it all down in the episode of the Uncle Luke Show podcast. Here's his intro.
What we gonna do right now is go back, way back.
Love him. Hold on. Look, his seat's empty over here. He's got his camera on, and he ain't in the seat yet. Watch.
Excuse me. Baby. What's up? I thought you was gonna start hanging out with the big girls again. What is all this trash?
Okay, so listen, how I found this is I'm subscribed to Uncle Luke, okay? And Uncle Luke autoplayed because he went live, and this was his whole ass intro, and I was like, this is fucking gold. Like, this is my fucking life right here. I love this. I love it. Delicious. I love it. That's his intro. There he is. Luther Luke Campbell for Congress. I'll vote for Luke. Holy shit. You guys need to definitely sub up to Luke. Like, he is the most underrated YouTuber on this platform. There you go. There's the link. So yeah, this is all about baseball. Here he comes.
Yo, what's up, y'all?
Does he
Way to go. Wait, let me get my script right here.
Does he have pants on? Uncle Luke, are you wearing pants? Oh, Lord, what'd we come up to?
Yo, what's up, y'all?
I hope he's wearing shorts. He does live in Florida, so I'll give it to him.
Way to go. Wait, let me get my script right here. Here we go. How y'all feeling today? I'm a button up my collar today. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm a button up. I'm a little jazzy today. That's what I'm gonna be, a little jazzy today. How y'all feeling today? It's a beautiful Monday. It's raining outside here in sunny South.
It's actually Tuesday.
No, it's not sunny today.
It's Tuesday, Luke.
It is raining today. Why my button?
Luke, it's Tuesday. You're live. It's Tuesday, not Monday.
I don't want nobody to call up and be like, yo, your button keep coming off. What's the problem? What's going on over there? Why does the button keep coming off? But welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We made another weekend. Hi, Strawberry Hill. How you doing? Welcome to the
He's
to the
awesome.
show. Let me get everybody a little moment of getting in here. Come on. Get on in here. Get on in here, people. Get on in here. Get on in here. I need you to like, share, and subscribe because this is going to be a big show today. This is going to be a big show today. We got head coach of FIU going to be on here, Willie Simmons.
He is fucking amazing.
We got head coach.
Listen, watch.
Be a big show today. We got head coach.
Oh my God. You guys can't make this shit up, man.
God bless
What?
America.
Be a big show today. We got head coach of FIU going to be on here, Willie Simmons. We got Streeter from Footballville going to be on here.
He's like, come on.
D might roll up in here. You never know what celebrity's going to roll up in here because, that's what we do. That's what we do. This is a big show. And we keep it a buck. We talk sports, politics, and entertainment right here on the Luke Show. And that's what we do. I'm sorry, man. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for how great we are. Because we are great. We do a good job here. We make it happen. No, let me just take this off. This is bothering me right here. Let me button this one button up right here because I got one button. You know how it is? See, ladies, you don't know how this works. Us men, we have a problem. There it is. Now I feel a little loose. Neck feel good and everything. But I want to thank you guys for joining us today. Everybody on my Facebook page. On
Good
my
afternoon,
Twitch page,
everyone.
which we just started up over there. You know, everybody over there on Instagram and everybody that's on X. I want to thank you guys for being here today. I want to really thank you guys for being here today because it's really important that you are here with us today on this beautiful Monday. If you made it through the weekend,
It's not even Monday, y'all. It's Tuesday. Oh my God.
that's a great thing. You know, a lot of people
Roll
made it
up.
on the weekend. There's a lot of interesting things that happened over the weekend.
I really want to hear his story about when they were banned in the USA. That's what I want to hear.
God bless
What?
America.
So remember, they were banned in the USA for their lyrics. Isn't that crazy to think about? Ponder that thought for a second. Then back in the 80s, back in the late 80s, Uncle Luke and his band, his group, were actually banned. Their CDs were banned. I don't know if you young people know this or not, but us Gen Xers have been through the ringer. His whole CD or, album, their album was banned. You couldn't buy it in Miami-Dade or in Miami-Dade County, right? Or tapes, albums, tapes. Yeah. So then anyways, they got arrested while they were performing in Miami. I don't know if you guys know that. They were arrested. They couldn't perform. And even though they checked Broward County. Thank you, Jerry. I know we've talked about this many times, but they checked IDs of people coming in the club. They were 18 and up, and they still arrested people. Right. And right, exactly, Janice. Isn't that weird, though? I mean, that was like a huge deal. 18-year-olds were the only ones in the club, and they still got arrested for their performance in front of 18 and up, and said that their lyrics were talking about sexually brutalizing adults, women. We had Footloose, no dancing in my town. Really? You guys did not know that. Have you ever heard the song Banned in the USA? Dude, it was a huge deal, and a lot of people don't know about it. Pima County is still giving away awards, but a lot of people don't know about it. It's an interesting piece of history. Florida court ruled their lyrics were obscene, but the ruling was overturned. Right. But they still got arrested. It's weird, huh? We're so beyond that now. You know, it's funny that there is no movie about that, isn't it? And then it was crazy. So in 1990, there was also a record store owner that was found guilty of obscenity because he sold their album. And then in another story in 1990, the band Too Much Joy was arrested for playing Two Live Crew. It was a huge deal in 1990. Oh, they went on Geraldo. I'm sorry. We have to do a little. We got to watch this really quick. So Luke went on Geraldo to talk about what happened in 1990. Oh my God, I have a feeling I'm going to get mad because Geraldo's kind of a fucking prick. But we're going to watch this really quick because it's important. This is important history.
But Luther Campbell, lead singer of the rap group Two Live Crew, is the producer.
I got to say, Luke aged well too. Did he not? I mean, he looks pretty damn good.
Of the first record ever to be found legally obscene by a federal judge. Following that ruling in South Florida, the sheriff of Broward County, Nick Navarro, ordered his deputies to arrest Mr. Campbell and 2 other band members after a live performance of the offensive song.
Damn.
But the sheriff went even further. He also had...
So he's sitting on stage with the sheriff that had him arrested.
Record store owner Charles Freeman busted for selling the album As Nasty As You Want to Be. Nick Navarro, Sheriff of Broward County. You know, sir, that I have tremendous respect for you as a law enforcement official.
This is
However,
freaking
with
intense.
the drug problems that you have in your county and the rest of South Florida, with violent crime rampaging down there, murder, record levels, don't you have bigger fish to fry, with all due respect to Mr. Campbell, than wasting
He's
the
probably a
time and
racist.
energy and limited resources of your department busting him and record store owners?
You're absolutely right, Geraldo. But before I answer your question, let me say this. I'm glad that you didn't take up rap singing as a career. I don't think you would ever made it.
I'm definitely going to keep my day job. There's no doubt about that.
Wow, this is wild.
What was not advertised in the media anywhere was that this past Friday, our organized crime division arrested 116 people in Broward County for sale of crack cocaine, buying crack cocaine, trafficking in crack cocaine. I have not assigned one additional member of the agency to work this type of violations.
Charles Freeman, how many cops came to arrest you?
6 at the time that
Oh, my God.
they first came into the shop, and I think by the time Nick Navarro showed up and left, I think we counted a total of 11 or 12.
Oh my God. This guy is a record store owner in 1990. And there was 11 or 12 sheriffs in there to arrest him for selling Luke's record.
A
That's
record
not true.
store owner.
That's not true. That's not
Nick,
the truth
don't you
at
have
all.
better
I was
things
there.
to do?
I was there. I was there because my
And this is why we have body cam these days. This is why we have body camera. Because of freaking crooked sheriffs like this. Look at him. He's like, really? It didn't happen? It didn't happen? Charles Freeman says it happened. I'd like to talk to Charles Freeman. This is crazy. I cannot imagine a record store owner being arrested like this in this fashion.
That's not true. That's not
Nick,
the truth
don't
at
you
all.
have better
I was
things
there.
to do?
I was there. I was there because my legal advisor, Sam Price, was sitting with me when we received a call.
So he actually was there. He went to the record store. Come on. Come on. What a loser.
From the members of the Organized Crime Division, the ones who were working this all the time. The only additional personnel that was there was one marked unit that was going to transport Charlie down to the county jail. I only have 4 people in there that belong to the Organized Crime Division that have been working obscenity, prostitution, and pornography, gambling for a long time.
Some would argue it is an...
Oh my God. You hear this? It was put in the same bucket as prostitution, obscenity. Listen to this.
For Charlie down to the county jail. I only have 4 people in there that belong to the Organized Crime Division that have been working obscenity, prostitution, and pornography.
Obscenity, prostitution, and pornography were all lumped in the same bucket. That's wild.
Gambling for a long time.
Some would argue it is an
And gambling.
obscene misapplication of limited resources.
I am following the law. I have 2 rulings, one from a state judge and one from a federal judge that said that the
Wow.
obscenity statutes have to be vigorously enforced. It's contained within the statute of the state of Florida. And if anyone defies the law, which Charlie did, the night before he was arrested, I saw him on television sitting in the living room of my house telling the whole world that he had been selling the record, he was selling the record, he was going to continue to sell the record. The next morning he was arrested.
Luke, put aside for a second the question of law enforcement priorities. I was recently in South Florida and did a program on teenage and pre-teenage pregnancy.
Oh my God.
The overwhelming majority of the 1 million+ unwanted teenage pregnancies in this country come from our communities, the Black and Hispanic communities. 87 references to oral sex, 116 references to male and female genitalia. Don't you have better things to sing about
Oh my
than
God.
the encouragement of promiscuous sex amongst youngsters?
I'm glad you said, the teenage pregnancy thing. That's been going on for years. I mean, we always had teenage pregnancy long before the 2 Live crew ever came in.
Can you imagine being blamed for teenage pregnancy? I mean, ridiculous. ridiculous.
I mean, you know, and then you want to go to the other half of the question is that our albums have a sticker on there that says 18 years and older. We advise all record store people to sell the records to people 18 years and older. We have a clean, watered-down version of the same album that we want the kids to buy. This man right here, he sold an adult the album, which was the Police. I mean, the point what I'm trying to get to and the fact of the matter is whether or not an adult should be able to listen to the Two Live Crew as nasty as they want to be. I think an adult should be able to listen to it. I mean, if you're 18 years and older, 21 and up, you can listen to what you want to listen to.
But do you deny the fact that youngsters are hearing it?
Youngsters are hearing everything. Youngsters look at Playboy. I mean, youngsters look at Penthouse magazines when their mother and father are going out.
Hey,
They're going out to parties and all. Youngsters learn about these things in high school. I mean, there's nobody in this room couldn't tell me they didn't learn about sex in high school. You know, we talk.
Look at this guy's eyes. Watch.
High school. I mean, there's nobody in this room.
Look at him. What is he? Look at his face. He's like, what's happening?
Room couldn't tell me they didn't learn about sex in high school. You know, kids talk about it every day. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. When they get in school and start smelling their Cheerios, they talk about it.
Cool, you've achieved a great amount of success without having to pander, without having to really be that explicit. What do you think of your colleague's use of these graphic descriptions in his record?
Well, it's definitely his choice. So, like you said, I don't prefer to use it myself. I don't use profanity.
Oh my God, it's Cool Mo D, the Wild Wild West. I think I just stepped back into 50 years ago.
In the lyrics or whatever, and I like to try to teach.
Do you think it's negative?
I don't actually think it's negative. What I think the problem is a matter of focus. What I think the mainstream needs to do is focus on the fact that not that he's selling it, I mean, he's saying what he's saying, but the fact that you have to remember rappers are a product of an environment. And the fact that they can sell 1.5 million records or 2.5 million records, that lets you know that there are 2.5 million children out there that relate to that same mentality. And you have to track the problem from the source as opposed to what's coming out on top.
But Luther, shouldn't that frighten us, that popularity? The fact that so many kids are buying into your message?
No, see, the thing is, I mean, you know, he said kids. Everybody is saying kids. I have a sticker on my album say, please sell it to people 18 years and older. And like I said before, it
says warning, explicit language contained.
That's what it says.
But
Get the consent now.
It doesn't.
Who's that guy?
Say it must be 18.
Am I taking a step in the right way? Does Dice Clay have one on there?
Yes, he does.
No, he don't.
Wait a second.
I mean,
he brings up an interesting point.
The thing is,
Sheriff Nick, Andrew Dice Clay. You heard him. My God, that's the filthiest.
Yep, good point. You know why? Andrew Dice Clay is white. That's what it was all about. And look, he knows it. Luke knows it. This white man knows it. And this white man knows it. That is what it was all about, you guys. Andrew Dice Clay was nasty. He was so gross. But he was white.
This thing this side of the gutter.
If the courts would declare it obscene, and we are working
but didn't
within
you
the
initiate
frame
the
of the
court
law.
action to have his record
Also,
declared
I
obscene?
do not initiate anything. I take whatever is complained to me to the courts, presented with an affidavit, and according to the
County complaint.
what about the porno flicks? I mean,
wait. I think that they were going in the wrong direction. You want me to explain to you how the process works?
I want you to explain to me why you haven't gone against any of these white people who are saying all these filthy things also.
Because those were released in 1990. This is an 89 release.
My legal advisor is sitting in the audience right now here, and he was the one who also worked most of the details of this.
Where's your legal advisor?
He's sitting right there.
Here, let me, Mr. Legal Advisor, haven't you ever listened to Andrew Dice Clay?
I've heard about Andrew Dice Clay. I don't listen to him because that's not my kind of music.
You ever see the movie Raw with Eddie Murphy?
Yes, I have. I've heard of that.
He said it's not our kind of music. It's not even music. Andrew Dice Clay was stand-up comedy. Everybody laughed at him. They're like, he's so out of touch.
I've heard about Andrew Dice Clay. I don't listen to him because that's not my kind of music.
You ever see the movie Raw with Eddie Murphy?
Yes, I have. I've heard of that. This is
Andrew Dice Clay doesn't sing any better than I do.
Yes, I have. My kind of music.
You ever see the movie Raw with Eddie Murphy?
Yes, I have. I've heard of that. This is
Andrew Dice Clay doesn't sing any better than I do.
you're right about that. But the fact of the matter is, obscenity is a little different from a burglary or a robbery. Okay, you first in the state of Florida has to get a judicial determination that something is obscene. Okay, then you can move from there. And the fact of the matter is, after we did that in Broward County, Mr. Skywalker and his attorneys filed suit against Mr. Skywalker.
Mr. Skywalker. That's not his legal name. It's Luke Campbell, but he called him Mr. Skywalker.
After we did that in Broward County, Mr. Skywalker and his attorneys filed suit against Mr. Campbell, filed suit against Sheriff Navarro in Broward County. And we defended the lawsuit. They thought it was going to be a cakewalk here. One of the most respected judges in Broward County in the federal judiciary heard this case and applied the Miller versus California test to it in opposition to what Mr. Derkowitz says. He said it's legally.
You know what Luke's thinking? Dude, you sold your soul to the white man. He did. He sold his soul to that sheriff. He's got no idea what he's talking about. Horrible.
Obscene. The fact of the matter is, obscenity is a crime in the state of Florida, and Nick can't turn his head to that. He has to enforce the obscenity laws in the state.
You buy that, Professor?
You have to understand they're both playing with each other. That is, you love being censored and being arrested. It helps you sell the records, and you love arresting them. It helps you get elected. It's the rest of the American public that's victimized by the two of you playing with each other.
But the thing is, see, when you all boil it down, he has a right to what he wants to listen to in his house, and I have the right to what I want to listen to in my house.
But
see, the thing
no one has searched any houses.
The thing is that
look at Geraldo.
They threw when it's time to talk about the First Amendment. When it got to black people, they threw it out. You know, a white man could say what he wanted to say. Just like Dice Clay, Guns N' Roses could talk about niggas, faggots, and Jews. Professor Griff said they're ready to hang him up. You know what I'm saying? I say something about
he's right.
Having sex. Dice Clay say something about having sex. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. When they threw the first.
Nick, I want you on the record. I want you on the record right now.
May I, please?
If there is a complaint in your county,
absolutely,
that says Andrew Dice Clay's material is obscene, and I want this off the shelves of the record stores, will you with equal vigor seek to arrest the Charles Freemans of the county, etc.?
You just used the right word, vigor. And I'll tell you why. In the statute of the state of Florida concerning obscenity, it spells out very clearly that the sheriffs of the state, and it only mentions the sheriffs of the state, shall proceed vigorously against those who violate the statute. And that is contained within the frame of that statute. I'm a law enforcement officer. I have a duty to my community. I have a duty to everyone in that place. I want to get a better quality of life for everyone. I'm from a minority myself. So therefore, I'm not after anyone, regardless of color, race, creed.
And the answer on Andrew Dice Clay is?
If he was declared obscene, I proceed against him the same way I proceeded against Charlie and against Campbell.
Got to take a break.
That was actually a great clip. Yes, so those Marcy, so those shows were before the YouTubes screaming and drama and all that stuff, right? We had our talk show panels, and we've got Tricia. Now we've got Tricia. Yeah, it's like Ricky Lake. There was Geraldo, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones, Jerry Springer. Who else was there? Jenny Jones got shut down, though. Jenny Jones is what shut down the talk show circuit when she brought a gay crush to live TV. And the guy that he had the crush on wasn't gay. And after the show, the guy that wasn't gay went and killed the guy that was gay that had the crush on him. And that kind of changed the talk show circuit. So, Donahue, yep. Yeah, so that was, oh yeah, Sally Jesse Raphael, Montel Williams, Maury Povich. How could I forget all those? Tricia's the new Geraldo. So yeah, it was some wild days back in that time. But Uncle Luke, I cracked up. I love him. I really do. I love everything he stands for. I think he's a true guy. And he's a pioneer in where we are now, why we're able to hear the music that we do now without any stipulations. So Wendy Williams, I never watched her. That was after my time. Your cousin was on Jenny. I have a random fun fact. If you know who Critical K is from YouTube, she got banned a while back, but she was on Montel Williams back in the day. A girl in my high school went on Jerry, and we all ran home to watch. What'd she go on there for? You are not the father. My cousin was on Jenny because some girl liked him. Yeah, we're pretty tough. We're pretty tough, us Gen Xers. You guys used to make talk show videos in junior high. Oh my God. I wish you still had them. I don't feel old at all. I feel wise. Don't ever feel old, Quinn. We had no business watching that stuff, but you know what? We could handle it. Cheating on her boyfriend with a girl. Oh my God. We had Jeremy Kyle in the UK. All right, so today we're going to get into our regular scheduled programming. Thanks for the little detour with me. We always like doing that. It's fun.
God bless.
What?
America.
You have them, Janice? Can we play them? She still has them. I actually got a bunch of stuff from Michigan that I had in a storage unit. I have so many home videotapes. I went online and I saw you can send them in to companies and get them digitized. So I'm going to do that. It's like $20 per tape. But I have like my kids' birthday parties, Christmas at my mom's, all kinds of stuff that I probably filmed and never saw it again. Who's Shirley? Quinn. I was too busy spraying my bangs to stick up with my aqua. It was a fun walk, memory lane. Hello, beautiful Auntie Cheryl, not Auntie Tricia. Oh my God. Hey, Nina Boomer Cooter. Hey, Paul. Okay. So Tricia has the GOAT, Joseph Scott Morgan. I love Joseph Scott Morgan. I'm not sure the last time he's been on her show, though. Oh, Lisa Gibbons. I forgot about her. Donna says, you're not old. I'm 65 and I don't feel old. I don't either. I should take that back. Oh, that takes a lot of work, though, Gateshead. I'd rather just pay $20 and have someone do it. They'll do, if you have slides or whatever they're called. What are those called? Negatives, I guess. And all kinds of videotapes. You were always recording. Are you recording me? Are you recording me? Oh, Tyra Banks. I agree, A. Higgins. Thank you, Marcy. Remember when Tyra Banks came out with her makeup line? Oni gave me Tyra Banks makeup. Oh, Lynn, Joe Scott Morgan lives in my town. We see him everywhere. That's so cool. I really like him. I have a lot of respect for Joe Scott Morgan. But he did go on Tricia's show a couple times. Probably because, she has everyone fooled. My neighbor in his car. No, she actually admitted, Leo, that she is on Manjari. What's that stuff called? Manjaro. She admitted that the other night. She's like, I've lost that much weight on Manjaro. See, and you could send it in. Cindy Arnold. Just keep a young mind. It's good. Yep. All right. So Joe Scott Morgan on Websleuths. This is from 5 years ago, February 24th, 2021. You guys ready? I need another cup of coffee.
We don't know what's on it, but first, I want to play you a little snippet call that Melanie Gibb taped with Chad and Lori. Listen.
Did she just pop out the gate with it? What is she talking about?
Hey, everyone. Welcome to
There she
Websleuths YouTube Live. My name is Tricia Griffith. In about 2 minutes, we're going to be talking with Joseph Scott Morgan, the death investigator, about Tammy Daybell's autopsy, or lack thereof. We don't know what's on it. But first, I want to play you a little snippet call that Melanie Gibb taped.
Why is she always recording with a potato? Literally, let's go in high def. This is high def. My goodness.
Chad and Lori. Listen very carefully.
I want to testify that I know Tammy and the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope
she's all
that you're
glossed
not
up.
being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
Oh, I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart, and she hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know it's old 3 years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And I know Tammy's on a special mission, and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith. And this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I could ever come up with this. It's just...
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can from an outside perspective, but from
someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that for sure. He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation. That I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
No. You know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Can you believe it? I always knew that I'd have a second part. I was told Tammy wouldn't be a part of my life. Yeah, told by whom? Of course. I'm calling Joseph Scott Morgan right now.
Hello.
Mr. Joseph Scott Morgan, how are you, sir?
Good, Tricia. How are you doing, dear?
I am doing very good, sir. We just played about 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the phone call between Melanie Gibb and Chad and Lori Daybell. And It was the part where Chad was describing how sick Tammy was getting and how weak she was getting, and the kids knew it and they saw it. And And I have so many questions. But first, I want to introduce you properly. Now, everybody, we'll be putting this link up in chat as well. Let me get to your information, sir, because, I mean, you've been doing this, since you were 18?
No, not quite that young. I was pretty young, though. I was right at about 21, 22. I first started doing autopsies when I was 20, though.
Gotcha.
Assisting with them. Yeah.
Okay. Now you are the Distinguished Scholar of Applied Forensics at Jacksonville State University. That's correct, right?
Yes, ma'am. In Alabama.
In Alabama. Right. Jacksonville,
yes,
Alabama. I always say Florida. Right. It's Alabama.
That's okay. Everybody does that.
Okay, good. And you have, it's just got to be a bestseller. The book, Blood Beneath My Feet. And I'm going to put this up in chat right now.
Blood
you can
Beneath
get
My
it
Feet.
At this very moment on Kindle, which would be the best place to get it. So let me put that up in chat. And then we are going to get to questions, lots of questions. And I know you've been talking about this. I watched a video that was posted where you made some comments about it and about this autopsy that nobody has seen yet.
That looked good.
Right.
There we go. Okay. Now, Tammy Daybell died. I think it was in October of 2019.
Correct.
The last thing that we know of was from a friend who said the day before she was very grumpy, wasn't herself. You know, you could always depend on talking to her and she'd be cheerful. Very unlike her the day before. Now, the next morning, Chad said that he woke up and she was dead. First of all, let me ask you, and I know you're not a medical doctor, but this is something you could easily talk about. And that is, if somebody has a weakened heart, like the way Chad Daybell described to Melanie, wouldn't it be obvious to everybody, like to her coworkers? She worked in the library at the grade school. I mean, she had to be pretty active to do that. Would it be noticeable just the way he described it, that her heart was failing, if it were true?
Yeah, Tricia, it would be a noticeable manifestation. You know, and I go back, I think about the way he framed this. You know, he kind of framed it as if it's an ongoing progressive matter that everyone was fully aware of.
Yes, he's body bags. And there's another one where he's actually on camera. So we're just going to play a little bit of this. I'm actually going to speed it up because I didn't realize this was a call-in. I have other ones where he's on camera. But I think it's hilarious. Man. This was her lip gloss stage. I was watching her back at this time a little bit. This is 2021. And she used to put it on in one night, and I will probably come across it at some time or another when we're reviewing. But she actually put it on one night, and the shit was so gooey. I shit you not. It dripped down, and it got on her shirt. And she's like, everything's a mess. Her lip stuff was freaking dripping, blah, blah, blah. We've got, oh my God, Janice. Janice, you're a mess.
You begin to think about things like different types of cardiac manifestations, like there's a variety of cardiomyopathies that you can suffer from. We don't know if she had some kind of abnormal rhythm that she was having to deal with, that maybe it was something that she was predisposed to, but it's odd. It strikes me as odd that it would just suddenly manifest itself, at this moment in time, how conveniently, particularly when you begin to kind of add this up relative to
worst hostess ever.
I'll put it to you that way, from an investigative standpoint, that this poor woman had, passed off of this mortal coil, and within weeks, these two people were married.
Exactly.
And it's a real shame. But just to listen to what he is saying in this conversation, to me, it begs the question: well, if you and the family are so damn concerned about her health, why didn't somebody specifically intervene? Now, you can say to your blue in the face that, well, we tried to get her to go to the doctor, but she hated doctors.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying it. And there's a major falsehood in his comment. I think that I'd listened to this.
She never listens to anybody.
At one point in time where I think in this conversation where he alludes to there were 2 coroners at the scene.
I was going to ask you about that. Yes, that's exactly what he said, that 2 coroners came. And I don't think that is right.
Yeah, and that's completely inaccurate. The reports that I've read indicate that there not only was there not 2, there wasn't 1. That at that fateful morning, when Tammy was discovered deceased,
I think we need to go to where he's actually on camera, because this kind of sucks just watching her. Let's go to this one, because this is the one I meant to play, honestly. Sorry about that.
If they had DNA.
Hold on. This is much better. This is much, much better to watch her fumble in front of Joseph Scott Morgan, who is an absolute professional. Okay, this guy is the real deal. This guy is, I don't even know what his title is at Jackson State University in Alabama, but he's like the head of the forensics and crime reconstruction and everything else. He's very, very well spoken. He's very kind. He never makes any weird comments or weird, off-putting remarks or descriptions. He just never does that. Hi, Kelly Barrison. Yeah, the dogs aren't licking their asses. What is all this behind her? Embarrassing. But he is just, I can't say enough good about him. Me too, Mama Bear. Hey, Crackerjack. Shark Cake. He's handsome. He is. And he's just good at what he does.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Websleuths YouTube Live. My name is...
So this is 3 years ago. We will donate 20% of all donations to Othram Labs. At this point, it was 20%. See that? June 8th, 2022. We will donate 20% of all donations. Is that before or after YouTube's cut? We don't know. But it says, please use PayPal. Please use PayPal. Again, Venmo or Cash App. Oh, my goodness. Okay, here we go.
Tricia Griffith, and beside me, a man we all know. He has become like our family now. We love it when he comes on our show.
Poor guy.
Death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan. Mr. Morgan, thank you for joining us tonight.
Hey, guys. How are y'all? Good to see my friends with Websleuths. Been a while.
It has been a while. We're glad to see you, too. So, first of all, why don't you update us on what's going on in your life? Can you tell us any more about the fun things you have coming up? Maybe give us a little bit more of a hint.
Yeah. It's been quite the ride over the past 6 months, and my podcast, Body Bags, is doing quite well. We're very pleased with it. I would ask as a favor, please, humbly, that everybody give us a listen. Right now, it's a weekly. I think we're probably going to go to 2 episodes a week, and it's my podcast is purely forensics. I don't get off into a lot of esoterica. We hit the ground running, and each episode's about 35 to 40 minutes. I've had a couple that were more robust. The week before last, I did Kathleen Peterson and Staircase, and talked about her injuries and kind of my thoughts about that relative to blunt force trauma.
She says, all right, like it was a football game. Did you hear that? He's talking about someone's trauma, and she's like, all right.
Case, and talked about her injuries and kind of my thoughts about that relative to blunt force trauma and probability and those sorts of things. The week before that, I did Tara Grinstead, and we talked about cremation and what all was involved in that. And actually, just yesterday, I had latest episode drop on the Dan Brophy case, which is the chef out in Portland.
That's right.
His wife was convicted 2 weeks ago of gunning him down. He was a culinary instructor, and he was gunned down in his kitchen, his instructional kitchen, and she used what we believe was a ghost gun, which is kind of fascinating from a forensic standpoint, because the forensic evidence was largely, if you can believe this, circumstantial. She owned 2 Glock pistols and had interchanged the barrels out and the slide, or the barrel out and the slide, with this ghost gun she had purchased on eBay, and then reconfigured the weapon with the original barrel and tossed the barrel used. And so that really created a problem for the prosecution. But it was a heck of a case, to break down forensically. So that was quite the joy to do that one. And then next week, I've got a special that I'm doing on exhumations, and that's going to center on, as we all know, the Satterfield case with the Murdaughs. The housekeeper they've got an order of exhumation, and we're going to use her as kind of a starting point to discuss the world of exhumations and what we can learn from them and what the limit.
Is she falling asleep?
Point to discuss the world of exhumation.
Is she like trying to keep her eyes open?
And what we can learn from them and what the limitations are. And so I'm looking forward to discussing that and talk about my experience with exhumations. I've done a number of them over my career. And, we'll probably bring some other cases that involved exhumation.
What's that noise?
To light as well. But, the starting point with that is going to certainly be the case out of South Carolina, that runs parallel to the Murdaughs in more ways than one. So I'm kind of excited about that. But it's going well. I know that I've got a tremendous number of listeners within the Websleuths family, and I don't get a chance to talk to you guys.
Steph says, I can't watch. I have secondhand embarrassment. I have to wonder if Othram is already paying people to be on our show. I wondered that too. Because this whole thing is wild. The 20% given to Othram, in 2022. It makes me wonder, Steph, if she didn't have, or if Beth B wasn't a big donator to Othram because she believed in them. And that's how Tricia's, her angle of getting in with Othram. Yeah. Right, because she's not professional ever. She never has been.
Directly about this, but I just wanted to humbly thank each and every one of you guys that tune in and listen and give us a listen and have given us an opportunity. It's so kind of you. And the ratings have been through the roof on Apple. We're right at 4.9 out of 5 on our rating stars. And the comments are just so kind, and people, I feel as though I'm accomplishing the task that I set out to do, and that is to teach, because that's my expertise is teaching what I know. And so it's just been a pure joy.
Well, we appreciate you teaching us, Mr. Morgan. Thank goodness you're here.
Welcome, Cindy Lee. Look at Cindy Lee. She looks like she means business. Cindy Lee, I'm going to give you an official welcome because you look like you are not messing around, girl. I'm just saying.
Welcome to Cooperville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Cindy Lee is here not to party, but for business. Welcome in, Cindy. Thanks for becoming a member today.
Because you don't mess around with any of the ridiculous drama and the rumors and everything. You just deal with facts. So you can find the podcast on wherever you find it, Spotify, Apple, wherever podcasts are found. Mm-hmm. Just look up Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. And
iHeart, yep.
iHeart, absolutely.
Yep.
And it's no surprise to me that it's the ratings are going through the roof. I'm only surprised it's not a 5.0. I don't know.
Well, hey, every now and then people are a bit dissatisfied, but that's okay. I mean, we might not be some people's cup of tea. There were actually people that were put off by the title, but that's how I kind of measure my life, by the number of bodies, and certainly by the body bags. Body bags represent that world, and believe it or not, it wasn't me that came up with the title two years ago now. Almost 2 years ago. It was my wife that came up with it at CrimeCon. We were having a skull session, if you will. And she looked at the group, we're standing around, and she's like, why not body bags? And so I was like, yeah, that's, and it's really interesting. When I was still an investigator, I would bring body bags home, of course, clean sealed ones, but I would have them in the back of my vehicle. And my family got kind of numb to it. It was just there. It was, something that I would carry extra, and we would reflect on that. We periodically we'd have dinner with people and everything, and and friends of ours would be around, and my wife, something would come up odd about another couple, and she said, well, this one used to carry body bags in his car. And so it just kind of, it was a natural marriage, I think. So it's worked out well.
Well, I have a question about exhumation, because it always comes up, many cases every year.
Oh my God. I have a question about exhumation. It always comes up. Oh yeah. Exhuming always comes up. Very rarely do we hear that they're exhuming bodies, guys. Can you agree with that? For my fellow true crimers, it's not very often we hear they're exhuming a body. She's like, it always comes up. I want to hear all about it. Tell me all the details.
Involves exhuming somebody. First of all, can a family demand an exhumation if they pay for it and if they pay for the person to do the autopsy or to look at the body? Do the courts usually just let the family exhume their loved ones like that?
No. Judges are the biggest hurdle for that, because once a body, and it's going to vary from town to town. Of course, we've gotten into this with Tammy Daybell famously.
Right.
And that's probably one of the ones that kind of rings with in people's ears. Judges are not inclined to disinter a body, to go and break that crypt open and then bring the body out. And generally they're more motivated if the DA gets behind it, if there's a prosecutorial interest. And I know that sounds cold, but the judge tries to justify to their way of thinking, as it pleases the court, what the rationale is. Why are you wanting to do this? Now, if the family can come forward with material evidence that is going to be so strong and so compelling, I've seen judges issue what is.
Paul Shar said, why is she so interested in exhuming though? Yikes. That just like freaking made me think of all of the people she's talked about that have passed away that she was close with. Like, there's something wrong with her.
It's referred to as an order of exhumation. But you have to, the family, their attorney, they have to make this argument. It's not just like something you can just show up at the courthouse and say.
That was her question. She's like, can a family member just ask and they'll exhume the body? He's like, no. It literally has to be legal. And she's like, oh, okay. My mouth is dry because I got a little nervous. So let me drink some water. Oh, you had me scared there for a minute, Joseph Scott Morgan.
They have to make this argument. It's not just like something you can just show up at the courthouse and say, I want an exhumation. You can't go to the coroner and say, I want an exhumation. The coroner generally, to the best of my knowledge, can't order one. The medical examiner can't order one. This falls within the bailiwick of the judge, of the judiciary. And so they're the ones that get involved in this. Now, when they do this, you ask about the family funding the autopsy. If they, let's just look at Tammy Daybell.
Okay.
Families, they're not coming out of pocket for that autopsy.
Right.
And fortunately for that family, the body was in Utah, and they have a fine state medical examiner facility there. And so they could go down the road to that facility and have her examined with all of the state-of-the-art equipment. They don't have coroners in Utah. They have a statewide medical examiner.
Right.
Forever and ever, amen. Whereas if you go to Idaho, they have county-by-county coroners there. And then the lion's share of autopsies in Idaho, forensic autopsies, are done in Boise. So, and I'm friends with the coroner of Boise, and she's a fine person. And so they kind of contract out with all of these little counties to have the bodies. If you just think about the southern tier of Idaho, and Idaho's a big place, man.
Yes, it is.
And so you've got them coming into the central location, in addition to all of the cases that Boise has to do. And I'm sort of gotten off track here, but it's tough. It's not just something that you wake up one morning and say, gee, I want to, have grandpa exhumed and, everybody grab a shovel, let's go. It doesn't work like that. It just doesn't, because you get into really sensitive areas there. And it's, it's something that's tough to do. And I think in the Satterfield case in South Carolina, which I'd mentioned we're going to explore in the next episode.
She's not even listening.
I believe I'm pronouncing her name correctly.
That's the maid.
The maid that allegedly, and this is a wild story because, she got tangled up allegedly, according to the Murdaugh family, with the dog and, crashed down those 8 brick or concrete steps, and was taken to the hospital. And they ruled her death as a natural death, if you can imagine that.
That's
it's
crazy.
the most absurd thing. I mean, just absolutely absurd. At any rate, so, you know, I think that there's such an intense light on the situation in South Carolina right now. There's going to be a lot revealed in this case that doesn't necessarily have specifically things to do with the Murdaughs. You're going to begin to see things bubble up that are really going to make people draw breath when they learn about some of the ins and outs of politics in South Carolina, because the roots of this case run very, very deep.
Really?
Within the political class, within the judiciary. I think that it's going to be earth shaking in South Carolina. And it's, you know, the Murdaugh thing is just the proverbial sweater, loose string on the sweater the mama tells you not to pull, and you pull it and the whole thing comes unraveled. And it's a horrible case, obviously. Case is, because, you know, they're.
Hi, Lisa.
A quick question. The Murdaughs, they're a old-time lawyer family, right? And that's why it's involved in politics and everything. But I'm sorry, go ahead. You said these are
No, and you're right. You are, and it's a.
Hey, Miss Crit.
It's a.
Sorry about that.
You know, I just envision it kind of in my mind from what I'm hearing.
Hold on. She said my father-in-law passed away and was murdered. I'm so sorry. We had to bury him versus cremate him like we wanted because the state made us. And if we want to cremate him, we have to wait 10 years before we can. Oh, my goodness. No, I'm really sorry that happened. But wow, for evidence purposes, huh? I'm a professional. Me too, Tamara.
You know, that it's these tentacles just kind of reach far and wide, and they're in every strata. So I think that's kind of, you know, what we're looking at. And but the media spotlight is so intense. The true crime world is so intense right now. I don't know how many podcasts there are out there that just specifically deal with those cases alone. There's a couple, and that spotlight is so intense that these things can't be hidden like they used to be, you know, in years gone past. Yeah. And so they're compelled. I think that if somebody wants something right now, the courts are going to be more inclined to grant it, I think, because, you know, next thing you know, you're going to have Dateline in your face or some other program, you know, just name one, because blood's in the water at this point, and boy, do they like to feed.
Yes, they do. And real quickly, I'm just going to give a quick outline so people can understand just how bizarre this case is. The Murdaughs, their young son, he was 19. Supposedly he got drunk, was driving a boat. There was a kid killed, and then he was killed, murdered, and his mom was murdered. And that's what the dad is arrested for. And
Tricia's update.
The housekeeper, like you said, supposedly fell down these stairs, got entangled with the dog, and they ruled it natural causes. And the family is big into politics because they were a big family law firm. So it's just going to get uglier and uglier and uglier.
One more point to show you how callous this group of folks are. This poor woman had worked for them faithfully for 20 years. And as you know, a maid and a, you know, housekeeper and whatnot in this big palatial place they had. Murdaugh, the accused in this case, relative to, you know, all of this stuff that's gone on, he took out a life insurance policy on his housekeeper.
What?
And it was and it's worth, like, I think I know somebody in chat's going to know this number. It's either $2 million or $4 million. And he actually had a conversation with the family saying, "This is all my fault.
Felicia.
We have a policy on her. We're going to take care of you. There's no need for us to go to court about this. And I want you to know they didn't get a damn nickel." And these are just kind of salt of the earth people. If you could see her family, church going, nice people, just, you know, and, you know, talk about getting kicked in the teeth by the powers that be. It was really, you know, you've lost your mom, your wife, you know, your friend, and you think that nothing's ever going to replace her, but you think that there's something coming your way. And this guy winds up essentially absconding with money. And I don't even know that the family was aware that he had taken out a life insurance. You know, who takes out a life insurance policy on their maid?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, somebody's saying $4 million right here. And so it's you know, it'll make you sick to your back teeth, you know.
It will. And Jennifer Cashman says that Gloria, the maid, was paid $10 an hour.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, come on. And it's like the one we forgot, the dad, the one that is the accused now, claimed that he was shot by someone, which was a big joke. He wasn't at all. So this is going to be fascinating. And I can't wait to hear the podcast on it. And again, exhumation just seems to permeate over so many cases in true crime. So the family just can't go to the judge and say, "Judge, we think there might be foul play. can we exhume? There has to be a compelling reason, right? Now, would a judge turn down a prosecutor who said
potentially if the underpinning logic behind the narrative that the prosecutor, the DA, has structure is insufficient. It just doesn't kind of meet the standard that they have, and the standards are going to vary from state to state. Every court's going to handle it a little bit differently, but it's still a pretty high bar, and it's something that people don't really explore, because who sits around and thinks about exhumations other than weirdos like me, because
and us, yeah.
it's kind of stuff that I think about and that I have done and participated in, and they're fascinating to do.
Why is she so interested in that? Hang on, I'm going to speed this up a little bit. She just literally is sitting there. Why does she keep looking at her phone?
Because you learn a lot about how bodies were treated. If many times funeral homes, they'll bury bodies and they don't go into the case, into this client's case, thinking that the body's ever going to be exhumed. So once the body is casketed and encrypted and then buried, you think that it's over, go in peace at that point in time. And then you wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen, when I've cracked open coffins that have, people that have been buried for 20, 25 years. I've seen really cool things because they did such a fine job. Body looks fresh. I've seen other things over a very short period of time where you can look at this and you can tell that the family essentially got ripped off. And that's secondary to the forensic evidence because that's been destroyed potentially as well. So it's a fascinating world. And there are actually forensic pathologists that travel around out there that actually they specialize in exhumations.
Right.
They're kind of a narrow spectrum group, but they are out there. It's a real specific skill set.
Sounds fascinating. And Beth's playlist, you're absolutely right. No one has been indicted on the murder of Maggie and Paul. I apologize. I should have said he, I believe, is the main suspect. He has not been indicted. You're right.
Right. No indictment.
Yeah, no indictment.
But he's been indicted on other things, financial things. There's enough to keep him busy right now.
Right now. And didn't they discover blood on his shirt, like blood spatter? I mean, yeah. So I do.
Yeah. The suspected blood staining is probably going to be, in the way it was characterized from the reports that I read, the things that I heard, as high velocity, which means that it's very, very particulate, tiny. So for everybody that's listening, if you have an aerosol hairspray can, when you have an opportunity, go into your bathroom and take the aerosol hairspray can and hold it about 10 inches away from the mirrur.
He's been on here a lot.
Squirt with the thing. It has to be pressurized to do this. You'll see it much more effectively. And then put the can down and then leave the light on in the bathroom and kind of get obliquely oriented to that surface and look at it, and you'll see these little tiny dots. That's one of the best approximations that I can kind of give everybody as to what high velocity blood spatter looks like, because it's high velocity. It comes only firearms generally, or an explosion can generate that kind of. You don't see it in a car accident, for instance, or a baseball bat or hammer attack. That's going to be medium velocity most of the time. And we as human beings can't generate it with our fist. That'll be low velocity. Right. So yeah, if you're talking about a high velocity event and that's present, then we can draw several scientific conclusions.
Dude, he's been on here a lot. Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to, because she's not even talking. She's like, Does she participate in this? Because this is terrible. She even has it chaptered. Let's go to the DNA. The DNA.
Or is it a full hair, strand of hair with a follicle? Are we talking about?
Yeah.
Are we talking about semen? Or are we talking about blood? Are we talking about saliva? Are we talking about a cigarette butt that was tossed out? And how valid is this? What?
I think he wanted to support Othram, and I think he wanted to promote Body Bags, his podcast. Right? It's all about networking.
What's how robust is it? I think.
Oh. Betty Boop, when was that? Betty Boop said the last time Joseph was supposed to appear on Websleuths, he never showed up as advertised. When was that? I just saved a whole bunch. We're going to skip through these because they're...
But, it was...
crazy.
I'm really kind of gobsmacked at this point in time that nothing has occurred to this point. I think I'm beginning to share the same frustration. I think I've moved further out down my own personal timeline away from being an investigator to the point where I'm a member of the general public now, even though I see these cases all the time. But Abby and Libby's case that particularly impacted me. And I know that sounds horribly self-serving, but I'm just saying it's kind of a boots on the ground person, watching this thing evolve and seeing the family's hopes kind of rise and fall, and I mark it I look forward to going to CrimeCon, and then I don't look forward to going to CrimeCon because I know that I'm going to see them. And I know that there's no conclusion. And so my heart breaks, but you just want to embrace them.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I'm kind of commingling, my emotional mindset with this and everything that I've heard. I've heard a lot of things that other people have not heard that, I would not reveal.
Betty Boop says about a year and a half ago. And that's about when she partnered with Othram, right? Like the end of 2023, 2024. Yeah, a year and a half ago. Like she was just stood up.
In this context, because it's just too much.
Oh, wow.
Suffice it to say that we've got a very, whether they're living or dead, there's a real animal out there. And for me, I think that it is, I'm worried that if this person is not dead, or if they're not currently in custody, they're going to do this again. And I know it sounds very dramatic, but these people, I cannot overemphasize that. Once they get a taste for this sort of thing, it is an unstoppable force of nature. And one of the most troubling things that kind of came up out of the murder sheet document that they had in that FBI was that even though it's redacted, this person took a trophy, a bit of clothing. And I think that we can probably begin to think about what item of clothing it was. It's a sexual nature. It would have a sexual nature in my mind, at least.
She's like,
you guys read it yourself, draw your own conclusions about that. And then we have this posing, the posturing of the bodies that's talked about extensively in this report. And again, that goes to a certain level of psychopathology, where somebody is either driven by a total disconnect from any kind of humanity, and they're very comfortable in this environment, or it's somebody that is in such a frenzy that and these are two different types of people, where they can shut out the rest of the world and just indulge their fantasy. There's not a third choice. That's when I saw that term in there, the first thing I thought about, based upon my experience, and I can't say that this is definitively what is going on with this person, the perpetrator, but in my experience, I've worked at least 2 series of serial homicides where the perpetrator was like to pose bodies, and they do it for shock value. And one series of cases in particular were some of the most disturbing things I've ever seen in my life as a professional. And I'm talking about those cases I worked. I'm not talking about Abby and Louis, just so that we understand that, because I don't know positionality, orientation, or all those things, but that term is used in there, and it's used by an FBI agent who is drawing on their own training, and they freely.
Okay, I can't take her. Just okay. Oh wow. Oh yay. This was June 8th, 2022. This is wild. Okay, because look at this one that I just found. This one's even better. I mean, he is suit and tie. This is September 8th, 2021. What? Look at this.
And
oh, my word, Tricia.
Hey, everyone.
She has mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Oh, my God. How did anyone ever take this lady seriously? Do you see the mayonnaise?
Welcome to Websleuths YouTube Live. My name is Tricia Griffith, the very proud owner of Websleuths.com, and I am, speaking of honored, very honored to have with me death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan. He's written the incredible book, Blood Beneath My Feet, and you can get it on Kindle now, and I will put the link up in chat, so everybody should have a copy of this book. Blood Beneath My Feet, The Journey of a Southern Death Investigator. And Mr. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. You've been on court TV all day, and I know it's been a long, long day, so we'll...
Why is it upside down, too? Oh, the background says so much. Less is more. I mean, mayonnaise, beware of armadillos, some kind of a weird plug up here.
Well, I was going to say we'll go easy on you, but that's a lie. No, we're just going to attack and just...
trotty blit.
Want you to tell us everything. So anyway, okay, a couple of things. We're going to talk about Alex Murdaugh and the Daybell case, maybe Summer Wells, just depending on what people have in chat. Okay. As far as the Daybell case, According to Chad Daybell's children, Tammy Daybell, the police told them that Tammy Daybell was asphyxiated. Tell us exactly what that means and how they could discover that after Tammy had been embalmed and buried for 2 months.
Dude, why are you so obsessed with Tammy Daybell? This is a year later and she's still obsessed with her exhumed body.
Well, it's a difficult piece of investigative information to come across when you're downrange that far from the actual death, because you've lost so much evidence. You know, if we think back, there was an indication, I think it was from the daughter that morning when she observed Tammy's body, that she had this frothy edematous cone that was issuing from her nose and her mouth. And just to kind of backtrack on that a little bit and understand kind of how that comes about. One of the things that happens when we are in a state of diminished pulmonary capacity, when our lungs are compromised, we'll go into what's referred to as, you start to develop what's referred to as pulmonary congestion. And one of the signs for that is you have an issuance from your nose, from your mouth, and it'll be see, how can I describe it? Some people describe it as looking like the head of a beer. And sometimes it'll be more, it's very frothy. Most people will use the term actually frothy edematous cone. Sometimes it'll be tinged with a bit of pink discoloration. That's the hemoglobin that you'll see that's backing up. And when you have an individual that, one of the most striking things when you get them open in the autopsy room, which of course we know didn't happen with Tammy.
Right.
One of the most striking things that you notice is that the lungs are very heavy. Our lungs generally, for a woman her size, would probably be, the right lung, of course, has more lobes, has 3 lobes. The left has 2, to accommodate the heart. So let me see if I can get my numbers right. Top end for a woman her size, I would think for the right lung would probably be in the high 400s, maybe. That's under normal configuration. You think about the 3s for the left lung. With congestion, you'll see, and that's in grams, you'll see the heart rate increase significantly, sometimes up to 200 grams per lung. And that's as a result of this kind of backing up that takes place. Now, the question is, what brings about this manifestation?
Right.
Well, with congestive failure, pulmonary failure, some of the things that we look for are going to be instances involving drugs, specifically, in my experience at least, opiates, things like heroin, those types of things. It really slows down the metabolism, breathing becomes very labored, although any kind of opiate like that where you've got an OD. Some people say that cocaine will lead to a congestive failure. I don't know if it's as impactful with the lungs as it is with the heart, but that's for another time. Then you have drowning, which you can imagine just mechanically. You're taking on water into the lungs, and so the lungs become very
like he has so much information to offer, and she's like, let me read my text. Let me count the money. Like,
fluid, lungs back up, they become very heavy. And you'll see when, it's interesting, anytime you take a drowning victim, not every time, but many times when you take a drowning victim out of the water and they've been submerged, it's really kind of, it's fascinating from a scientific standpoint. All of a sudden, you'll see this cone begin to bubble up out of their nose. If you've never seen it before, it's kind of creepy, because the person's dead. And then finally, we come to some type of mechanical asphyxiation or suffocation, where, you'll have an individual that has either been smothered. Smothering generally involves, if you're talking about like a small child, you can smother somebody, or an incapacitated elder, say for instance, you can smother them with your bare hand, place it over the mouth like this. And of course, we think of smothering using a pillow.
Right.
You can also place a bag over someone, and that's not truly a classic smothering. That is what's referred to as an oxygen depletion event, where you place a bag over their head and you're depleting them or depriving them of oxygen, and still you'll get this, pulmonary manifestation like this as well, where you'll have frothy edematous cone. And so you've got a number of things that can develop. Now,
no, she doesn't ask any follow-up. She doesn't give a shit. She's just there to let him talk so she can see what she can, how many more subscribers or how much money she can get off having him on. She's truly not interested in this information, and it's sick. And you know what? What a waste of his skills and his time and his energy to do this.
Once you've cut her loose from the scene or sent her to the mortuary where she subsequently, embalmed and then eventually transported down to Utah from Idaho, you've really lost everything at that point. The only thing, in my estimation, that you might be able to find is, in some cases, you can find petechiae in soft areas, mucoid surfaces around the eyes.
Right, and petechiae could be on Tammy Daybell even after she's been embalmed and been in the ground for the 2 months, right?
Yeah, and let me explain to you how that would work and why embalming would not make that disappear completely. We all learned in probably about the 8th grade, when we started learning a little bit about biological science, we have capillary beds throughout our bodies. And that's kind of where the exchange takes place. We've got arterioles and venules, and they're interlaced like this, okay? And they are vessels. They are vessels for transport of blood. They're not storage holding areas. So that means that they're not created in order to sustain storage of blood. So tension builds up in them.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward.
For the life of me, previously when I managed the position, refuses to sign the death certificate. That then falls on the shoulders of the coroner or the medical examiner. And
look at her, dude. She's like zooted.
So you have to ask this question. If the coroner signs a death certificate,
I'd love to interview him.
Cardiac arrest?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you've got a magic eye and you can see into the future and see into the past and all these sorts of things, some kind of divination where you can kind of, draw these things down out of the atmosphere, you cannot make that determination. I wrote a piece many years ago when Justice Scalia passed away in Texas, in West Texas. Now, Justice Scalia was arguably one of the most powerful men in the nation. Now, he did have cardiac history, but he was out at that hunting camp out in West Texas. Okay. Now, I don't know if your listeners are familiar with the story, but it bears repeating. I'll never forget the Justice of the Peace's name. That is.
What is she doing?
And so, that in and of itself.
At this point, in most cases, they have released the autopsy. Any thoughts on why?
Blue Jay, thank you so much for your super chat. She said, thank you, Jay. I wish I could give more. That's not even necessary. Just hit that like button and be here, Blue Jay. We appreciate you. Thank you. What's up, Slow Sugar?
They would want to keep it this close to their vest. Why would it matter now for them?
Schloothy Goosey. I had so much fun playing music trivia last week. It was so fun.
I don't know. I've laid awake at night thinking about it. I hate to say that I would spend my time laying awake at night thinking about this sort of thing. But
right.
Look at she laughed. She's like, I don't think I lay awake and think about nothing but money.
I've come to the conclusion that the state is using this to probably keep the defense back on their heels. And as soon as they release this is and make it available. I mean, for all I know, the defense.
What is she doing? Look at her. Can you imagine being him and having all this knowledge, talking? Is it tomorrow? It's Thursday, right? Thursdays. I will. It was so fun, you guys. Check out Nerdy Addict. Him and Eva do trivia on Thursdays, and it was so fun. We did music trivia. I was all into it. I don't look at her and look at him. He's like, are you comprehending me?
But I would assume that if they did have it, we would have an awareness of it. Defense attorneys have a real hard time keeping their mouth shut lots of time.
True.
And that's their job. They're mouthpieces. That's what they do. But I think that it's to keep the defense back on their heels. They don't want to show their cards, but at some point in time, discovery rules, it compels them to release it. You have to.
Right.
And as my granddaddy used to say, let the hide come with the hair. And let's see where we stand.
Exactly.
And just know what in the hell's going on, because right now no one does. And maybe it's not for us to know at this point. Maybe this investigation is so fragile. And like I said, there's a matrix that exists with this thing that is, so intertwined that the slightest bumping of this thing could, because, again, I go back, I don't recall, I'm trying to think back. I recall ever covering a case where you got all this multi-jurisdictional involvement, where you got,
I'm very uncomfortable sitting
multiple
here.
states that are involved, the feds are involved. And it goes and it covers all layers, from the lowliest deputy sheriff.
She's
all the way
like,
up
is he
to the
done
Justice
yet?
Department. It's confounding to me.
It really is unbelievable. Everybody, we're talking with Joseph Scott Morgan. Mr. Morgan has been a death investigator, I believe, since the age of 18. Is that correct, or was it a little older?
You always say that.
Oh my God, she said that last time. She's like, you've been doing this since you were 18. He's like, no. Look at him. He's like, you always say that. No, I wasn't 18.
Mr. Morgan has been a death investigator, I believe, since the age of 18. Is that correct, or was it a little
You
older?
always say that.
No, it wasn't 18.
No, I was 20. I was 20 when I did my first autopsy. I assisted my first autopsy, but I was at that time. I was a famous guy named William Eckert, who was a forensic pathologist that a lot of people know of. He actually told me at that time that I was the youngest medical legal death investigation in the country in a major metropolitan area. And the thing about when you're young and you do stuff like that, you're too stupid to know that you're in over your head. So you
you don't realize.
There you go. Yeah.
True Crime Sushi. I actually found one that you're on with Joseph Scott Morgan. I haven't watched it, but True Crime Sushi. So I helped migrate her, meaning Tricia, to StreamYard. She would check chat on her phone instead of the computer. It was a habit she didn't break. Wow.
When you do stuff like that, you're too stupid to know that you're in over your head. So you just,
Exactly. You don't realize. Thank goodness.
There you go. Yeah.
So how was it being 20 years old and doing your first autopsy? Did it shock you? Were you scared?
Being present for my first autopsy was probably, it was shocking. It shocked my senses. But once I got past the smell and the sights and the sounds, because there's sounds associated with it, I was hooked because I've always been a science guy, and I was going to college.
America. It takes a special person to recognize the smell and know they're in their realm. What's up, Shell? Hope you're having a good Tuesday.
It was probably, it was shocking. It shocked my senses. But once I got past the smell and the sights and sounds, because there's sounds associated with it, I was hooked because I've always been a science guy, and I was going to college at the time, and put a lot of my college classroom training on hold to probably enter into the greatest classroom I've ever been in. And I teach now for a living at Jacksonville State, and have taught going on 20 years now in higher ed, and still to this day, I'd say that the morgue is by far the best classroom that I ever had. And I learned more there sitting at the feet of the forensic pathologist, and being in the presence of the dead. I learned more from the dead than I have from the living, for the most part.
I can imagine. And we're going to be talking not briefly, we're going to get into the case of Alex Murdaugh here in just a moment, but a couple of weird questions for you, okay? And I may have asked you this
shot of
before.
tequila and
Very
a nice
possibly.
blunt.
Okay, these are Tricia's weird questions. You ready? Prepare yourself, Joseph, and blink twice if you need help.
What's the weirdest thing that you had happen as a medical investigator? Like just the most strangest thing that made you go, oh, God, that was so weird.
I think probably one of the most, where you have these odd coincidences in life, probably mine that actually, there were two things. Probably the most striking of these was I had a deputy sheriff in New Orleans. I started my career down in New Orleans metro area, Jefferson Parish. I had a guy that, if people remember not Jerry Falwell, but Jimmy Swaggart.
Oh, very much so, right.
The same group of motels where he was going and picking up prostitutes and having sex and all that stuff. It's the same area, Airline Highway. If I have any New Orleans listeners on here, they'll know specifically what I'm talking about. It's a den of thieves. It's a rough area. Anyway, I had a deputy sheriff that locked himself in a room and shot himself, and which is not unusual. You work more suicides for a coroner's office than you ever do homicides. You just don't hear about it unless it's Robin Williams.
Yeah, right.
Suicide is epidemic in our country. It's a horrible thing, and a lot of people, God bless them, have to live with it. And so I worked that case, and in my case, contrary to what you see on television, it's people like me that go out and make notifications. We're trained to do it. That's what we do. And over the course of my career, I did over 2,000 in-person notifications. And I went to the home on the address on the driver's license, and a lady came to the door. She's dressed in a house dress. It was late at night. I badged her, had a deputy with me, said, ma'am, I need to come in. I've got some bad news for you. Verified who she was. Told her son had died. And she started screaming, carrying on, as mamas do. I mean, that's just as anybody does. And, when you leave that scene, you just completely altered the course of a total stranger's life. And it was horrible, but they're all horrible. The last one was just as bad as the first one. 6 months later, I had a young man that was on what they call in New Orleans the neutral ground, which is the same as other people call the median, along a canal. And he was riding a motorcycle, and he had been smoking weed all day. And he caught the guide wire on an electrical line and cut his head off, and a bunch of kids with him.
God.
Of course, she's asking, what's the worst thing you've seen?
And I got I'm examining what remained of him, his head and the rest of his torso. And I pulled out his driver's license. And we're talking, this is pre-Katrina, way pre-Katrina. We're over 1 million people in the metropolitan area. It's a big place. And I went to the address on the driver's license, and it was the same address. And this was the other son. And that happened in a period of 6 months. So you have those little things like that occur. In some families, and I'm sure that many in the audience can identify with this, you live, put it in biblical.
The fake, God, she doesn't have an empathetic bone in her body.
You live the trials of Job many times, and as a death investigator, you stand back and you bear witness to what misery some people live through and what they experience. And death visits this, and most people are not aware of it because most people don't like to talk about death, and they don't like to see these horrible things. Most people don't. And so it's something
Tricia does.
You bury away. And
Tricia loves to see it, but not because she wants to do it for a job, because she doesn't want to have to work.
Probably the thing that probably did the most harm to me as an investigator that I agreed to do was the fact that I was at a Memorial Day celebration by a swimming pool one year at a friend's house who was also had the same occupation as I did, and we were all eating hot dogs and drinking beer and that sort of thing. And we were celebrating, and
it's intentional.
I went on duty. I guess it was a week later, and I got a call from a local hospital from the emergency room, had a motor vehicle accident that occurred, and
oh Lord,
when I took the call from the ER nurse, she gave me the name of the victim as well as his fiancee, and it turned out that it was a fellow and his fiancee that I'd been at this party with. And that's not unusual. You know, you'll have people that touch your life, you know, that, you know, because of death, that's like birth, it happens to everybody. You get touched by it. But the thing about it is, this young guy's name was Lance, and he was best friends with the fellow that was hosting the party. And this fellow had the same job that I did. He worked in the morgue and worked as an investigator. And he called me up. I called him up, told him what had happened, that his best friend had just died in a motor vehicle accident.
Hey, Lindsay.
And could he go tell this man's father, who was a federal judge? And he agreed. He went. He was heartbroken. He called me back later. He was drunk when he called, and he said, "I can't do it." And I was like, "What do you mean you can't do it? You didn't tell the judge?" He says, "No, I told the judge." He says, "I can't do the autopsy." And I made a decision at that point in time that would change the course of my life and change the course of my mind. I went in that next morning, and this fellow who I'd known for several years, who I was good friends with, had been to college football games with, had laughed with, I wound up doing the prosection on his body and the body of his fiancee.
That's really sad. Thank God he's so respectful and such a kind man. And look at her. She's like, tell me what it smelled like. Tell me what it looked like. I don't care if it hurt your emotional health. Look at, she doesn't give a damn.
And it really harmed me to my core. I was probably about 23 or 24 when I did that. And I did it because I wanted to be a friend to my friend who had lost his best friend.
Right.
Gosh, 23, 24 years old. And it changed the course of his life.
Count the money.
I mean, this is a huge story he's telling. I'm so glad I heard this story because it tells a lot about how he got into this. Thank you, Mary Dean, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support.
Good God. She's like, tell me what it looked like.
Right.
But when it was a real emotional scar for me, and you have these little events that occur when you stay around death that long, it touches you, it impacts your life, it impacts everybody else around you. And there's really nobody else, even police officers, that can't identify with it because death investigation is such a unique field. There's not very many of us that do it. And I'm not talking about homicide investigation. I'm talking about true medical legal death investigation where all you deal with are death, either homicide, suicide.
True Crime Sushi says it gets so much worse.
Natural, undetermined, accidental, the five manners. That's all you deal with day in and day out. And there's no getting kitty cats out of the tree, no breaking up domestic disputes. Even with homicide detectives, their focus is not really the body. Their focus is catching a bad guy. My interest begins and ends with the body. And so you do that for a long time. And I was in it for far too long. I paid the price for what I did. And I take full responsibility for that. It's the life that I chose, but it's the only profession that I've ever known. I spent a lot of my time trying to convince my students not to become medical legal death investigators, to pursue something else in forensics, DNA, for instance.
Right.
Because you do pay a price being death's observer.
And I never thought of this until you brought it up. But in every other profession that you mentioned, in law enforcement or DNA or anything, there is a payoff where you make a match, where you find a killer. There are no payoffs.
She did not absorb what he said at all. What is she talking about? Payoffs. He just told a very emotional story. I can't with you, Tricia.
At the end of what you do, other than completing the autopsy, there's no, oh, look, we solved the case. You know, we can tell the family this is happy. We've got something good here. No, there's no big payoff like that.
No, there's really not. And some people take solace. They throw the word around closure a lot. That's nothing more than cocktail party, terminology.
Right.
There is no closure with death. I think that anybody that has had a death of someone that they love, you never forget them. You never truly get closure. Closure is a term that's applied by people that don't really know how else to explain things. It's kind of like when you hear folks say, it's kind of like when you hear folks say things, like you go and you talk to them, and they'll say, well, did they suffer? I'm of the opinion when people say that, they're not so much interested in the way the individual dies. What they're interested in many times, because particularly if you're connected to the person, they see that person's death within their own humanity, and in kind of a roundabout way, they're asking, am I going to suffer? And that's why I have never been able to bring myself to tell anybody, no, they didn't suffer, because it's not my place to do that. I simply try to be as honest with them as I can. I like to say, I don't know. And that's an honest answer, because I don't know. There's nobody that can actually tell us if they suffer. And it's a hard thing. And you want to try to comfort people, and you can, but at what price? And you don't do that through dishonesty.
No,
because
right.
people will find the truth out one way or another.
Yes, they will.
Oh, yes, they will, Tricia. Yes, they will. That means more than you know.
Just to wrap this part up, when you went to tell that poor mother that her other son had died in such a gruesome freak accident, I mean, did she have to be taken to the hospital? I would have. I don't know. I don't know how she could even function.
Yeah, the reaction that I received, listen, a face like this is not going to sell fine men's clothing. All right. So, but when she
really, Tricia,
when she saw me, and this, I've related this story before, when she saw me, there was instantaneous recall on her face, and I didn't say a word, Tricia. She immediately began screaming because my image was burned into her mind. And when I entered her home, this place that's a place of safety, probably where she raised these two kids, and I invaded that space, I scarred her. I had scarred her already, but when I came in that second time, I might as well have been the devil incarnate, because there's only one reason I'm showing up at your house. It's not it's not to bring niceties and platitudes and all of this sort of thing. It's to tell you the worst news in many cases that you'll ever hear. And you don't want to revisit that. But the life of a medical legal death investigator is, and this is what I have a hard time conveying to some people that are removed from it, is you're doing that over and over and over and over again. It's on.
Whoa! She just nodded off.
You're doing that over and over.
Whoa, Tricia. You are so disrespectful.
Over and over and over again. It's on a loop, and the screams are all the same. I've been bitten, I've been punched, I've been kicked, I've been accused of being a murderer, slapped, pushed
People
around.
Just
that's why I'd always bring a deputy with me. Anytime that I was going to do this, because look, it's like I told folks that it's kind of analogous to taking a live grenade and pulling a pin on it and throwing it into a crowded room. You have no idea what's going to happen, the carnage that you're about to unleash on a family. And the thing about it is, death's a very private thing. It's when we celebrate weddings and all that sort of thing, we celebrate weddings. But after a funeral is over with, after mass has been said or service has been performed or whatever the case might be, you're alone with your thoughts at that moment in time.
Look at her.
Most of the time, you're alone.
She did it. She's doing it again. Oh my God. Look at him. He's like, are you still with me? Are you still with me, Tricia?
Been performed or whatever the case might be, you're alone with your thoughts at that moment.
And remember, this is on 1.5. Hold on a second. This is on 1.5. He had to have noticed. This is 4 years ago too. Watch. This is normal speed.
After mass has been said or service has been performed or whatever the case might be, you're alone with your thoughts at that moment in time. And most of the time, you're alone when you find out that someone has passed away. And it's a very personal thing. I mean, it's up there with the most intimate events of your life. And sometimes I think that we're just created that way, that you have to find it within yourself to go through it. My wife and I went through it. We had a child that passed, and he actually passed away in my arms. And
oh my God. Joseph Scott Morgan, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I didn't know he had a baby pass away in his arms. Oh my God, that's so awful. She's so fake.
All that passed, and he actually passed away in my arms. And in one way, I actually notified myself, and it was kind of an odd thing, because one of the things I used to always ask God, when you're kind of bargaining and you're having to go through these hard things, please, anybody that
Happy
shows
Tuesday.
up at my house, if I die,
Chin plant.
please have them extend the same amount or same level of compassion that I've extended, because I always prided myself on that. I didn't care how much they cried. I didn't care how much they went on. I would stay there until they could get on the phone with somebody, or I could find somebody for them. But a lot of people don't have anybody, and it's the loneliest moment in your life. It truly is.
Mm.
Wow, that's very, very compelling, and I'm so sorry about.
That's so compelling.
Your loss and what you do for people when they can sit down and think clearly. I'm sure they appreciate your compassion, because there's no easy way to say that to somebody.
Well, hey, look, I'm not doing it anymore, but if you pray for people, if anybody out there prays for people, just understand right now, out there somewhere, there's some lonely coroner investigator, ME investigator that is doing what I did for over 20 years. They're out there by themselves, and they're delivering these kinds of stories, or this kind of information to people. They're also seeing things that most people in the general public can't even begin to fathom, and they do it all by themselves. They have to document it. We're the historians for death, and we document things other people don't have to do. Most people don't know what it's like to crawl under a house next to a maggot-infested body and have those flies light on your body while you're trying to determine what happened.
Right.
Most people can't identify with that.
No, they can't. Well, we've kept you a long time. I do need to talk to you about Alex Murdaugh, if we can.
Let's go. I'm excited.
Damn, she's like, we've kept you a long time. Look, really? Tricia? He just talked about losing his own child.
Good one. Real quickly, basic outline. Alex Murdaugh's son, Paul, got drunk, had keys to a boat, went to took a bunch of kids on a boat ride, crashed the boat, and a young woman was killed. The family was being sued, and Paul was charged with a vehicular boating type accident charge. His wife, Maggie, we just found out, had a forensic accounting done of the family finances in addition to the law firm. And apparently there were some big issues there. Okay, so also found out that his law firm, it was either his grandfather or great-grandfather started.
I have heard both. I've heard grandfather and great-grandfather.
Oh my
I think
God.
it all depends on who you're referring to. If you're referring to Alex, or if you're referring to Paul, or whomever it might be.
What is she doing?
Point that. I'd go with grandfather, though. I think
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody in the audience knows that.
Yeah, let's go with grandfather. And the Murdaugh family, very respected lawyer family, and high up in society, the whole thing. Well, his law firm was also doing a forensic accounting and found out that there was something pretty untoward going on there. So he's got all of these pressures. And then one day in June this year, his wife and son were killed, murdered. They were each murdered with a different weapon.
My God.
Now, as you well know, you look at who benefits from this murder. Okay. Then a couple of weeks ago, he's out on a lonely road, and shockingly, he gets shot in the head. But it's an easy wound, and he's going to be fine. And you think, okay, who would do that? Well, if you didn't think that Alex Murdaugh had anything to do with the death of his wife and his child, you would think, oh my gosh, they're trying to kill the whole Murdaugh family. I think that's what Alex Murdaugh was trying to get people to think. But again, he would benefit if people thought that somebody was trying to kill him. He has since resigned. The state has, from his law firm, but I'm sure they're getting ready to boot him. And the state has suspended his law license, and he is going into rehab for opiate addiction. So
maybe you need to join him. Maybe you need to join him, weirdo.
That is really the bare bones of this case. Now, do you know anything about the injury that he suffered, that Alex Murdaugh suffered on that lonely road with the flat tire, which they say now the tire was punctured with, it looked like a screwdriver, I believe, is what I read. So do I have the facts wrong? If I do, please.
No. I mean, in very broad strokes, you're absolutely right. There's so much to tell here. There's so much background information, but I think, and like I said, I was just on Court TV with Benny Politan, and we were discussing this case. It's had me fascinated for a while. I covered it when with Ashley Banfield, I think, on News Nation when the executions took place, and they were executions
of Maggie and Paul.
One interesting bit that I did hear over the weekend, though, and I don't know if anybody can confirm this, there was language that came out, and maybe somebody can verify this for me. There was language that came out relative to Paul and Maggie's body in a police report. And bodies rather, that they use the term dumped or placed as opposed to marched out there and shot.
Right.
And for me, and I don't know if that is accurate or not, but if it is, it puts even a different complexion on the nature of their deaths out there at that dog kennel. And I heard something for the first time tonight. We were on air and I was listening. They played, Court TV played the original 911 call from Alex, and I know that we've all heard it, but you can actually hear those dogs barking in the background. And I was thinking, wow, can you imagine what if those dogs could speak, what they had borne witness to?
Right.
I know that's a ridiculous assertion, but you begin to think there, and you hear them, howling in the background and whatnot. It really resonated with me tonight when I heard, because I've listened to that tape so many times now. But I think as far as this latest manifestation with Alex, one of the things I'm very curious about is there. This is a
dude.
What's her first?
She is so disengaged. Oh, let's skip forward. I can't take it. We've got another one that's going to be good.
These
with Stacy and Tricia and him.
Graze wounds. If it's
hey, Glass.
In an immediate area, the skin will actually have this kind of dried, crinkled appearance. Can give it the appearance of almost bacon. But that requires an intense heat.
Right.
And you're not going to be. I can't think of any instrument other than I don't know, some type of heating element. Like an iron or something you could do that with. But I think that it would be very, very difficult to mask that.
Right.
Because irons have a very specific pattern.
Sure.
Carrie
Lynn Dillman asked, do you have to have a doctorate to be a death investigator? And do you recommend it as a career? You answered the second question earlier, but go ahead and tell us. Do you have to have a doctorate?
No, you do not.
What do you have to become a death investigator?
Well, to be a medical legal death investigator, we have a national organization that is called the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators. And I was one of the people that designed the original curriculum. I'm no longer a member because I'm not practicing any longer.
Right.
We had two certifications, a registry certification, which is, if you think about, it's the equivalent, the test is about the equivalent of saying being an LPN. And then you have board certified diplomate, which I was one. I was one of the first 200. I was number 27. That's kind of like the level of RN, and you have to have another. I think it's in order to be eligible to sit for that, you have to have 6,000 hours.
Like cleaning out tubs to fill up her own greedy bowl.
Okay, hold on. We got a cooter chat from Nick. Let me replay it.
With Websleuths, cash is the goal, and Trish is the biggest grift troll. She drains all the subs, like cleaning out tubs, to fill up her own greedy bowl.
Thank you for the poem, Nick, and thank you for the cooter chat.
Beyond your registry certification, working full time to be eligible to sit for that board, and it's pretty rigorous, and so. But yeah, and then in addition to that, I've got a graduate degree in forensic science, a master's in forensic science.
So, would you recommend anybody be a death investigator? Really?
You use caution. I've got children. I tell them no, I don't want them to do it. Period. And they've been around it their entire lives ever since they were little. And it's not something that that I would recommend. Anybody. And if you do, you should not go into it lightly. Understand. And because there's a lot of kids. I have kids that come to college and they'll see me on television or they'll read Blood Beneath My Feet or hear me doing commentary or be in my classes, and they'll say, Professor Morgan, I want to do precisely what you did for a living. And that's all fine and good, and everybody's made differently. I can't take my experience and say that it's going to wind up just like it did for me.
Right.
All I can do is testify to what my experience was. And so there's a need, certainly in our country for highly qualified medical legal death investigators, but it is not something that anyone should enter into lightly, because it's a burden that most people are not prepared to bear, or when they get into it they say, oh my God, what have I gotten into?
Yes, I can imagine that happen.
Oh, you can imagine. No, you can't.
Judy Iser-Herod wants to know about Alex Cox. We talked about Alex Cox. This is Lori Daybell's brother, the one that died of natural causes.
Oh my God.
Most people don't believe that it was natural causes. It was made to look like natural causes, and that's all you can go by. But from what you know about the case, I guess you have to go by what the autopsy says, but do you think it really was natural causes, or was it something made to look like natural causes? Or do
I don't
you
know. You know, I've explored the idea that was it some kind of some kind of exotics. I think that his cause of death was listed as pulmonary emboli.
Embolism, yeah.
And which is, it does naturally occur. You know, you do have it. It's not the most common cause of death, I have to say. Are there agents out there that could be applied to manifest this? I don't know of any off the top of my head. I think that a lot of people that throw what are referred to as PEs, pulmonary emboli, you know, you'll have people that are warned, like for travel. You know, you're not supposed to sit for protracted periods of time and throw a PE from that. You'll also have them with people that, for instance, break bones, major bones like femurs. There's a risk for PEs with that. There's any number of different manifestations. I just don't know what type of agent could have been applied to him that would have brought this about. And I'm pretty sure that they did a relatively thorough job with his examination, not just from a
she's bored out of her mind
standpoint, but also from a histological standpoint, because if they made the diagnosis of PE, that means that they took microscopic sections, they looked at all of the tissues under a microscope. Unless the police can develop something else that's going to.
Okay, I got to move on to the next one because this is getting on my nerves. Is this when she lived in Texas, guys, or is she in a cabin? Okay, let's see how she wraps this up.
One of the biggest monsters that I've covered, and I don't know how.
Hey, at the end of the day,
hell, they did not compel him to it's called allocution, to allocute before court,
right?
And make him say precisely what he had done. Yeah.
I don't know either. That's a mystery that we'll have to probably live with forever. I said that was the last question. I lied. When I lie about good things. So I'm going to leave on a more happy note here.
Sure you do.
A dear friend of mine wants to know, Mr. Morgan, please give a History Channel recommendation. You know, what would you recommend to watch on the History Channel? Because there's so much there, and she's a big History Channel buff. Would love to know.
Is she talking about Beth B? Because she read her phone. A dear friend of hers has a question. She's been in Dallas since 2020. Okay. This is the second apartment house in Dallas. Thank you, True Crime Sushi.
All right, you've opened up the box now, and it's not the History Channel I watch. I actually get my history off of YouTube.
Oh, okay.
My favorite go-to out of everybody on the History Channel is a guy called the History Guy.
Okay.
And I absolutely love watching this man because.
Can I ask though why she's asking Joseph Scott Morgan for History Channel recommendations?
Because he is a true lover of history, and he does it in about 13 to 14 minute segments on very obscure histrionics. I thoroughly enjoy his program and watch it. I get alerted every time he drops a new video. So that's my recommendation.
What's his name?
It's his show. His program is called The History Guy. And if you get a chance, make sure that you check him out. And he is absolutely fantastic. Real salt of the earth kind of guy that comes up with some of the most obscure facts. And he collects historic hats. And you'll see them on the wall behind him, and he'll change them out. And because you're a cat lover, you'll love him because he's always got his cat climbing up in his lap.
Oh, I adore that. That's a smart man. Very smart man. Joseph Scott Morgan, the author of the book, The Blood Beneath My Feet. I've been putting the Kindle/ebook link up there. I'll put it in the description as well. And Joseph Scott Morgan, we can see you on Court TV, also on Nancy Grace's podcast. So many comments in chat saying, thank you, sir. Thank you for all you do.
One more thing. I am going to be having a major announcement coming up within the next couple of weeks, and I would love if you'll have me back, and I'll give you guys a preview of what it's all about.
Absolutely, to plan on it. Oh,
and have me back on, and I'll reveal what's upcoming. I think that you guys will be, hopefully you will be quite interested. And also, if you get a chance, I was part of one of the #1 podcasts in the country.
Yes.
The Pike County Massacre. Please go back and listen to Pike County Massacre, and I was featured in season 2. So
I will put that in the
we'd
description
love
as well.
to have you guys come and listen to us.
Absolutely. And congratulations on that. That is a huge feat considering there are tens of thousands of podcasts. So congratulations. We'll put the link to that in the description as well. And Joseph Scott Morgan, I will contact you right after I'm done here and we'll set up the date and it will be done, sir. Okay. Thank you.
You take care. Be kind to each other. All right.
Absolutely.
Take care.
You too now.
See
Bye
y'all.
bye.
All right. Bye bye.
Oh, don't you just love him? I love him. Absolutely love him. And thank you very much. Is it Angry Mimi? Lives in North Dallas. Thank you for such a great show. Thank you, Angry Mimi. And thanks to Levi K for the super chat. Thank you, my dear. I didn't get a chance to tell you thank you. I hope you're still here.
Isn't a Mimi a grandma? Angry Mimi. You sound like a really fun grandma. Never have I ever been called Angry Mimi. Ever.
Cat H. Okay, yeah. Says, what did he do to Nico? We're talking about Chris Watts. Nico was a little boy that Shanann was carrying. It's just the fact that he killed her and buried her, it killed him. I think that's what he was referring to. Oh, good. Thank you, moderators, for removing some of those things. Oh, my God. Just cracks me up, people. Okay, it's the history guy. I'm gonna find him and put him in.
Beware of armadillos.
In the description of the show tonight. So anyway, hold on one second. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I mean just break out in song there. But my life is like a musical. That's how I live every day. I wake up,
Just
sing
a
my
shot of
dance.
tequila and a nice blunt.
Total lie. Okay, there was one other question. I'm trying to find it. Thank you, Kevin Palmer. There is no mayo. People, stop it. There's no mayonnaise in this house. None.
What is it then?
Hold on here.
What?
Well, now I can't find it.
We see it.
Kevin Palmer, there is no mayo. People, stop it. There's no mayonnaise in this house. None.
What? No, Scrappy's still alive. Scrappy was just eating Athie's ass last night, remember? Or Athie was eating Scrappy's ass last night. Why is she saying there's no mayo? We see the mayo.
Thank you, Kevin Palmer. There is no mayo. People, stop it. There's no mayonnaise in this house. None. Hold on here. Well, now I can't find it. The mods, yes. Ping had something come up tonight, and so the other mods have stepped in. Love and
Ping had something come up tonight. What could Ping had possibly come up tonight?
Coco, Insightful One, and
Insightful One was a mod then.
I think that. Oh, Ping is here! Yay! Hi, Ping. I mean, Ping never takes a night off, so when he said he wasn't going to be able to be here, I was like, I get it, but I will deduct his pay, people. It's only fair.
Cheapers.
Oh, Insightful One says, tell everyone to watch Poisonous Liaisons. Absolutely. In fact, let me make a note because I will forget if I don't write down. And by the way, somebody asked me if I have this notebook and if it has witches, like recipes in it. No, but somebody sent that. I think you can get these on Amazon. A friend of mine has sent me them, and I love them. They're so fun to write in. So, okay. History guy, link. God, if I don't write this down, I will forget. Link, podcast link. Set up interview for announcement. Ow, I shouldn't be writing. I should have my sling on. I just
sling?
I just forgot because I don't feel the pain anymore. I shouldn't say I don't feel the pain anymore. I feel the.
Oh shit! She's supposed to be wearing a sling, but she doesn't feel the pain anymore. Hence the freaking knot off. Okay, it all makes sense.
Pain terribly so, but a lot of the time I don't, and I start to do something, and then it comes back, and I know that's why I should be wearing my sling, and I promise I'll wear it soon. But otherwise, I can walk around like this, like I'm just getting ready to say the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think that's a good thing, people. It's patriotic. Okay, let me see. Do you mind if I sit here with my hand over my left chesticle or whatever? My left chesticle or whatever. My left lung, let's call it.
What?
Left chesticle or whatever. My left My left lung, let's call it that. Okay, there we go.
Chesticle?
Oh, thank you. Somebody sent me the link. Thank you, darling, 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 for doing that. I'll put that up in chat right now. Thank you. You are very sweet. Thank you very much. And I hope that is a good recommendation for you, my friend. Here is the history guy. Put this up in chat right now, and I'll put it up in the description as well. There we go. Oh, Bridget Porter, I did something really stupid that nobody should do. I tried to do yard work. Yard work,
oh my God,
exercise, and camping. 3 very dangerous things that I don't do anymore. I tried to trim my own hedges. This is international for trimming hedges. And felt fine when I did it, no problem. The next morning I woke up a little sore, and then it just went nuts. It was so painful last week that I was going to die. It's much better, but I do need to keep it immobilized. Really, I mean, oh, that's the other thing. Everyone, I am so sorry. I forgot to cover the family that they think might have been killed by algae. They went out for was it a day hike? You know what? If you will hang on, give me just a moment. I will find the story that I was going to read you last night. I am so sorry, everybody. I got off and I had promoted it, and then I went, well, duh, you didn't do that, you big clipping dummy. Okay, hold on.
What?
Here we go. Oh, hold on. Oh, God. I have a Google alert set up for my name, Tricia Griffith, and I panic when I get a Google alert.
Oh, my gosh. She has Google alerts set up for herself to see if anybody, oh, my God. She's monitoring her own name. She has Google alerts set up for Tricia Griffith. Who does that? I have Google alerts set up for cases, but for myself? Wow, you must really be expecting some bad shit to surface. Oh my God, Tricia. Telling on herself constantly.
Jeepers. Oh, hold on. Oh, God. I have a Google alert set up for my name, Tricia Griffith, and I panic when I get a Google alert for Tricia Griffith. It's actually an old one. And the CEO of that nation, what's the insurance with Flow? The CEO of that is a woman named Tricia Griffith. And I wrote her once and I said, so if you get alerts on your name and you get an alert for Tricia Griffith and it's about somebody talking about some bloody horrific murder, that's me. And I'm sorry.
She contacted a lady with the same name?
Sorry. So hang on here. Oh, here it is. Okay.
What?
There it is. You know, I got to use this hand. I can't do this with my.
Oh my God. What was the leakage? She has Google alerts set up for herself. Listen.
Oh, hold on. Oh, God. I have a Google alert set up for my name, Tricia Griffith, and I panic when I get a Google alert for Tricia Griffith. It's actually an old one. And the CEO of
oh my God,
that nation, what's the insurance with Flow? The CEO of that is a woman named Tricia Griffith. And I wrote her once and I said, so if you get alerts on your name and you get an alert for Tricia Griffith and it's about somebody talking about some bloody horrific murder, that's me. And I'm sorry. So hang on here. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, the CEO of Progressive has the same name, but she reached out to her.
There it is. You know, I got to use this hand. I can't do this with my
left hand. Oh, my God.
Let's do this really quick. Really, really quick. Let me put this in chat, and then I'll put this in the discussion room. Whoa, wait, stop. Whoa, what the heck? Stop. No, stop. Okay, YouTube, this is not my fault. I came to this page, and it just started doing this. There we go. Okay. I always get in trouble with YouTube. They don't like me. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, this. Here we go. Here's the link to the article. And this is why I don't go camping, and I'm not trying to be flippant. That, and I almost got killed by grizzly bears once. You know, go camping, but go to the Marriott. Put up a pup tent. Okay? Have a little, have some pre-stuff that's already barbecued. That's camping. It's the same thing. Don't go out in the wilderness. It's too dangerous. People.
Hey, body.
Okay, this now, if you are camping or out in the wilderness and you see algae and it's in kind of a warm river, don't go near that water, okay? Because it's called algal blooms that can produce toxins that can make pets and people extremely sick. And they're thinking this is what killed a California family, all right? And that is just so frightening. The federal government temporarily closed public access. I almost said a word that would have been really weird. Closed public access. I almost said a word that would have been really weird. Access on Friday to parts of the Merced River, where a family of 3 and their dog mysteriously died last month after toxic algae were recently found in the water. The move by the U.S. Department of Interior comes after the U.S. Forest Service temporarily closed down the trail. And good Lord, I swear to God, I have not taken my muscle relaxers. What? The move by the U.S. Department of the Interior.
Okay, tell us you took your muscle relaxers without telling us you took your muscle relaxers.
Service temporarily closed down the trail. And good Lord, I swear to God, I have not taken my muscle relaxers. The move by the U.S. Department of the Interior comes after the U.S. Forest Service temporarily closed down the trail that the family was hiking on earlier this week due to, quote, unknown hazards found in and near the Savage Lundy Trail, end quote. The deaths of Jonathan Garish and his wife Ellen and their 1-year-old daughter and their dog in mid-August has baffled investigators. The family went hiking on a Sunday when temperatures reached as high as 109 degrees, according to the Mariposa County Sheriff's Office. When the dad didn't show up for work on Monday, a friend reported them missing, and their bodies were found on the Savage Lundy Trail the next morning, about 1.5 miles from their car, with no clear cause of death. The Savage Lundy Trail runs through an area of the Sierra National Forest known as Devil's Gulch, ending at the South Fork Merced River. The Bureau of Land Management said Friday that toxic algal blooms were detected in the Merced River. Quote, those algal blooms can produce toxins that can make people and pets extremely sick, unquote. BLM Motherlode Field Manager Elizabeth Myers-Shields said in a statement Friday, we will continue to monitor for the algae's presence and look forward to when the public can safely recreate at the Merced River. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife warned hikers in July not to swim, wade, or allow their pets to enjoy the water due to potentially harmful algal blooms in the South Fork Merced River.
Rosanna.
They're still waiting for toxicology reports, and the Bureau of Land Management says the closure order will be in effect until September 17th or until conditions change. So again, people, if you're on a hike with your dog,
Blue Jay,
the dog, sees water, they're going to run to it. That's why you always got to take water for your dog. But it sounds like this family could have simply waited in this water, and it may have killed them. I know that that algal bloom, extremely toxic. I've heard about it before. And don't ever go to Glacier National Park and sign a release form saying you will not sue if bears eat you alive, and then let your boyfriend at the time convince you that, he knows everything about backpacking into the wilderness, into the backwoods, and bringing your own food and water, and it will be fine. Because said boyfriend will forget to check the weather reports, and you'll get stuck high up in grizzly country where they tell you do not go outside of your tent at night because grizzlies will eat you. What? We got stuck up there, but good thing we didn't have a tent. Didn't have to worry about it, except it was snowing, and then it was raining hard. And I closed my eyes and started to see bright colors, and I knew that meant hypothermia. And I turned to my boyfriend, ready to kill him, and he just said, we got to get out of here.
Wait, what? This turned into her story? She was seeing colors? Girl, you were on some LSD or some shit. What is she talking about?
And I closed my eyes and started to see bright colors, and I knew that meant hypothermia. What? And I turned to my boyfriend, ready to kill him, and he just said, we got to get out of here. So we left all our camping gear. And I've told you the story before. We had bear bells. We're ringing them, walking down this. It was 4 miles straight up. So now we're going straight down, and we are soaking wet and freezing. And we just kept singing. We got to keep moving. We got to keep making noise. And I'll never forget that. It's in my head. I'm going to record it. I'm going to put beats behind it. It'll be a hit. But went down there. The rangers, they were wonderful to us. They said that we were lucky. We could have died. And what the hell were you going there without a tent? And ask him. So anyway,
she was on psychedelics.
Go back up there. Well, they had people on them to go back up and get our stuff. And they said when they went up there, it looked like a maniac, not a bear, but somebody had been through all of our stuff and had thrown it all over the place. It was weird.
Oh my
So that's why
God.
I don't go camping. Okay.
A woo woo.
This is why I don't do yard work, and I don't exercise because a barbell can fall on my head. And even though my skull is extremely thick, it could cause problems.
What?
So I walk a lot. I walk whenever I'm on the phone, which is 90% of my life. I walk. I don't sit, and that's how I keep my svelte, pear-shaped figure. Ow. Okay, let me check in with chat, and then we're going to head out. Let's see. The that's so perfect, Aquahoma says, people in sleeping bags in bear country, in the wilderness, are bear tacos. That's right. I was just going to be a trip to Taco Bell for, Greta the Grizzly. So, absolutely. Thank you, Kim Holmes. No, that really did turn me off.
What?
That whole thing. And right, Anna, you have to worry about Bigfoot, legitimate things that improve.
He's a wackadoodle.
Big
A
worry.
wackadoodle.
I know Aldo's Law. I've got to get the sling on. I will, I promise. Hi, Glamorous Girl. Oh, thank you, Gina Jennings. Yeah, Joseph Scott Morgan is always so fantastic. And I love how he explained the bullet that most likely they were talking about that hit Alex Murdaugh and how it grazed him. And I'm gonna line up where he starts talking about that and put that link everywhere because I think that's very important for people to hear. So there we go.
Oh my God! How do people watch this?
Oh my gosh! Anna has a mailman in this one. Tells about a mailman in one town that is hit by lightning twice. Yikes! Dee Dee, I need to go get more eye drops. I have to do that, and I will. I don't have insurance. Someday when I grow up, I'll be able to afford insurance.
Oh
but
my
I need
God.
an ophthalmologist, and I will. I'll do that definitely.
What? Maybe someday I'll be a grown up. Maybe you should get a job.
I have to do that, and I will. I don't have insurance. Someday when I grow up, I'll be able to afford insurance. But I need an ophthalmologist, and I will. I'll do that definitely. Aldo's Law says, well, if you draw a circle in the ground and stay inside, bears won't attack you, right? Exactly. Tell that to people you don't like. Exactly, Marilyn Landis. Joseph Scott Morgan explains things in ways we can understand. And when he was telling that story about how having to notify families and what it did to him, you could tell, even talking about it, it's probably 30 years ago, even talking about it, you could see his heart was breaking.
Oh, shut up.
He is really, truly a great guy. He really is. Oh, thank you, Gene. Panic. I try. Oh my gosh, I Hate Chocolate says, Ping passed. He needs a raise now. He passed his final exam. I'll give him 20% of what he's getting now. I think that's very fair and very flipping generous of me, I might say.
Really? 20%?
And Alcorn, thank you for the super chat, my dear. Says, such an informative and interesting discussion. He is the best. And he's going to come back on in a couple of weeks or several weeks with a great announcement. I can't wait to hear what it is.
Hi, Crusha.
Bear tacos. I'm gonna write I ended up marrying the guy and divorcing, but we're still friends. I'm gonna write him. I'm gonna say, do you realize when we did that before you were married, you were just making me a bear taco?
She married him? What? How many times has she been married?
Bear tacos. I'm gonna write I ended up marrying the guy and divorcing, but we're still friends. I'm gonna write him. I'm gonna say, do you realize when we did that before you were married, you were just making me a bear taco? Dang you, mister.
She's got more than one
husband?
ex-husband?
I didn't dump him. I know.
Body.
Moonsore, I have had some very bizarre things happen. Twin Mom 2011, the family that they found dead, maybe since it was so hot, they just went in the river and splashed their faces. That's all it can take. So.
What? Quinn, I've only found evidence of one and no evidence of a divorce.
If they died of heat stroke, they'd be able to tell that. So, Lori Miller, who am I dating? Nobody. And I like it that way. Although, oh God, I got to tell you, my poor neighbor, he tries to be nice to me, and I'm just like a lunatic. So I think I already told you that story. Never mind.
Tell us again. What about your neighbor? The one that screams at you? You've heard her say no more marriages?
Carnage Street says, I hope you dumped him. No, I married him. I did. So, Ping, what did you pass? And don't give me
kidney
one of your
stone,
answers,
maybe?
I came up with about 3 of them. So, I want the serious one. Oh, Lee Vogel, I actually have recorded that story, and it's in, if you go to my YouTube channel and click on this YouTube channel, click on videos, you should be able to
Kelly
see it.
Barrison. Q&A with Tricia.
Exactly, Weird Mom. Ping, where are you? I want to say congratulations. I saw you here, and then you went away. So, can somebody post in chat, please, what Ping did? Hi, Peekaboo Cockatiel. Yes, Mr. Morgan is such a sweet, compassionate, and interesting man.
Cockatiel?
I agree 100%. If somebody could post in chat what Ping passed. Ping passed a test. Okay. What test?
Yeah, what test? What?
Oh, thank you, Kendra.
Pubes made last night's stream private. Apparently it was a doozy. What a puss.
Okay, Ping says, pass my final subject for incident response teams for cyber incidents. It was a report. Congratulations, Ping.
Wait, what?
Tell you, Ping is.
He passed what?
Teams for cyber incidents. It was okay. Bing says, pass my final subject for incident response teams for cyber incidents. It was
incident response team for cyber incidents. What is he doing? I'm dead serious. What is Ping doing? What is incident response teams for cyber incidents?
It was a report. Congratulations, Ping. You guys, I got to tell you, Ping is so flipping smart, and he doesn't, brag about it. Although he should. He has helped me with so much stuff just over the phone or in an email. Stuff I have no clue. So he's brilliant. Doesn't surprise me that he passed the test. Congratulations, my dear. That's wonderful. Not incent. What did you say? I thought that's what you said. Hold on. Oh, incident. Oh, you wrote incident. Okay. Pass my final subject for incident response teams for cyber incidents. Got it. I didn't know what incident was, and I was too embarrassed to admit it. So I just acted like it was a real thing. Congratulations, my dear. That is wonderful. I mean that.
Okay.
Yes, Marianne. I married him.
She made an outfit for the haunted doll mannequin?
Love and Coco. I knew somebody would come up with that.
Sounds like some dark web shit.
Just want to make sure. Oh, Tia's court tomorrow, Lee Vogel says. Letitia, really? I better check that out.
Yeah, he's okay. He just had to do some interviews with Tricia
Yes,
Body.
and your twin mom 2011. Thank you. Hi, and welcome to all the new people in chat and to the people that have joined the channel and will be making a monthly donation. Thank you very, very much. And for everybody that made donations in PayPal, be sure and remember to put your username, because I don't want to use your real name, and that way I can say thank you. Okay. So thank you all for your support. You guys have been fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna head out now, and Ping, you go celebrate, my dear. Cookies on me. You can go $10 Australian, not above $10. We'll make it 5. I'm very proud of you, Ping. Okay, everybody, and Love and Coco and Insightful One, thank you all for coming tonight.
Insightful.
And helping. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll check in and see if there's anything legitimately new with Summer Wells, and we'll go from there. Maybe there'll be some news on Alex Murdaugh. We'll have to wait and see. Okay? I'm going to go take my muscle relaxer and flipping relax. So
you already did. Oh, my God. Okay, here's the next one. This one's going to be good. Look, we both have... thank you, Mary Dean. We both have headbands on. Except I think hers is upside down, and it looks like it came with the shirt. So I I don't know what Joe Scott Morgan is thinking when he joins these panels. This guy has so much class. But now we've got a cat tree. The Mayo's gone. Enter cat tree. And this is 2023. Yes, the insightful one has joined the panel. All eyes on Delphi basically means you investigate network breaches, viruses. Gray should hire him because disc picks or it didn't happen, Gray. He truly is the nicest man. And Body, we just watched an interview where he was telling her about, I had no idea he had a child pass away, a baby. And he was telling her about how his baby died in his arms. And she was like, yeah, really?
Hey, everyone. Welcome to Websleuths.
Whoa. Jesus. Hold on. Let me turn that down a little bit.
YouTube Live. My name is Tricia Griffith. I am the proud owner of Websleuths.com, the best true crime discussion forum in the universe. And tonight, I am so excited. We have not only Insightful One, but the amazing Joseph Scott Morgan. How are you doing today, sir?
Very well. How about you guys? Good to see all my friends with Websleuths.
Oh, thank you. And everybody, you got to check out Joseph Scott Morgan's podcast called Body Bags. It's like shot to practically #1 all over the world. I know that may not be quite true, but I'm just going to say it because that's how I feel. So it is an amazing podcast. Just type in Body Bags. You can watch it on iHeart. You can watch it on Apple or listen to it. It's been a crazy ride because it's so successful, right?
It truly is, and I'm very fortunate. Had a lot of support, and I'm very pleased. We're 2 episodes per week, and I think probably in November we're going to 3 episodes per week. And my plan right now is to do recent cases on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then every Friday I'm going to have a forensic Friday, and we'll be doing historic cases, and also I'll be giving little abbreviated lectures about things that I find of interest in
who's Marilyn,
forensics, and maybe do a little teaching, talk about all things forensics. So, and they could vary. It can do one of the best received episodes that I have had, and certainly my mother loved it. We did Julius Caesar's autopsy, and that was and it was the first recorded autopsy in history, and so that was a lot of fun. So we'll do more stuff like that, but I try to stay with adjudicated cases, stuff that's recent, and it's been a wild ride. It really has. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Good. Well, it's just getting better and better. Joseph Scott Morgan has been a death investigator. Oh gosh, he started at 18 years old. He knows his stuff. And tell us what you're doing now.
He did not start at fucking 18. He started at 20. You say it every time. You introduce him the wrong way every time. He did not start at 18. Even we know this. And he's not even our guest. Stop. Look at him. He's like, I'm not even correcting her anymore. There's no point.
Good.
And her producer just sits there. Ribbit. 2023.
Well, it's just getting better and better. Joseph Scott Morgan has been a death investigator. Oh gosh, he started at 18 years old. He knows his stuff. And tell us what you're doing now. You are a professor, correct?
Yeah. I teach at Jacksonville State University in Jacksonville, Alabama, not Florida. We're here in the beautiful foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm the distinguished scholar of applied forensics, and married. My bride has just retired from public education. I'm glad she survived. My son is a junior at my university, and I'm the proud grandpa of two youngins. So, and my daughter lives over in Georgia, and we get to see them regularly. So that's what I'm all about. But yeah, it's been a wild ride this year. Thus far, CrimeCon was a huge success. I was speaking to 3,200 people, and all of a sudden, Ethan Chapin's mother came.
I saw that. Oh my gosh!
And that was quite interesting. I didn't know that was coming. I think a lot of people thought that was planned. Had a little AV problems in it, but it was. I tried to be as respectful as I could, given the topic, because I'm forensic.
He did. He literally said, "Fuck it, it's not even worth it." She's horrible.
But yeah, that was certainly an adventure, and our head's still spinning.
Well, I'll tell you, there was no doubt in anybody's mind that I talked to that was planned. That looked absolutely. The look on your face was total surprise, but you, of course, handled it graciously and with compassion, as you always do. So I'm sure she appreciated that as well. Okay, I know you don't have much time because you've been going a billion miles an hour today. So one of the things that everybody wants to talk about, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on this because Ping the router, after this show, he's going to be talking about it and go more deep.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I said sure. Yeah.
Okay, great.
He's like, ping the what? Ping the router?
We finally, supposedly, found out what happened to Natalie Holloway today. Your Vandersloot has finally confessed. It was a very gruesome confession. He said that he basically beat her to death. He didn't say he raped her, but do you believe him, and do you think he raped her too?
Well, there was certainly a precursor to sexual assault. She tried to thwart his unwanted advances. I just got off of Court TV with Vinny just a moment ago, and we were talking about it, and it kind of broke down like this. He is saying that they were on a walk on the beach, and he kissed her. And this is his quote. This is his quote, not me. He said, I started feeling her up, kissed her again, and they were laying in the sand. And that's when, according to his statement, such as it is, she kneed him in the crotch. He responded by rising, apparently, because he says, then I kicked her in the head. And he, at one point in time, apparently implied that she may have been deceased at that time. He went
Did you
over
get
and grabbed
blocked,
a cinder block
Bloom?
that was there adjacent to where they were. And, you know, I say it plainly, he essentially crushed her head with it, hit her in the face. He alluded to the idea that her face was collapsed, I guess. And I don't know how he assesses that in the dark, but, you know, that's what happened. And then probably the toughest thing for me to understand the dynamics of is the fact that he claims that he walked her body out into the surf and then let her disappear, you know, into the surf. And probably most of us that are here right now have been.
I love that body.
You know how surf works.
Right.
You got to get out of ways. You know, how did she not come back in? But you know, according to that, and
He's like one of the best people in true crime. Like as far as the professionals, like I said earlier, like he never says anything out of turn. He never says anything that comes across gross. He doesn't find joy in essay. You know, like some of these people, they get all giddy when people get essayed and they can talk about it. Or like Tricia, she loves talking about bad things that happen to children. It's just gross.
That was a big change because the thought was that he had been on a boat, and he mentioned his dad got a boat. Then he mentioned the two brothers that he's associated with had gotten a boat. He never owned a boat apparently. So more information I think is coming out in the next few days. But it was the beautiful thing about today is
Nick.
that, you know, I was standing right there with Beth as she was, you know, I was adjacent to her as she was giving. I think I put photos.
Look at Tricia nodded again. Look, watch her.
Was, you know, I was adjacent to her as she.
She's like, what? You were standing next to Beth Holloway? Oh, I mean, he's standing next to the mother of Natalie Holloway, and he's telling the story, and she's nodding off. Jay, we will have a rum and coke with him at CrimeCon together. Yes! Yay! That's what I want. That is my goal. I love that. Thank you, buddy. That will be amazing. He's so impressive.
She was giving. I think I put photos up on my up on my Twitter, and I know I've got one on my Instagram right now where I've got a view of her in front of the bank of microphones, and you could see I've been on air with Beth over the years, and for the first time she looked joyful. And if nothing else comes out of it today, I think I'd rather focus on her as opposed to
she
him,
does,
because he's a scumbag. I mean, he brutally killed.
Insightful. Insightful one shows her face. You're kidding. She does? By accident? Don't get me excited if that's not true.
In Peru, we know that this indwelled within him. And, you know, my understanding is he almost killed his brother. So, you know, and Lord only knows who else he's done this to.
Right. I mean, he could have bodies all over the place. And to me,
terrible.
it's still shocking that his dad and mom, but mostly his father, jumped in so quickly to defend him and to do whatever he could to keep him out of jail. His father has since passed away. He passed away quite young of a heart attack.
Yeah.
But I don't understand a parent that would do that. I just don't get it.
What I'm hoping for right now, and this is the only thing I'll say about him any further, is that I'm hoping finally that the clouds will clear in the minds of those people in Aruba, because he has admitted now that he killed her in Aruba, and they'll file charges. That's what I'm hoping. You know,
They should. There's no excuse.
That he will. You know, and they've gotten a real black eye over this, and it's almost like they. You know, but the dad's gone, and he was a judge, so he had a lot of political weight, probably. You know, who knows? But I'm just hoping that this will be an impetus. Maybe Beth doesn't want it to go any further. I can't speak for her, but I think a lot of us would like to see his feet put to the fire down there.
Oh, absolutely. Ashley Higgins said that Beth said they went from victim to victor. And
Hold on. Thank you for subscribing, Laura B. Miami PD.
Sure, she was relieved that.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's very cool. Yeah.
That finally this monster admitted to the horror that he did to her daughter. And Candy Williams brought up something, a cinder block on a beach. Is that what he said? A cinder block?
Yeah, it was a cinder block. And I've already been asked this question: let me get the phraseology right. Would there have been evidence there on the beach? Yeah, in the short term. You know, as we all know.
Does she really show herself?
I love the beach. I've got my favorite beach I like to go to. However, we all know also that the beach is a harsh environment, and you've got surf that's always crashing on shore. So with that said, if there was a cinder block there that had any biological evidence, you would have had to have gotten to that within the first few days. And also any kind of skeletal evidence that would have been left behind as a result of the immediate trauma and gotten to in the first few days. There's all kinds of scavengers. So that would have diminished pretty quickly. And you know, I don't know that we could ever determine if I don't think that there would be any reclaiming of her remains.
Right. I don't think so either.
It's such a very hostile environment. Hostile environment, I think, just environmentally.
Right, it'd be impossible. Yeah. Well, everybody, be sure and join Ping the Router tonight after this live stream. His live stream is called Nights with Ping, and he will go deeper into the case and talk more about the details today. I want to talk now about J.J. Vallow. It was really surprising to me that we hear his body is being released. What do you know about that? Now,
JJ my God. Kresha, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why, Tricia?
Real quick was the one of the victims, JJ and Hailey, their brother and sister, and their mother, Lori Vallow, was just convicted of their murder, and their stepfather is going on trial for their murder and his wife's murder coming up in the spring. But how did that come about? Do you know much about it?
Well, you know, I do know that I saw JJ's grandparents. You talk about soldiering on. In the face of everything that you go through, and I've seen them over the years and have met them. Very just sweet people, just wonderful, wonderful people, and
they are wonderful people, Kresha. They're wonderful. You're wonderful. Your mom's wonderful.
And it really breaks your heart when I was listening to him that talk about how JJ's remains had been in a freezer for all of this time, and they have, and that's the way at I work for the Emmy in Atlanta in the corner in New Orleans, and for long-term storage, that's what we have to do. Particularly with bodies that we have intact bodies, kind of intact. We don't know who they are, and it takes a while to get them identified. And we will hold on to bodies. And a matter of fact, we have a freezer where you can really truly freeze a body as opposed to just like a cooling freezer. I don't know if that's the case with JJ's remains. However, I will say, and what strikes me about this is that it took so long to release his remains. I don't understand it because I don't understand what else could have been gleaned from an evidentiary standpoint from withholding his remains. I think that it struck me as odd. I've never, in all of my time in the medical legal world, I've never seen a case where we've held on to remains for that protracted period of time and not release them to a family where we knew who they were, and we had people that wanted to honor the dead and take care of the deposition of the body. So I couldn't understand it. I guess they've breached some kind of barrier out there where they felt like that everything that could have been gleaned has been, and that they might as well go ahead and release the remains to the grandpa and grandma. And so it was touching. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. But his body condition of JJ's body was in a far better state, than Tyler's.
Oh, much better, right?
Yeah, her body was kind of fragmented, to put it politely. And the fact that
Tricia, shut up.
They were able to do this. I hate the word closure. It's such an insulting word in my world. Because you never get past a death. It changes. It changes in the world that you exist in, that these families exist in. But you never completely close that chapter and move on. But it does help. It helps in healing. And we're, as humans, we need that. we need to be able to see the body, touch the body, and treat the body with respect. And that's finally being allowed to happen here.
A lot of people are asking why not release Tylee now, especially since Tylee, a good way to put it is like you put it, Joseph Scott Morgan, that she was fragmented. Her body was a whole different deal.
Oh
so why
my
not
God,
release those remains
Tricia.
to the family as well?
I don't understand it either. And I think that, and I'm going to talk in a scientific manner. Do not take this as disrespect.
Okay.
I'll say it, the only rationale I can come up with because of this fragmentation that we talked about, Tylee's body, her remains would have had more physical evidence value. Okay?
Right.
Because if you're talking about a lot of hay has been made over, I think there's one particular tool strike that's on her body. I think it was in the pelvic area where there's like they think that it was an implement. I think some people have said like pickaxe. I think
Or pickaxe, yeah.
I don't necessarily think that was
Tricia
done in the ante-mortem state, like as an attack. I think it was done while they were tending the fire, where they're trying to essentially disintegrate her body, which they did a piss poor job at, excuse me. And they didn't know what to do. It's a very disorganized crime. But her body, and they have used the term intermittently of dismemberment. And so when I hear that, the only rationale I can come up with is that her remains have some kind of evidentiary value.
Yes.
I have been in court where skeletal remains have been, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I have been in court where skeletal remains from a victim have been brought into court. And it's a very, shocking event when it happens. But there's no one, I don't know who else could analyze these remains at this point, because tool mark sections would have gotten involved at this point. Certainly the forensic pathologists, the forensic anthropologists, all those people have had their say at this point. These records are done and done. So I can't make sense of it. I don't know. I wish that they would, just to give these folks some peace, at least at this level, because they've still got a long haul to go. We're still looking at
oh boy, do they.
his trial that's coming up, and then whatever's going to happen with her in Arizona.
Yeah, that's another one.
We've all got that, to see, going forward, and it just extend a little humanity here, because from a forensic standpoint, I don't understand what else they could capture.
According to the Journey to Justice, she says they said Chad's team may want to test the remains more. That's why she's not being released, and that maybe, like you said, that could be it. But both of them had a look at her and have examined her both sides. So I don't know what other testing they could do.
I can't imagine. And this is the thing. We know that the FBI has been involved in this case. And when I say that they have the top tool mark people in the world that work for them, ATF is probably pretty close, but the lab that.
Wow, Kresha, I am so freaking sorry. I did not know that. Kresha said the rest of her remains are still out there somewhere. They never found it all. I did not know that. Hey, Looking Beyond. Fuck. And I'll never forget when Nate Eaton was filming when they tore Chad's house down. And this lady came up, and I don't know who the lady was, but some lady came up to Nate Eaton, and she was like, there's a bone. I found bones. Do you guys remember that? Who was that lady? God, that is so disgusting. We're talking about Tylee. Here's a little palate cleanser from Janice. That should make you laugh. I don't know what else to do at this point. Stacy and Chad meet. I'm so sorry, Kresha. You're doing the live tomorrow. Okay. You're doing that live tomorrow. I'm so fucking sorry. Just the more we review, the more I find out. Janice, you are a mess. Yeah, what time are you? 8 o'clock tomorrow? 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern? I know, a good palate cleanser. And Janice is always good for a good palate cleanser. The music or the sound? Fucking Janice. I know. It really is emotional assault, and it just keeps hitting her every time. You know, there's something else that comes out, or...
FBI lab. And this is the thing. The defense has access to all of that data. Now, what are they going to bring in some mysterious toolmark expert
Okay, schedule it, and then I'll redirect so everybody can hit the reminder for tomorrow.
that will take these remains and examine them? Are they going to have a fire investigator that's going to be involved? Why haven't they done this yet to this point? You know, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense, but you know, and again, it might be legal games for all we know.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. So, oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought here. I was reading some of the things that people were saying in chat.
Yeah, you weren't even listening to him. You were looking at QB, who sent you $10.
Quickly, and we've touched on this before, but I would just like to touch on it again. There's been a lot of discussion about the marks on Tylee's pelvis, and people have said that this was from a pickaxe.
Oh my God, she's going back to the pickaxe. Oh, God, I hate you. You are disgusting.
Okay, you're going to just have to cut his mic. I don't know what else to do with him.
And that's a very specific place on a female.
It's a very specific instrument.
Yeah, exactly. What meaning do you attach to that?
Well, if I think that if we were to go, and you probably need to speak to a behaviorist other than me, but if you were just asking me, you know, if we're talking about other than attempting to fragment the body even further in these circumstances, it's kind of like it would, and I've had cases like this over the years involving females, but I've had cases with males where their genitalia have been removed, and it's a dehumanizing kind of thing.
Right, it's personal.
It is, yeah, it is. It's almost up there with, like, you know, the dashing of the face. You know, whether it's you know, with a sharp instrument or other type of bludgeoning instrument, it dehumanizes the individual because you know we're identified by who we are. You know, and our identity.
She's like, tell me about the pickaxe. Show me the injuries that a pickaxe would make. Tell me the fucking details. I want the gory details, Joseph Scott Morgan. And he's like, trying to keep it, you know, professional.
Cut his mic. Cut it.
Not his, hers.
It goes right to the heart of who we are. And if there's a dominance in an environment and there is anger, perhaps, it really opens up another door to thought, doesn't it? You know,
it really does.
Who's the dominant person here? And who was present when this was going on? You know,
it really does.
Sink to these depths in order to do this to this poor girl.
Exactly.
And that in and of itself is very disturbing, in my mind at least. I think that goes without saying. But yeah, and who has access to a pickaxe? And I think that's a big question. Who possessed that? Were they able to recover it? I've always thought that whatever had happened with Tylee, and I've said this many times on several forums, I think that there's something went on, I think, in that red building, that red aluminum building that's there.
Right.
And because it's, when you're talking about dismemberment and these sorts of things, this is something you need. First off, you need tools. If you're using power tools, you need an electrical source or gas if you're talking about a chainsaw. And you need privacy. This is not something that's done in the open. Now, there's that hedgerow that runs along the road, but is that going to provide you enough cover in order to facilitate this? If you're paranoid and you think the police are already watching you, you would want a private area to do it. And I've always wondered, did they get how thorough of a search was done to trace evidence in that barn structure right there? That's what I've always wondered. But you know, what do I know?
Well, you know quite a bit, and I think it will all be brought out in Chad's trial. And I just want to thank QB. Thank you so much for the super sticker. You are a doll. Thank you very, very much, my dear. And I just wanted to put up something that Glam Dolly said. And she says, I sense the violence against Tylee's body was of a sexual, misogynistic type. That's what I've always felt. That Chad just couldn't stand her, that she had a voice, and she was expressing herself. And he just wanted her gone.
Maybe so, but I also, on the flip side of that, I think that Lori is equally as evil. And I think
you, Bloom.
Tylee. And I'm not going to say that Chad is adult, but I think that he was charmed by her to a great degree.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think that, you know, she had the ability to, you know, manipulate to a great degree. They're co-manipulators, is what they get spun up in this thing.
Right.
And you know, who knows? I mean, for all I know, she was, you know, part and parcel of it. And who will ever really know? We'll find out more in Chad's case. I'm very interested to see what's said in that particular trial.
I'm shocked that he hasn't tried to get some sort of deal. Maybe he has, and the prosecution has refused, because after he saw what happened with Lori's trial, his is going to be worse. So it's going to be very interesting to see. So just keep your calendar open for us. We'll have you on every night if that's okay during that trial.
He's like, don't count on it. This is Laura B. This is Joseph Scott Morgan and Tricia from Websleuths.com.
Now let's move on. We have a little time left. I want to talk about Suzanne Morphew. What a shocker!
Yeah.
Nobody saw that coming. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't see it coming. I did an episode of Body Bags about the case. I was fascinated by it. I've worked cases that are similar to this in the sense that you have. This is the first thing I have to point out. There are no mountain lions involved in this.
Yeah, no matter what Barry said at the beginning.
Yeah, mountain lions don't dig graves. And
no, exactly.
Elk, I think he put forth the elk as well had something to do.
Elk, I did not hear that one.
Yeah, I'd heard that as well. There's all kinds of wild things that were flying around. But what I do believe is that
have a great day, Hawkeye.
Plainly stated that this is a shallow grave. And when you say shallow grave from a forensic standpoint, this is what we call a clandestine burial. Matter of fact, I'm teaching a class right now at JSU. I teach it every fall called clandestine burials. And we do everything in it relative to a little bit of forensic osteology and forensic anthropology and burial and all the stuff that you learn about, relative to body recovery. And this is a classic clandestine burial. It's a surface burial that soil out there is so hard and tough to get down into. Again, this is an issue of tools. What are you going to do in order to facilitate this? This is not the type of soil where you would get down on your hands and knees and kind of dig it out. Minimum have to have a shovel, and I think probably a pickaxe. And when we look at a grave, if you're talking about shallow grave, you have to have margins. So you've got this kind of outlined area. At least that is
she totally enjoys it.
What they're saying. It was a surface burial in the sense that a grave was mounded up enough so that you've got wild animals that have gotten in there because they talked about disbursement of remains. And if people have seen me use this example before, think about an old-timey wagon wheel with a hub, all right? And the sprockets that extend out, that radiate out from that hub. The grave is the hub. And animals, if you think about, well, in this case, coyotes, but you can have raccoons do this as well. I found human bones, not that they're out there, but I found human bones in squirrel nests before. People don't think squirrels do this. Yeah, they'll go after protein. Yeah, they're going after protein. And so possums in particular, it all depends on what the indigenous local fauna is. And so they will take these items to their burrows. I would be very surprised, and they've been very tight-lipped, if they've recovered every single skeletal element. But back to the wagon wheel, just think about these radiating lines. For every animal that you have, they have a particular burrow or a feasting site that they go to. Like they'll take a bone, and just think about your dog sitting in the yard and they're gnawing on a bone like this. They do that, and they want to get it away from the central area. Now, they will return, and they might take something else away. You don't know that they'll return to the same place. So this is what was fascinating to me about it. Did you notice how quickly they got her identified?
Yes, that was weird.
Which really, it's not like they said, we've got a skeleton, we don't know who it is. I think it was, and somebody please correct me, I'm subject to fail all the time. I am imperfect. It seems to me it was like within 3 to 4 days. Now, what that tells me is that in our world, in the medical legal world, we have to, and they did it, they talked about dentistry specifically. So what that tells me is that probably some time ago, they had subpoenaed dental records. Because they were like sitting on go with this. Either that or they already had a relationship. They knew who her dentist was.
Right.
And I don't know if that dentist, if she had one locally, I can't get the time frame right in my mind. I do so many cases, or if this would have been a dentist office in Indiana, so I don't know. But at any rate, they did in fact have access to ante-mortem, which means prior to death, dental records, so that they were able to get her identified pretty quickly. And that the other piece to this that's very important is you can't identify a body without through dentistry without some elements of the skull. That's important. That means that they had either the maxillary teeth or the mandibular teeth, which are in the jaw. Now, during decomposition, and we're talking 3 years, the jaw will disarticulate many times. Many times it's the first thing an animal will go for. You're going to, I think Biden got on air maybe about a week and a half ago. I think he was on Fox, and he had said that he thinks that they would be able to determine what the cause of death would be. Well, in her case, unless it is a depressed.
Why is Stacy even here? Did she even say hi to him? Like, has Stacy even said, "Hi, Joe Scott Morgan. Welcome to the show. It's nice to meet you."
Skull fracture where you've got an attack of the head, like with a blunt object, or there's a gunshot where, there's some kind of impact injury, blunt force, whatever. Unless you have soft tissue, you can't appreciate any kind of asphyxial event. Like with the TKI, the hyoid, almost everybody asks about the hyoid. The hyoid is almost, it disappears so quickly. It's so fragile. Everybody is so high up. It's not articulated with any other bone. This is a primary animal area for animals.
Look at her.
When they're scavenging.
What is she doing right now? You guys, imagine being this man. Look at her. She doesn't deserve a guest like this. You don't deserve a guest like this. You are the most disrespectful weirdo. God. How insulting to him. Fucking insulting.
The hyoid, almost everybody asks about hyoid. The hyoid.
I would stop and say, I'm sorry, am I boring you two? That's what I would have done. I would have stopped and said, excuse me, am I boring you? Because I have better things I could be doing. That's what I would have said. What a fucking asshole she is.
Almost, it disappears so quickly. It's so fragile. Everybody is so high up. It's not articulated with any other bone. This is a primary animal area for animals to go to when they're scavenging. So it disappears kind of quickly. And I would be surprised. I hope that Bob's right. I really do. So that we'll know exactly what happened to her. And there's always been a question of some kind of agent like.
She's like, Look at her. Super chat me.
I'm sorry, I got something in my eye. Some kind of toxin that may have been on board. Well, toxicology is not going to be possible. Right. If there's any evidence of hair that might be left behind, you might have some deposition. If it was a heavy metal event, that's really the only thing I could think of.
She's terrible.
No go after all this time. I hope I am completely wrong about this. I hope that she's mostly intact and they have all the answers that they're going to need. But right now, we're just kind of in a holding pattern, I think.
Real quick, we're almost out of time. Actually, we are out of time, but I'm lying and telling you we have a few more minutes. With Suzanne Morphew, they apparently knew where Barry Morphew went that night with his truck. I'm wondering if she was moved there after, because I don't think I've ever heard that his truck was in the area where she was found. And they weren't looking for her. And remember, the DA came out and said, we know where she's at. We're just waiting for the snow to melt. They were all wrong.
Yeah, and to say snow melting out there, I hope everybody's taking a look at that area. It's not a mountainous area. It's a very flat, kind of scrub brush looking. It looks like West Texas to me, tell the truth. In that area out there, the Windy Plains, you've got those, and I know I'm going to get this wrong, but the UB plant, I can't remember, it starts with a Y. It's got multiple species. It's growing wild all out there, and it's kind of low growth. You don't have trees. There's no shielding other than at this, like knee level. That's about how it is. The fact that they even found her is amazing to me. The fact that I've heard various things about him and his truck. I've heard that they've got information. Yuka, somebody, hey, Karen. Yeah, thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
That they have evidence that his door was open and closed a couple of times on the truck, but as far as the movement of the truck, I don't know. I've always wondered about.
Now I hear the fucking dog toy. Squeak, squeak.
Movement of her vehicle, what's the status on it? Haven't heard anything about that. They've been so tight-lipped about a lot of stuff, and they've gotten things. I'm wondering if, I don't know, the conspirators putting people off the scent. I'm thinking, did they say something about? Did they allude to snow melt in order to put people off the scent? I don't know if they were forward thinking, and maybe so. I don't know. You can pretty much say anything you want to during the course of the investigation, so you begin to this information. So
they just seem so absolutely positive. They knew where she was. But anyway, I just want to bring up what Penguin said. Tricia Barry's truck did turn in that direction that night. Barry said he was looking for antlers. That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's right. So Joseph Scott Morgan, I told you I'd only keep you 30 minutes. I want you to get some rest, my dear. You look absolutely gorgeous, but you do look tired. Take your vitamins.
Jesus Christ, Tricia, you're the one sitting there looking blue. Why are you telling him to take his vitamins? He looks fine.
Rest, eat right.
She's so rude.
That's right. So Joseph Scott Morgan, I told you I'd only keep you 30 minutes. I want you to get some rest, my dear. You look absolutely gorgeous, but you do look tired. Take your vitamins, rest, eat right. Okay.
Well, thank you, and thank you to everybody at Websleuths. I love you guys. I feel like you guys are an extension of my true crime family, and I enjoy hanging out with y'all and just chatting.
Thank you so much. Don't forget to be sure and listen to Body Bags, Joseph Scott Morgan's podcast. You can find it on iHeartRadio, wherever you get your podcast. You will find it.
Apple, Spotify, and give me a review on Apple. If you're an Apple person, please, I beg you. It does help with the algorithm. They do tell us the truth about that. So yeah, if you have goodwill, please extend it toward me. That would be very helpful. I'd really appreciate it.
We will do it, sir.
All right.
You go get some rest. Give my best to your wife, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
You guys take care. All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my God, Stacy. Thank you. That's the only thing she says. And look at Tricia. She's so proud of herself. Thank you.
All right.
You go get some rest. Give my best to your wife, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
You guys take care. All right.
Thank
bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I gave him a review a long time ago. So.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
How could you not absolutely adore that man? Just adore him. Oh my God, he is. And when Ethan's mom got up at CrimeCon, and Ethan was one of the victims in Idaho, and started talking and saying, I'm Ethan's mom, and everybody's like, oh, she's gonna get mad, she's gonna start yelling, and she was so gracious and kind, and Joseph Scott Morgan just handled it with grace and charm, and he was absolutely sincere in what he was saying, and it was really a beautiful moment. We played it on here before,
Violet,
and God, it's one of those moments that make thinking about it, I tear up, Now, I got to tell you, when Ethan's mom was at the microphone, if you look for somebody in a red shirt, she looks exactly like me. It wasn't me. So,
wait, what? No, we don't give a fuck. No one's looking for you.
If you look for somebody in a red shirt, she looks exactly like me. It wasn't me. So, FYI. What were you going to say, my darling?
Oh, yeah. It's tough because he's... I can relate because he's an academic. So he talks, academically, which is technical.
You can relate? You're not academic or technical.
So you have to learn to bring in the humanity
Yes.
into discussing that. But when you're doing a presentation like that, you're being
Mhm.
technical,
Exactly.
Oh my
Hold on 1
God.
second here. I want to see what this person said.
I did get some news while you're doing the show.
Oh, what's that? Tell
Oh
me.
my God.
I don't know if anybody remembers Hailey Cummings, not the
Oh,
young
yes.
child, the teenager that went missing. And
No,
we
wait,
had
wait,
parents
wait,
on.
wait, wait,
Oh
wait,
my
wait.
God.
There's 2 Hailey Cummings, not the
Yes.
one with the 17-year-old babysitter that Ron Cummings married. Not that one.
Right.
And the babysitter was. Hailey, the one I'm talking about, was like 5.
Yeah.
This is a different one.
Yes, I'm talking about the teenager, and her parents were on the show with Jury File. That's when we met Jury File.
Oh, that's right. Okay, right. Okay.
What?
Well, she's been found.
Is she okay?
Yeah, Jury File messaged me during the show.
That is wonderful news. Oh my God, that is fantastic. How we need good news like that. And
Yeah.
thank you, Joseph Scott Morgan. He came in and said thank you to everybody. What a kind man. Oh, that
Oh my God. Thank you for subscribing, Beth Taylor.
is great news. And I love.
Whoa.
Jury File. Thank you to everybody. What a kind man. Oh, that is great news. And I love Jury File. I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yeah, I totally forgot her name. And I love Jury File. I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yeah, I totally forgot her name all of a sudden. But yeah, she's such a hard worker and really helps these families. So, okay, that is great news. So Hailey Cummings, not the 5-year-old, not the one with dad named Ron, not the one that has the groupies. They call themselves Ronettes.
Yeah.
Not the one that made the case made my life a living hell because we had all the groupies on.
Girl, that case has nothing to do with you, bitch. That is the case of a little girl who went missing from her fucking home. That case made your life a living hell? Oh my God, I can't stand you. You are the biggest grifter. Oh. Let me show you who little Hailey Cummings is, okay? She went missing from her home. Oh my God, you make me sick, Tricia Griffith. Ronettes? This is little Hailey Cummings' story here. There's her dad and stepmom.
Right now we are looking into the disappearance of a missing 4.5-year-old child. She was discovered missing from her residence here in the Satsuma area, and we are actively doing a ground and aerial grid search of the area, trying to determine her location. The child was last seen last night at around 10 o'clock in her bed. The girlfriend of the father, who was actually there at the house looking after the girl, actually awoke around 3 o'clock this morning, discovered her missing, and which led us to where we are now.
Never
the
found
name
her.
Of the girl is Hailey Ann Marie Cummings. She is 3 foot 39 pounds. She has brown eyes, dirty blonde hair, and she was last seen wearing a pink shirt and tan shorts.
I went to work yesterday. I got her off the bus and went to work yesterday afternoon. Gave her a hug and a kiss, left, and came home this morning to find out that I didn't have a child, that somebody had stole my child. It's not like a bicycle or a car. Somebody stole my child from me.
None of you don't think she could have just wandered off?
No, there ain't no way. My daughter's afraid of the dark.
There is no way she left that house by herself.
Somebody stole my child. Got her off the school bus. She ran to me, jumped in my arms, drove the car home, got out, gave me a hug and a kiss, loved on me, told me she loved me. She seen me when I got home.
She's a daddy's girl.
This case hurt Tricia, though.
She wasn't there when I got home. I think we got 4 or 5 counties of police officers looking for her now. Dogs, bloodhounds, canines. You can't find her nowhere. Helicopters. Somebody has her and they have her hid. I just want my daughter back. That's it.
That's the precious little baby, Hailey Cummings. I followed this back in the 90s or early 2000s. That's what she's talking about. It made her life a living hell. This is Tricia. Oh, that case made my life a living hell. That's the baby girl.
That's all I want. If you have any information, please contact the local sheriff's office so I can find my child.
Who are you, ma'am?
I'm her grandmother.
That's her grandma.
Your grandmother?
That's her grandma and her dad. But it made Tricia's life hell. Fuck you, Tricia Griffith. Never found her.
Would she leave with nobody? Nobody. For no reason. At all.
His girlfriend did
Somebody
something.
stole my child. They need to return her.
So do you have any suspects or no?
I don't. The police do. You have to talk to them about that. I'm done.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
He wasn't even home. I mean, the guy's not the greatest person in the world, but he wasn't home. He wasn't home. But look at her. Oh, God.
Yeah. Not the one that made my...
Oh, he had groupies. I don't know anything about that. But I do know that that little girl was never found.
And the Facebook said, Joseph Scott Morgan braids a tail so beautifully. He certainly does. Anyway, it was the other teenage Hailey. So
the recent one.
Yeah.
It's somebody asked in chat, was it the recent one? So yes, she'd be considered the recent one.
Good. Okay. I have got to let Author text Bug Nugget the first out. She's having a nervous breakdown. And when I come back, I'm going to show you my new mug that some nice person sent me. And it's perfect. It's got a holiday love message to it. So hang on. Come on, baby. If you could check in chat and just chit-chat with the mad chatters, please.
Karen Lee says, really, oh my God, I share the post constantly on X or Twitter. Thank you, Karen. You know, if everybody just shared, you know, we never know who's going to see it. You know, one person shares, somebody else shares, and it just keeps going. It's so important to share. Burnt popcorn, that is a question we all want an answer to. She says, what happened to that baby girl?
You guys don't care. Just like you don't care about John Bonet.
My new favorite mug that I feel has my perfect feelings, my love. And it says, blood of my enemies on it. You can't see it because of the light, but blood of my enemies. I'm drinking it. And then it says, JK, it's coffee. But I like to think about it.
Blood of my enemies on her coffee mug. Your screen is blurred. Well, we're on 720p. She's filming with a potato. I can't help it. My screen shouldn't be blurred.
The blood of my enemies. Thank you. It was an insightful one that sent it to me. Thank you so much, my dear. You are very, very sweet.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Insightful one sent that? Dude, y'all are twisted.
There was something else I was going to tell you. What was it? I can't remember. Oh, yeah. And I have that's right, Lamb Dolly. I have a Halloween top on. It's kind of hard to see, but see, it's pumpkin and all that fun stuff. And I am going to have my Halloween set up here soon. And really quickly, Chad, the floating head, the wonderful man, he has made a beautiful shawl for me. I was going to go pick it up today. I was so busy with something else I wasn't able to leave, but trust me, the something else I was busy with is really cool, and we're going to be able to tell you very, very soon. But I have to go out tomorrow, so I definitely will pick it up because I need it. Because my gas is turned off because there's a gas leak, so I'm a little chilly. So there we go. You're all caught up now with me, because after all, it is about me. So now
we know
we had some other very interesting news today in the Long Island serial killer case. Y'all remember Shannon Gilbert? We had her family's lawyer on. Is it John Ray? Is that his name?
Oh my God!
And
is that his name?
He fought to get the 911 call that she made. She was a sex worker, and he fought to get the 911 call released. They were going to release it, but then they said, well, they found her body and they said she drowned. So if there's no murder, why not release the 911 call? Well, he finally got it released, and it was horrifying. And you know what? You're going to remember better than I am, Insightful One. What was she saying again?
Which the witness or
no, Shannon Gilbert when she called 911.
You don't remember what the 911 call was? Oh my God. She was calling for help, asshole. She was running from someone who was trying to kill her, asshole. Oh, Insightful One, you're going to have to remind me of what Shannon Gilbert said on the 911 call. Even though I interviewed John Ray and I can't remember his name, you are shameful. You are a disgrace.
You know what? You're going to remember better than I am, Insightful One. What was she saying again?
The witness or?
No, Shannon Gilbert when she
the
called.
Witness?
She said people were after her.
Yeah, people are after her, and yeah, all of that. In fact, I apologize, everybody.
people that were after her and all of that. She doesn't give a fuck about these people, these crimes, or these cases. She doesn't care. You lost sound? Leave and come back if you lost your sound.
I should have looked this up earlier, but I'm going to look it up now. And let's see if we can play it really quickly. Well, today, while I'm looking this up, her lawyer, her family's lawyer came out, and there's affidavits from 2 witnesses that had basically terrifying run-ins with Rex Heuerbert. And Heuerman. Did I say Bert?
Oh my God. She doesn't even know Rex Heuerman's name. She said Heuerbert.
With Rex Heuerbert.
Dude. Laxy, you cannot blame me.
That had basically terrifying run-ins with Rex Heuerbert. And
Heuerman.
I mean, I really just, I can't. How can you say you're...
The terrifying run-ins with Rex Heuerbert. And Heuerman. Did I say Bert? Sorry. You guys, I'm getting better, everybody. I'm getting better. I had a blood pressure episode that I think made my brain explode, and it's slowly healing. So forgive me if I just blurt out names that have nothing to do with anything.
That's really funny because, like, when people have high blood pressure and they have it in their head, that's called a stroke, asshole.
Heuerman. Did I say Bert? Sorry. You guys, I'm getting better, everybody. I'm getting better. I had a blood pressure episode that I think made my brain explode, and it's slowly healing. So forgive me if I just blurt out names that have nothing to do with anything. Anyway, let's see here. If I can find the one. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Let me do this. I'm going to play this real quickly. Now, when I play this, they found Shannon Gilbert in like just inches of water. And the police claimed, oh, no, she has nothing to do with the Long Island serial killer. She drowned. And it's like, are you kidding me? Really? So hold on.
I'm not convinced by what they said today. So
yeah, you know, when they had the, and I'm going to read the affidavits because they're pretty,
oh God,
they're pretty quick. They're like 4 and 6 pages. So I'm going to read them. But hang on here. I'm going to share this really quickly.
Eyewitness testimony, you know.
Yeah, it can be,
Yeah.
but it is compelling. I mean, it's something they need to look into.
Yep, exactly.
So let's see here. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, share. Okay, and this is from Eyewitness News, ABC 7 in New York. And Shannon Gilbert's 911 calls released. Here we go. Can you see the YouTube video?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
We're not listening to that. I'm not playing that. Because she doesn't give a fuck.
Who worked very closely with John Ray. She was murdered by her other daughter, who was schizophrenic. It's very sad. So anyway, they came out and they have 2 eyewitnesses. He has 2 eyewitnesses that give very compelling evidence.
And this is just what they shared. A witness said she saw it.
Wait, hold on. Where'd she go?
Oh, okay, gotcha. It could have been somebody different, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I am just curious to know if it's one and the same. They've never said it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
They've made separate things, but this other police chief is the
Who's on the phone?
one that we know. He's been arrested for problems with.
Is this Sushi?
Right.
All this stuff. So cross-dressing and whatever. So I'm just wondering, is that the police chief? That I sure hope the hell it wasn't. Sorry, excuse my language.
No, I know what you're saying.
Drove out, backed out, and left that girl there.
Just left her there. Yeah, and we're going to hear about that in the affidavit. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible what he did. Well, Four Sons Mom, thank you so much. I will have my JBL speaker next time, I promise. So.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for letting me just a little.
Hey, absolutely. And I do need to talk to you, so I will call you after the live stream, okay?
Who is that?
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay, thanks, darling. Bye-bye. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just a second. They're not going to be that long. But what else did you think about the press conference today? It went on quite a while.
It went quite a while, and I was actually very, very happy to see that the police chief.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Actually, when I was a teenager, they were looking for somebody
Mhm.
once, and the dude jumped in my backyard, and there were cops
No.
everywhere.
Oh, that would
Yeah.
scare me to death.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
my dog scared him off, but we went out there and told the police because they were on the street, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would absolutely scare me to death.
So
Okay.
now
so-
when this happens, I get freaked out because I'm
I
like,
don't
no,
blame
not
you.
again.
I don't blame you. Just stay inside. Lock your doors. Okay, everybody. I'm going to put Four Sons Mom on here.
Mm.
And hi, Four Sons Mom.
Four Sons Mom. She's still over there, too.
Yeah. So yeah, but I
Oh,
got out of the press.
I forgot to thank Galen. Galen generously gifted 10 memberships, cooterships. Thank you so much, Galen. If you received a cootership, it was probably from Galen. So make sure you tell her thank you in chat. Thank you, Galen.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs. Press conference today is the only thing that came out. It's not anything shocking or anything. It's not like definitive. It's not the
Okay, what do we got back here? Tuna? Cat food? What is that thing?
Harrison and John Ray are both confirming that there's a witness, and this is just what they shared. A witness said she saw Karen Vergata at one house, at Rex's house.
Cooter sieve
Somebody
control.
else says they saw Shannon with Rex. So it's witnesses from a very long time ago, and they're confirming the witnesses did say that, but we don't really know if they saw the right
Yeah, she's a vile one, isn't she, Crusha?
women or not. So
She comes on at like 10 p.m.
counts are going crazy.
What?
Holy cow. Counts are going crazy. Let's see. Jury file. She says, I can track down international traffickers, but can't properly tag people in YouTube chat. It's a disability. You know, that's funny. And that's we used to say that with my daughter, and you can say that.
Wait, what?
Jury file. She says, I can track down international traffickers.
Jerry File? I don't know who that is. Someone in their chat said, I can track down international traffickers, but I can't run a YouTube chat. Who in their chat is tracking down international traffickers? Someone please enlighten me. Because these people couldn't even find their way out of a fucking wet paper bag.
Jury file. She says, I can track down international traffickers that can't properly tag people in YouTube chat. It's a disability. You know, that's funny. And that's we used to say that with my daughter, and you can say that about rocket scientists. You know, like they can build a rocket, but they couldn't give you directions to 7-Eleven. You know, it's funny how that works.
God almighty.
Candy Williams says, I think Burke, who has been arrested, didn't investigate the Gilgo Beach case as thoroughly as he should have because he was doing shady, illegal things and didn't want to draw attention to himself. I think the same thing. I agree. Cheated No More says, it is very disconcerting when anyone in LA essentially helps a killer to continue killing. Where'd it go? Or they mess up a case and killers are not prosecuted. It is.
These screen names.
It is because in those criminals, the bad people are on the street doing it to other people. To me, that's the worst part.
She's so uninsightful.
Pomegranate. Since hi, Mad Chatter's insightful when it's been a while. I'm stuck in next day replay mode, but
oh, she's back.
Pomegranate. Since hi, Mad Chatter's insightful.
Tricia, what happened? What'd you get up to? Oh my God.
When it's been a while. I've been stuck in next day replay mode, but miss you all. Hope everyone is doing okay or doing well. Crazy press conference about Lisk. We're glad you're here.
No, we are happy to see you here, my dear. Thank you.
It has been a while.
It has, and Snap Crackle Pop is here. Lilith, I just let you in. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to get to reading these affidavits now. And I want you to listen carefully. These are the words of the witnesses, and they're very, very compelling. So hang on. Oh my God, you guys, I have to let her back out, or she'll be doing that the whole time. I'm so sorry.
Crazy right now, too. I don't know what they're doing. All of them are. What the heck?
No, Burke. They're talking about the police chief in Suffolk County or whatever, Jim Burke. I think his name's Jim Burke. Maybe not Jim. My dad had a friend named Jim Burke. It's not Jim, but he was the cop in Long Island or whatever. Serial killer. Da-da-da.
Okay, where's my spray bottle? There we go. And I'm sorry to have to do this, but I may have to spray her because I'll hold the door open and she doesn't go out, and then she just yells. And
you spray your cat? That is so mean. These people do not need animals.
This, but I may have to spray her because I'll hold the door open and she doesn't go out, and then she just yells and drives me nuts. Okay, hang tight here. Let me get this.
Yeah, her cat was called Lilith.
Hold on. Okay, let's see.
Oh my
very
God.
good phone call inside for one. Hold on.
Dude, what the fuck, man?
Hang tight here. Let me get this. Dee, 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 dee. Hold on. Okay, let's see. That was a very good phone call inside for one.
Oh, good.
Yes, yes.
Good.
So let me make this bigger. Here we go. Okay. And anyway, in the beginning, she says, I am blank years old. My date of birth is blah, blah, blah. I live in Suffolk County. This is my affidavit. I was contacted by John Ray by telephone September 15th. What happened? Bar, very small street, next to the bar where I had pulled up. He rose so that I could observe his immense size. Who does that sound like? Okay, I have to let her out, guys. Sorry. Okay, if you don't go out, you get a little water dripped on you. Here, no. Come on. No, come on. Come on. Go. Okay, come on. I know this is so annoying, you guys. I do apologize. I really do. It's so unprofessional. Okay, here we go. I think everybody's good now. Let's see. What? He approached my cab. He appeared to be wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. His hair was more or less light-colored, but not blonde. He was a white man. I had been told by my dispatcher the place of destination for this. I'm going to go to the other one here. Let me get to it.
And Teresa Gosnell says, but she would remember that. She remembered a lot of details. You could go through something and remember a ton of details, but it doesn't mean you remember the right person, or it's the person you're thinking of. But the incident could have totally happened, but it might not have been that person.
What is happening right here?
Okay, and this is another.
What is going on over here next to her?
Affidavit with the name and identifying factors blacked out. This person is over 18 years of age and they reside in the state of New York. This affidavit contains my words and my knowledge. I've determined to come forward with facts within my knowledge because I wish the truth to be known about Rex Heuermann and others, including his wife. Do they pronounce it Asa or Asa?
I heard them say Asa. I thought it was Asa, but I think it's Asa.
Asa, okay. Anyway, including his wife Asa and a woman I believe to have been Karen Vergata. Anyway, I believe that great harm came to that woman. I believe to have been Karen Vergata when she was at the. I believe to have been Karen Vergata when she was at the. Okay, let's see. She's saying I believe to have been Karen Vergata when she was at the Heuermann home. I don't know what that doesn't make sense. Anyway,
she's reading affidavits and she can't even read the victims' names.
Saying I believe to have been Karen Vergata when she was at the Heuermann home. I don't know what that doesn't make sense. Anyway, I think she was saying I believe that. Karen Vergata was at the Heuermann home when I was there. I think that's what she's trying to say. I feel a heavy responsibility to her. That's why I contacted John Ray. Oops, just lost it. Hold on. And let me get this a little bigger. There we go.
Oh my God. Okay. Nick Stan, are
I am
you
a former
serious?
Swinger. I am 54 years old. A swinger is a person who partners with another person. Then that partnership has sex with the other parties or group of partners. I formed a partnership with an NYPD policeman in or around 1996. His name is known to me and to Mr. Ray. That doesn't make sense either.
I'll be right back.
His name is known to me and to Mr. Ray. Oh, Mr. Ray, the lawyer. Gotcha. Sorry. I call him RW. He had been a police officer assigned in Prospect Park in Brooklyn. He became a detective. He was handsome. I love that man. We became partner members. Oh, God, it keeps popping off. Oh, now it's. I hate technology. I hate it. I want to go back living in the woods. With internet, of course.
No.
She says, we became partner members of a swingers club known as Trapeze. I believe it was in Lower Midtown in Manhattan. Sex amongst partners there was common and encouraged, including on the premises. I believe that as many as 300 members and their partners could be there at any time. That just sounds disgusting. I mean, if you walked into a big room somewhere and there are 300, I want to get a fire hose and disinfectant and just.
I looked up the club and there's a whole crap ton of them.
God, I can't imagine. But you know what? Give me a frozen pizza and a good YouTube video, and I am happy as a clam. Anyway, I just can't imagine going out and doing this, but I am happy as a clam. Give me a frozen pizza and a good YouTube video, and I am happy as a clam. Anyway, I just can't imagine going out and doing this, but here we go. Sorry, I was about to get really personal, but that would probably gross y'all out. I and RW went to Trapeze several times and engaged in sex with other couples there several times. I saw others having sex there as well.
Remember, we talked about La Trapeze on J for Justice.
Sex took place in rooms and in a big room as well. Several members were police officers. Several members were from Long Island. Members were enabled to post messages and contact information on the wall. Either Rex Heuermann or his wife, Asa, posted contact information for them in a house in Massapequa Park to engage there in similar sex in 1996. I and RW chose to go there to the Heuermann home in February 1996. RW picked up a woman I believe to be Karen Vergata in New York City on the way to the Heuermann house. She was hungry and homeless. She sat in the back of the car. She leaned forward and to the right. When we stopped for gas, she said that she was scared. I told her not to be scared because RW was a cop. She couldn't be safer than being with a cop. I told her to ask at the house when we arrived. I saw Rex on TV recently and a picture of Karen Vergata. I recognized her as the woman who. So, yeah, Mel Mack, Joseph Scott Morgan's the absolute best. And I didn't want to take advantage of him. I know if I would have kept going, he would have kept going, but I promised him it would only be a half hour tonight. And it was like 35 minutes, so that was pretty good. Just a little teeny bit of a lie. Just a teeny bit. Oh, go ahead.
And what's really sad is Karen's the one that they found her legs in one place and the rest of her somewhere else.
Oh, no. I remember that body so well. Oh, man.
Yeah, she was the Fire Island Jane Doe. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's right. That is right. Hold on one second.
Oh, God. I don't know. We went from Joe Scott Morgan to this.
Here we go. Hey, Jerry File, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey.
Hey, I'm anxious. So this.
Okay, who's Jury File? This is 2023. Who's Jury File? I've never seen this person. Do you guys know? Jam out with your clam out, Tricia.
Is this? Are these lawsuits against the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, they're so the sheriff's county, the Suffolk County Sheriff's Office runs their jail system.
Who is this?
And this just
Do we know?
speaks to the fact that there are still big issues in Suffolk County. There has been. I know that people are very glad that the old guy was.
Well, she brought someone up who knows what they're talking about, right? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Is this the next one? One more, guys.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Websleuths YouTube Live. My name is
Christ almighty. Okay, we got one more. This was also in 2023. This is December 6th, 2023. And it says, also, we will tell you about a fascinating case from Othram, DNAsolves.com. But this is before they bought her.
And joining us in just a little bit will be our very own insightful one. But we have been gone a while. And when I came back, I said, I want somebody.
What's a Jerry File, anyways? Oh, God, bless his heart.
That is just amazing on our first show. And I found him, everybody. I found him. Joseph Scott Morgan, how are you doing, my dear?
I'm doing very well, Tricia. Hey,
Good.
to everybody.
Let's see if she says he started at 18 again.
In Websleuths land. Good to see you guys again.
Well, just to remind everybody, you are a death investigator. You started at 18. You wrote Blood Beneath My Feet. You've been on all of.
She did it again. You started at 18. This is the fifth time. The fifth time we've seen. And he does not correct.
True crime. A death investigator. You started at 18. You wrote Blood Beneath My Feet. You've been on all of the true crime shows. Any true crime show that is worth its weight in salt has Joseph Scott Morgan on as an expert. We're going to talk about one of those documentaries that you did.
God.
And also, you are the host of the top-rated, and in my mind, award-winning. I don't know if you've won any awards yet, but I'm just going to say you have.
I've been nominated.
There you go. Podcast called Body Bags, and I put it in the chat, the link, but we'll put it in the description as well. So everybody will come in and say hi to you and talk about what happened while we're gone. But first, we want to get to Joseph Scott Morgan. And, sir, we have a lot to talk about tonight. In just a little bit, we're going to talk about the Kennedy assassination. And some of you might say, well, hello, we've talked that to death. Well, you will be surprised at some of the things that have been coming out recently. And Joseph Scott Morgan is an expert. And we're not going to talk about the conspiracy stuff. We're going to talk about what happened when the president's body arrived at Parkland Hospital, which is very close to me. So we'll be talking about that in a minute. But first off, you, Mr. Morgan, you were on a documentary, and it is called the Pike County Murders. And this is on Peacock, correct?
Yeah, it's just been pulled over onto Peacock. It was initially premiered on Oxygen. And actually, this is the first time.
Was he forced to go on here? This is my question.
That this is being stated by me. I think I tweeted it out the other day. We got some great news about the docuseries. It was 3 episodes. It was the highest rated docuseries for Oxygen in the past 5 years.
Wonderful.
And so yeah, the numbers were apparently. It was very well received, and which I'm glad that it had been because it's been it's kind of become a work of love, I guess, to a certain extent. It's kind of morbid to say a love letter to the victims, but and that's not really the case. But I try at least in my way to show them respect and try to tell their stories, because that's now I'm no longer a death investigator. I'm in media, and then of course I'm a college professor, and so I use my platform to try to talk about the victims, and there were certainly enough victims. We had that case involved 8 homicides at 4 separate locations in one night in Pike County, Ohio, and so I'd gone up there, spent time kind of inhabiting the space up there, took 2 trips up there, did extensive filming, and it was. I went to each one of the scenes, each one of the locations as to where these brutal homicides took place, and it was something. It was certainly something to be a part of.
Well, and in case somebody doesn't know about these murders, like you said.
No, we haven't seen Stacy's face, but let's fast forward to where Stacy. Oh, she's about to come on.
It was 8 people, and in these different locations. And I remember when this first came on Websleuths, it was everybody was going, "Oh, this had to be a drug deal gone bad."
Yeah.
Wow, Nick Stan. Jury File is a YouTube channel set as a resource for missing or trafficked victims. 306 subs and no content. Weird.
Yeah.
That's what the only thing that made sense. And the victims were trashed, and it was terrible. But there is so much to this story. Again, this is on Peacock and Peacock streaming, and it's called Pike County Murders. And I've seen the series, and it is fantastic. So let's just start at the beginning.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to.
Okay.
The story. You have to go back many years in case, and I don't know if we have any viewers that inhabit that area of the country, but it is Southern Ohio, and it is easily one of the most
we're gonna skip forward to questions.
That Mel Mack wanted to know, what questions do you still have about this case? Because there have been arrests, there's been charges, there's been convictions, and it's still ongoing. But and we'll get to the motive here in just a moment. And
God,
what
her
this was really all
mic.
about. But what questions, if any, do you have, or have they all been answered for you?
I think the biggest question I have, I guess it's more of a comment than anything, is I don't understand why in the hell Angela Wagner got off so lightly. I really don't. I know that she wasn't in the vehicles that night, but she went out and specifically bought shoes for these, got brand new shoes from Walmart. That's one of the things that turned the whole case, so that they would be. And from a forensic standpoint, it's kind of fascinating. I don't.
Well, again, we're going to get to JFK, but I want to remind everybody we're talking with Joseph Scott Morgan. I'm so excited. He's the host of the podcast Body Bags. And when you go to the Peacock streaming service, you need to look up Pike County Murders, because there's a 3-part series, which is what we're talking about. This is 8 family members in 4.
Yeah, she just popped her up there. She didn't even say, "Oh, here's Stacy. Say hi to Joe." It's weird.
Different locations killed. And it was all to do with a custody battle. And the people involved have been caught. Some of them have been sentenced. There's still some trials to happen. But well, let's touch on one other thing here, and then we'll move on. It did take years for the police to put this together. But Joseph, how long did it take for the police to realize, oh, this isn't a drug deal, this isn't a crazy person, this is a custody issue, before they really went in that direction?
I think that they were probably onto it at least within 8 to 9 months after, because they exhausted everything that they possibly could. They had, they had the feds involved, certainly the DEA. Down the tracks, I think they had 8.
Right, and it's still not over. And of course, it'll never be over for the surviving family members. Okay, we are going to talk about JFK. We've almost taken up the full hour, so I'm not going to keep you for another 3 or 4 hours, maybe 2. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh my God.
JFK, John Kennedy was murdered here in Dallas, where I live, shot. And there's all kinds of controversy around his shooting. And like I said at the beginning, we're not going to talk about these conspiracy theories. We're going to talk about when he was taken to Parkland Hospital, because this information is coming forward, and it's so appalling. The inept, like you said when we were talking earlier, the laziness of these so-called professionals that were taking care of the president's body. You know a lot about this, Joseph Scott Morgan. So talk about it. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I got to tell you, I got drawn into this. There was a project with Fox Nation that, because of some administrative things that occurred there, the project wound up getting canceled. But we had done all the principal photography and all that stuff, at least my part of it. Actually, we shot it here at my university, Jacksonville State. And a lot had gone into it. I was thankful for the opportunity, but President Kennedy's assassination was something I'd always been interested in. For a lot of the same reasons that a lot of people are, but for other reasons as I've matured. I was really interested in the medical legal process and the procedurally.
I can't.
Kennedy, because it was President Lincoln. He had a drunkard, and
all she does is go How does she afford Monjero?
A week, people, and this is our first once a week case.
Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let's see how they end it.
Retrospectively, I look back.
Betcha she cuts him immediately off and says, "Okay, sorry, I took you so much time."
I look back at what happened to President Lincoln. He had a drunkard and a do nothing that was his security that night at Ford's Theater, and had wandered over to the bar for a drink at the bar that John Wilkes Booth had been at. But, even they had more sense back then. They removed the president, 2 lodgings across the street. If you've never been to the Ford's Theater Museum, make it a point. Put it on your list to see the derringer that was used to kill the president, to see Booth's boot that was cut off of his foot by Dr. Mudd, who is the grandfather of Roger Mudd, if any of you guys remember him from the 60s. And it's an amazing museum. The theater, it's kind of cool. That museum is something else. But, even that.
I was always obsessed with the Lincoln assassination when I was a kid.
The Secret Service knows where all the closest hospitals are.
Hey, ATS. Good to see you.
The president's blood type laid in. They have extra blood. All those things that they take, such great detail in. And they've, I'm sure they've improved exponentially now. But, the time for protecting was over with at that point in time. Now it's time for an investigation, and they lost sight of that, and that's a real shame.
Joseph Scott Morgan, host of the podcast Body Bags, also on the Peacock streaming documentary series called Pike County Murders, about the 8 family members, the Roden family that was murdered. We can't thank you enough. We're going to put the links to everything. Wherever you're at, we're going to have a link in our description. On social media, wherever. Go take care of that back, sir. Go rest. We're gonna not bug you for at least 2 or 3 days, and then we'll be asking you to come back on again.
So you guys call anytime. Getting ready
for at least 2 or 3 days, and then
did you hear that?
I'll be asking you to come back on again, sir. Go rest. We're gonna not bug you for at least 2 or 3 days, and then we'll be asking you to come back on again.
So you guys call anytime. Getting ready to get the grandbabies here with me, and we're heading off to Dollywood for the holidays. So,
you go have fun. Okay.
As soon as we can. So yeah.
Thanks.
Y'all take care.
Take
Thanks,
care.
guys. Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you guys.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
sir.
I keep saying it, but I just love him. I just absolutely love him.
His grandkids are so cute.
Oh my God, aren't they adorable? Yeah, I've seen the pictures on Facebook. Oh my God, they are just so cute. You just want to squeeze them. They're just so sweet. So, oh my gosh, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, just like hanging on his every word. He's and he's so gracious, just absolutely gracious. So, but hey, we're back. Insightful One, we're back. Yay! Woohoo! And I'm lisping a little bit because I'm wearing my top teeth, and I have to start wearing them to get used to them. So I'm listening a little bit. But hey, before we get into it, it's gonna be a long show tonight, people. So start drinking or doing whatever you do to stay up. So, and I'm lisping a little bit because I'm wearing my top teeth, and I have to start wearing them to get used to them. So, and I'm lisping a little bit because I'm wearing my top.
Oh my God, this is December 6th, 2023. She got new teeth. I'm lisping a little bit because I got my new teeth.
And I have to start wearing them to get used to them. So I'm listening a little bit. But hey, before we get into it, it's going to be a long show tonight, people. So, start drinking or doing whatever you do to stay up with us. Before we get to what has been going on and happening in life and all of that, I want to get to a case from Othram. Our good friends at Othram, the DNA science company. And they have a site called DNA Solves. And what are you laughing at me? Hello?
Yes.
Why? Because I can't remember anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you laughing.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing at me? Why? No, I want you to laugh at me. That's good.
Just the DNA science company. We
Yeah,
gotta get the lingo down.
I can remember. It's like
the proper
Othram,
name,
Yeah, Othram Labs. Okay, Othram, cutting edge. I mean, every time you open a true crime story, there's Othram. They've been able to solve a missing persons case or a homicide. I mean, they are just amazing. And they have this site called DNA Solves, and on it they list all of these cases that they're fundraising for to raise some money so they can do DNA testing. It's very expensive. I think the regular price is $7,500 per case. And on Websleuths, websleuths.com, the true crime discussion forum, which is the best in the world, our members will take those cases and start discussing them in our unidentified thread. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start combining this. I want people to start joining Websleuths to participate in the Othram threads, and then we're going to try and raise some money for these cases. Now, it's really late tonight, so we'll go over this again tomorrow. But real quickly, I just want to do a couple of things here really fast. Othram Labs is the name of the place. See, you can't hold anything against me because my brain is just gone. Hey, by the way, this is not like blush, people. These are my cheeks. I don't know why blood just goes right to my cheeks like that. So it's very weird. So anyway, let me grab a couple of these little linkies here. It was so funny. Inside phone, I could hear you breathing, and I'm like, "Is she okay?"
I'm sorry. I had the phone close to my face, and I was just listening to him, and I totally forgot.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought, what is she doing? Is she just?
Oh my God! She could hear her breathing while Joe Scott Morgan was on. Stacy was laying there, listening.
And I was just listening to him, and I totally forgot.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I thought, what is she doing? Is she just breathing, or do we need to have a talk? I don't know. But anyway, no, it was cracking me up. So okay, hang on here. I just want to grab this really quickly because I've got it all
Embarrassing.
here. Somewhere. Here it is. Okay. Now, I can't go into too much detail now, but we will soon. We are not taking donations anymore. We don't need them. I thank you. We could not have kept this live stream going without your generosity.
Here we go. Here's the nugget. Here's the nugget. See, this is why we watch these, because you never know when a nugget's going to pop up.
Bing bang.
Again, beginning of December 2013.
Donations anymore. We don't need them. I thank you. We could not have kept this live stream going without your generosity. So thank you very, very, very much. But no more memberships, no more donations to Websleuths YouTube Live. We are good to go, and we'll have more on that later. But right now, I want to put this up. We have chosen
no more donations. We don't need any money. Everything's good. Everything's good. What's up, Carrie Wild?
And we're going to do this once a week, people. And this is our first once a week case. And this person is a missing person. Her name, we don't know her name, but we just call her Nashville Jane Doe. I'm going to put the link right here. And it's already in the description, okay? And this is at DNA Solves, and I'm going to share the screen here so you can see. And like I said, we're going to go over this again tomorrow.
I was doing some research on her today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What did you find out?
Yeah, it's just very interesting. I'm going to make some calls around the area, actually.
So anyway, you could see they need $7,500 to do a DNA test, and they've only got 332. So again, like we've said when we were doing donations for this channel, and I put the link in chat, the link is in the description as well. If you could just go over there and contribute $1, that would be amazing. Just to get it going. And if you can't contribute, pass the link around to your friends, okay? And now I know you're sitting there going, Tricia, I can't donate, but there's nothing else I can do. I'm just going to sit here. Oh, how wrong you are. Hold your tongue, people. There is so much you can do, and let me show you, okay? And that has to do with Websleuths.com. That is the amazing, if I do say so myself, true crime discussion forum. Let me get.
There's Ashley Higgins. Higgins. There's Higgins. Shout out to Higgins.
On Prime Crime.
To it real quick here. Well, here it is. Now, you can see this already has, our members have already picked up on this case in what's called the unidentified forum. And this is Nashville, white female, 20 to 45. Now, what we know is she was found in a home, and she has these very unique tattoos, which I'm going to show you right now. Okay?
Wasn't it an abandoned house?
Yes, an abandoned house. I believe so. I mean, there's the NamUs number, but I mean, you would think that somebody would recognize that. Again, if you could join Websleuths, it doesn't cost anything. Just go to Websleuths.com, and it says, make an account or log in or whatever. Just click on that. You just need an email. That's it. All right. And what people do on cases
Just
like this,
a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
and others, and you can bring over cases from DNA Solves and post about it on Websleuths, but this one is already here. Okay. And this one, and what they do is our members sit here and discuss, the evidence they have, and then they try and match it with people who are missing. And then they'll turn it into NamUs and say, hey, look at this person, they're missing, and look how it might match our unidentified here. And they've made matches, people. So I'm just showing you these threads here, or these posts here, and you can come in and just take a look and do a Google search. Maybe you'll find something that somebody else hasn't found yet. So anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was going through today, is all the possible matches and stuff people found.
Exactly. Yeah. And like I said, we're going to be picking a case once a week. And if you haven't been on Websleuths.com before, or you haven't been on DNASolves.com, and you're not sure how we're going to be working this, that's okay. We're going to take plenty of time to show you how all of this is done, because here's the deal. And I had a lot of time to think about this while we had our sabbatical. I know there are so many people out there that are kind, that want to help, and it doesn't take money to do this. You can do something. I know you may think, well, I don't know how to do this. I don't want to post. I don't know what I'm doing. It's not that hard. Okay.
Hi, Kelly Cal.
You can make a difference. You might be, if you get involved in Tennessee, Nashville, white female, 20 to 45, UP 76679, you might be the one to find something.
You're going to just have to eventually identify. I don't know what else to do with
it. It could happen. But anyway, again, it probably seems, kind of confusing right now and convoluted, but that's okay. We're going to make it all nice and clear. But really, what I would like you to do tonight, if you could, please, if you enjoyed Joseph Scott Morgan, and I know you did, and you can afford to do so, I'm going to put the link up here again, and it is in the description as well. Please make a donation. So Othram Labs, which is the name of the company, it's not Othram, that one science building place. I'm tired.
What? Oh my God.
If you could make a donation to this particular case for us, that would be great. Let's fund this. Let's fund this person. Let's find out who she is. She deserves to be sent home to her family. At one point, she was a newborn with people that loved her. I'm sure in her wildest dreams, she never thought she'd end up unidentified in an abandoned house. So if you could, that would be fantastic.
I want to. This Sean says not allowing me to register through
That's
Facebook.
right.
I'll try manually.
Yeah. No, don't use the
go to-
Facebook thing. Even though it's offered, don't use it.
Yeah.
There's lots of little quirky things on Websleuths that we're fixing right now. So yeah, just go to the front page. Here, let me log out because I can't remember. I haven't logged out for so long. Let me log out of Websleuths and see what exactly it says. So hang on here. Log out. Okay, I accept. Okay, hold on. I'm going to share this page right here so you can see it. Okay, see up here where it says register in the upper right-hand corner? I hope this is showing up. You just click on that. And then boom. And yeah, it says register faster using Facebook. I don't know why that's there. It should be turned off, but it's not. Pick a username, your email, your password, date of birth. I mean, whatever, your date of birth. And agree to our terms and service, which is basically about the same as it is here on the on our live stream. It's don't be a jerk, and you have to use, you can't bring rumors over, and you can't be mean, and, just the usual. You have to be an adult. You have to have an adult discussion. So anyway, I hope you can see that okay. So that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. So join in. And
I'll check the Websleuths Facebook. Maybe we just need to put the link there. So
we're still here at Cal.
That could be. See, I don't know. That's way too complicated. That's above my pay grade. That's got to be your pay grade. Thank you. That is your pay grade. Absolutely. Fluffy Muffin says, I've been a lurking member of Websleuths forum for a long time, full of information on true crime cases. Real amazing members posting there. There are amazing members. I've done a lot of media for Websleuths over the years. And, people think that, I'm doing all this work in the sleuthing. It's the members. I'm just there talking about them. They are amazing. So anyway. Okay, now, Sean, what is your...
Oh, fuck. Welcome, Sherry Rollins to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs.
Username, and I'll double check and make sure, because sometimes, here's the problem. Sometimes, this is the other glitch we're working out. Sometimes the verification email gets stuck, and we have to go in and manually do it. So, Sean, if you could just post the username that you chose, and I can check out right now and make sure it's good. Okay? Okay. Sean Chief. Okay, let me go take a look. And Insightful One, if you could, I don't know, tell us some family secrets. I don't know, talk about your finances, taxes. Give us some personal info while I go take a look at this. Or check out what's in chat, okay?
She is so weird.
Sean's thing. Sean's, doodad. His registration. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and read some chat if you could, my dear.
What the hell, man?
Ashley Higgins actually said that tattoo is the semicolon for suicide awareness, mental health.
Really?
Higgins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They love you, Higgins.
Now, see, I
have written that
assuming they know that, but let's see here.
They love you, Higgins.
There's a waiting email confirmation. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to verify you right now so you don't have to worry about the email. And there you go, Sean Sheep. You are now a member of Websleuths.com. Yay. Okay. There we go.
She's only wearing the top.
Welcome, Sean.
Welcome. And again, we're going to make this it'll be a lot clearer. It's just because we went so late tonight. But yeah, DNAsolves.com. Go check it out. It's part of Othram Labs. And you've read about Othram. They're all over the world with their cutting edge technique of getting DNA off of 50-year-old murder cases. And we're not talking, flesh under the fingernails that they've been able to preserve. No. We're talking a skin cell that's 50 years old and degraded. It's amazing what Othram can do. So
she doesn't even know what they do.
Vegemite Smile. Pretty soon we will be able to tell you why, but the donations from now on can go to Othram to help identify missing people or
it's a big
secret. If you want to, again, no pressure. But yeah, if you want to donate, that's where we're going to recommend you donate is Othram Labs. But it's all good. It's just we had some good fortune, and I'm not going to be, asking for donations all the time if I don't need them. So.
Oh, we had some good fortune. So I'm not going to be asking for donations all the time when I don't need them. Higgins got the mods. Huh.
No pressure. But yeah, if you want to donate, that's where we're going to recommend you donate is Othram Labs. But it's all good. It's just we had some good fortune, and I'm not going to be.
Who thinks Vegemite Smile is ping the router with his weird food pictures?
Damn, dude.
Lexa D, thank you for your super chat. Czar, 70 Czars. Jay, you're the best company while I catch up on work. Absolutely not. Swigging Sherry. Thank you, Lexi D.
Asking for donations all the time if I don't need them. So now, on another note, I keep talking about it, we are going to start a Patreon. And that will be, if you join it, it does cost something to join because that's Patreon, but that'll be a little bit down the road. And, but yeah, we will explain more later. It's all good news. It's all great news. So it's all good. It's all good. Okay, let's see here.
Starting a Patreon.
Okay, here's what happened. I went to my son's in Salt Lake City, and they had great internet every time I visited. Well, so many people have moved into his area. It was considered a bad area of town, and now they're making it a nice area. So all these people are moving in, and they haven't upgraded their fiber optics. So my internet was constantly spinning. And I remember we tried to do a live stream from his house. We've done live stream from his house a million times before, no problem. And it was during the Terry Hobbs interview, which, by the way, we are going to revisit soon. But anyway, I just couldn't use their internet. But I had to stay there for a couple weeks. And then I came home and I promptly got really sick. I believe it was food poisoning. And I was just flat on my back. And I'm like, and I kept trying. I was going to do it on my phone. And when I was at my son's, and I was going to go to a friend's house, and Ping said, just take a break. And I went, that's why he's brilliant. That's why Ping gets paid the big bucks. And I am going to take a break. So I did. And I drove from Dallas to Salt Lake and Salt Lake to Dallas. And it's so interesting driving and seeing all the
That's why Ping makes the big bucks.
Different towns. So many towns are just like gone. They're just boarded up buildings. I was dying to go to the bathroom, and there were just no gas stations in sight. There was nothing. And I came to this town. I'm like, oh, good. There's people here, and there's a street light, and there's got to be a gas station. No gas station, but there was a teeny tiny motel. And the first thing you see when you walk up to the door is no public restrooms. And I popped in and I said, I have $20. Let me use your toilet, please. And he laughed. He goes, no, you can go ahead and use it. Well, come to find out, I talked to him for quite a while. I can't even remember the name of the town. It was like, it was named after like a Wild West guy.
What's going on?
Oh, not Billy the Kid. I don't know. It was in Colorado, I think. And anyway, it's this motel has character. It's old and run down, but this guy has this tiny office. I swear to God that it's like 10 feet by 10 feet, and it's chock full of groceries. He's the only grocery store in town. And, that's where people go and do their grocery shopping. And he said Depeche Mode actually came and stayed there like 20 years ago to write an album because they figured they found the most out-of-the-way place they could find where nobody would recognize them. Wow. He said they walked in and he said, I recognized them immediately. So it's just, it's really, it's interesting traveling. And I don't sleep in my car anymore because everybody freaks out. I do usually stop, but I sometimes try and find like a real rundown motel because those are the fun ones. And but believe me, I don't stay at a Marriott either. But it's I just loved it. I absolutely love taking my time and driving to and from and getting to meet people. In Colorado, I went to just right outside Denver, and their marijuana is legal for whatever. I didn't use it because no, thank you. But I wanted to check out the marijuana store dispensary. You did too. And there was one right by my motel that I was staying at, and so I went in.
You partook. You don't go to a dispensary unless you're partaking. What are you talking about?
The marijuana store dispensary. And there was one right by my motel that I was staying at. And so I went in, and I imagine it's similar to Fort Knox. I don't know if you've ever been to a marijuana dispensary, but it has security that is unbelievable. But the only difference is, they're not like military people. They're guys with long hair and tattoos and the friendliest, greatest people. I had a gentleman help me named Mr. Pickles. And they take your ID, they look at it, and they call you by name, and then they introduce you to the person that's going to help you. And it was Mr. Pickles, and he was so helpful answering my questions. I was just fascinated because there's so many ways to ingest it now. And so, it was crazy. Like again, I didn't buy any for me. I didn't buy any because I don't do that. I just found it fascinating. So anyway, what did you do during our big long vacation? Anything exciting, insightful one?
Not really. Just I have a really big, long walk-in closet, and I use it for like storage for years, and decided I wanted to clean it out and use it like a real closet. So I called my older daughter and I go, can you come over and help me? Bam, the first day that girl had every box out, everything clean. Really? And I'm like, oh my God, now I'm stuck going through everything at one time. But I'm so grateful to her. I never could have done it on my own.
Yeah.
That was my excitement.
Well, that's good. Hey, you got it done. Absolutely. Right, Ashley Higgins. I guess they deal mostly in cash. They even had a cash machine there. And oh my gosh, this security is amazing. But it just cracks me up, because when you think of something high security, you think of people in suits and, all buttoned up and uptight. And these guys are like, dude, hey. But total security, man, there was no messing around, that's for sure. I fell in love with Mr. Pickles.
Well, yeah, it's like a pharmacy, basically,
Yeah, exactly. A pharmacy that you can walk in and buy whatever you want, which is, so.
Yeah, we have them all over here in California since it's legal now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hate chocolate. Exactly. Times sure have changed since we sweated out smoking one doobie and not ending up in jail. Yeah, in prison. Exactly. So yeah, I'm sure it's like one doobie and not ending up in jail
now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hate chocolate. Exactly. Times sure have changed since we sweated out smoking one doobie and not ending up in jail. Yeah, in prison. Exactly. So yeah, I'm sure Insightful One, they're all over where you're at too. Right?
Well, I did decide, because I've been planning on writing a book for years. So I did decide on the topic, and I've started on it.
Oh, what is it?
Something I did over the break.
What is it?
I'm going to give it away. It mostly has to do with, I'm doing a compilation of murders of young people from the internet.
Oh, that sounds
in an
fascinating.
educational way, and they're cases that aren't the typical way you think things would happen and how kids would be lured away.
Mhm.
They're not the normal ones. They're ones that most parents wouldn't even think of. Their
Right.
kids being accessed that way, or things that happening. And then I want to have a manual in it of internet safety and also red flags and things.
That is fantastic. We'll have
parents.
you on as a guest when you get that written. I think that sounds great. That sounds wonderful. And I want you to keep on it because nobody's done that before, and that's a new idea. So I told you,
years. I write all the time. Go ahead.
No, I want you to go ahead.
She's writing a book.
Different things. But it's taken me a while to finally just click. That's what I want to do first. That book.
Good.
So
good for you. I think that will be wonderful. As my book, the only thing I've gotten is the title, which is "If You're Ever Mean to a Dwarf, I'll Suck Your Brains Out with a Fork," which is what my 4-year-old son said to somebody. And
her 4-year-old son. Sophia, I did. I got my bag from you. I got everything in the bag, my crossbody for CrimeCon. Isn't it cute? It's a puffer bag. Thank you so much, Sophia. Dude, this is crazy. She sleeps in roach motels, or in her car.
And I just thought, no matter what I write a book about, that's the title.
And Stacy's writing a book about children that have been harmed in non-traditional ways.
Because nobody will be able to resist.
Kel, thank you for gifting a cooter ship. Kenzie got it. Welcome, Kens.
I promise you. There's so many people in chat that said hi, and I haven't even had a chance to say hi to everybody. It'll be a little more casual tomorrow night. Okay, but I wanted to come back, like I said, with somebody that with a bang, and Joseph Scott Morgan is the dude for that. Absolutely. So, and there's lots of cases. Lori is in Arizona. Chad's case.
Thank you, Colette. I beg your finest pardon. Thank you for your super chat.
It's going to be televised. All kinds of things going on here. And didn't Chad basically admit that? Didn't he confess in that weird way? What was it he said, Chad Daybell? I wasn't as bad as they were.
He shouldn't be eligible for He said he shouldn't be eligible for the death penalty. Lori didn't get it, and because he's less culpable than.
That's right. So he's like, hello, did you just confess? Can they use that? I don't know if they can or not. My God, duh.
Oh yeah, what did he say about stabbing something in the eye with a fork?
I promise you. There's so many people in chat that said hi, and I haven't even had a chance to say hi to everybody. It'll be a little more casual tomorrow night. Okay, but I wanted to come back, like I said, with somebody that with a bang, and Joseph Scott Morgan is the dude for that. Absolutely. So, and there's lots of cases. Lori is in Arizona. Chad's case is going to be televised. All kinds of things going on here. And didn't Chad basically admit that? Didn't he confess in that weird way?
Dude, I feel like I'm on like drugs or something.
Because he's less culpable than.
That's right. So he's like, hello, did you just confess? Can they use that? I don't know if they can or not. My God, duh. Well, when you've been in prison that long, sitting there just playing with your portal like he has, your brain cells die. But yeah, that's right. Ashley Higgins said he shouldn't qualify for the death penalty. What a dork, man. So I still have a feeling, unless the prosecution doesn't offer him a plea deal. I think if they offered him a plea deal, I bet he'll take it right before the trial. But if they don't offer it,
I do too.
Yeah, and I don't know, and that it would have to be with the approval of the family and everything, of the families, I should say. So, but we'll see. Oh man, we will live stream that one. That'll be straight from the court, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Insightful One?
Yes, the court. It's going to be a court-run camera. Yeah.
Right. So we will.
Do you know anything?
Oh, I Hate Chocolate says Chad's in court tomorrow on Fox 10 with Oh God, thank you. I'll take a look at that, and if I can get my big lazy size of Texas butt out of bed, maybe we can live stream it. But I can't guarantee it.
Oh my goodness.
That's true, Ashley Higgins. Chad does love the spotlight. No question. Okay, and the other thing.
Oh God.
Big news.
What?
So I'm on the road. I'm coming home.
Oh fuck.
And I wash my hair, like most humans do. And I come out and I put my hair in just a ponytail for a little bit, and then I crash. Now, if I wash my hair, what I have to do is I have to kind of brush it out, so when it dries, it's not all gross. Well, not only did I did not do that, I put it in a ponytail, and then I laid my head down. And now my hair looks like it's just this big chunk of mattedness. That's why I have it in a ponytail. I've been putting, you can kind of see it.
Girl, stop it. Stop it. This is called not brushing the shit. For how many days did you lay on it?
I've been putting what is it called? Tail.
Fuck, I got dreadlocks and I know that what that shit looks like. That is from laying in bed and not brushing it.
I've been putting, you can kind of see it. I've been putting, what is it called? Tail and mane on it. Is that what?
Oh my God, the shit for horses. Mane and tail. She's putting a horse shampoo and conditioner on it.
I've been putting, you can kind of see it. I've been putting, what is it called? Tail and mane on it. Is that what it's called? That horse shampoo, conditioner. I've been putting everything on it and trying to get it detangled. And I can't, so I may have to shave my head. Now, you'd say, why would I shave my head? Well, because.
Oh, my fucking God. Can you imagine partnering on business with this lady?
Because if I cut it, I'm telling you, it's going to be this short all the way around. But now here's the other weird thing. I don't know if you can tell, but this is gray. And this is fairly new. And my mother had this exact same gray.
Oh, my God.
Happen to her, but on the other side. Very strange.
Wow.
Aragon oil. I bought it.
Totally
I tried
genetic,
it.
then.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you, when you're trying to detangle it, are you trying from the bottom of your hair upwards or
Oh,
from
my
the top
God.
down?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Are you trying from the bottom up? What? Are you wiping from front to back? What is going on?
When you're trying to detangle it, are you trying from the bottom of your hair upwards or from the top down?
What I do is I just take a little piece like this and I go like from the scalp down. Is that wrong?
Don't do it from the scalp down. You do it from the bottom up. If you do it from the scalp down, it will cause more tangles and you'll lose hair and more breakage.
Oh,
and
right.
You do it from down. That's how you're supposed to brush your hair too. From the bottom, it works.
Oh, my God. What the fuck? She's so, what is it, technical? She's a scholar. She's a scholar, y'all. She's never been taught to wipe front to back or brush her hair.
Work your way up, and as you're going up, you'll detangle it. Otherwise, it ruins your hair.
Okay, well, see, nobody taught me that. Where were you people when I was growing up?
Yeah.
Somebody needed to tell me that. I hate chocolate says mayonnaise. I've heard that, and I'm willing to try it. I've got a big jug of mayonnaise. Remember, it used to bounce around behind me. I might try that. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe that'll be our project for Woo Woo Saturday night. I'll sit there and do it with mayonnaise in my hair. Yeah. So anyway, I do it from the bottom up.
Oh, my God. So that's where the mayonnaise comes from. She just admitted we had the leakage.
Exterminators. Project for Woo Woo Saturday night. I'll sit there and do it with mayonnaise in my hair.
That's why she had the mayonnaise. Fight me. Oh, my God.
I don't know. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe that'll be our project for Woo Woo Saturday night. I'll sit there and do it with mayonnaise in my hair. Yeah. So anyway, I do it from the bottom up. I've got a special brush, and it does seem to help detangle it a little bit. But oh my God, it's just impossible.
Girlfriend, your hair is not thick enough to have a special brush. All you need is some shampoo. You wash it, and then you use conditioner. Okay? And you do this on the regular. I did, Cresha. I did. Oh, the dark markings. I will look at it. She fakes everything. I will. I'll try to get a picture with her. Oh, my God. She needs to take showers. Yeah, hit me up, Laxi, if you have any questions. Oh, my God.
I have to send you this brush I use. It's a wet dry brush because when your hair's wet, you want to use a different implement than when it's dry.
Oh my God.
Okay, but when I'm trying to detangle, should I try and detangle it when it's wet, or should I wait till it's dry? Do you know?
When it's wet.
Okay.
When it's wet.
Okay, because I didn't do that today.
And then when your hair's wet, you use.
Are you kidding me right now? Is this real life?
Do you have one of those big tooth combs?
Well, the brush that I bought is like that, kind of. Yeah.
Is it a wet dry brush?
It might be. I don't know. It's a weird looking thing. Looks like it came from.
I'll have to show you because there's specific ones you want to use for wet hair and dry hair.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay. Well, yeah,
it makes a big difference, and that's actually following all those rules is how I grew my hair out so long after years of not being able to grow it out.
Really?
Prove it. We've never even seen your face, weirdo.
See, I used to have long, full hair, and then as I got older, my body went, no, we're not doing that anymore. So, okay, well, I'm going to try that. Thank you, Nana Margie. Yeah, I'm going to try that then. And I'll get with you on that brush, and we'll see. But you can see it's just all tangled. And it's because I slept on it wet in a ponytail. And I've been trying for days to get it detangled. But
no, that doesn't even make sense.
Oh, well, okay. I need...
I'll have to send you one.
Yeah, just send me the picture, and I'll get it. Or if you want to send me one and a new car, please. I need a new car, okay? Thank you.
How do you go from talking about brushing your hair to I need a new car? Remember what she said about Beth B? That car was supposed to be mine. That car was supposed to be mine.
Or if you want to send me one and a new car, please. I need a new car. Okay.
Who said says shit like that?
Yeah, just send me the picture and I'll get it. Or if you want to send me one and a new car, please. I need a new car. Okay, thank you. Ping says you need a wide paddle brush. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so that again, that's
what the hell is going on here?
That's the big news on my hair, and I'm wearing my top teeth. I'm getting my new ones here in a few weeks, and I think we're all good. I think we're doing good. I do. So we have 255.
You think you're doing good? You have hair that you can't comb. You say, "Hey, buy me a new car." And what else is your ailment?
We're all good. I think I'm wearing my top teeth.
Your teeth. You have top teeth in, and your hair can't be combed, and you think you're doing pretty good. Hold on a second, guys. My dog got out. She is loose. I'll be right back. Oh, my God. Hold on. This is an emergency. I feel like Tricia. Oh, my God. I see the Bella heads. It was Bella. I feel like Tricia. Jesus. She got out the porch, the screen and porch. Again. Fuck.
My new one's here in a few weeks, and I think we're all good. I think
They couldn't handle it. She couldn't handle it anymore.
I think we're doing good.
I'm out of breath. Sorry.
So we have 255 in chat tonight. That's wonderful. Again, everybody, check out dnasolves.com. And you don't need to donate to the case that we're featuring. You can donate to any case to help get the money raised to have.
Well, she said she bought $29 teeth, Kenzie. She sent away for them.
The unidentified person's DNA tested by Othram Labs. It is well worth the money. Trust me, all of these people that are unidentified never thought in the wildest dreams they'd end up unidentified. They were once loved, had a family, and who knows what happened to them. So yeah, if you could do that tonight, that would be great. Let's see. Apple cider vinegar, I got that. Listen, I'll try anything.
Two nice ladies were petting her in my front yard. And my front yard is right here. Like there's a window right here. And I could hear her interacting with these two women in my front yard. Yeah, she said she sent off for $29 teeth.
I'll stick this hair into anything.
What?
Yeah, apple cider vinegar, I got that. I'll try anything.
Oh my God, apple cider vinegar?
I'll stick this hair into anything. But then again,
come here, Bella. Hair, put a lot of conditioner in it, and then try to comb it from the bottom up through while the conditioner's in your hair.
Oh my God.
I'll do that, definitely. And yeah.
Dude, she's like 60. Hey, Natalie. She's like 60 and she doesn't know how to comb her hair.
RB40 says, yes, wet brush, the best. So I'll look into wet brushes. That'd be great. And I'll try that because I really don't want to cut it. I really would like to get it out. But when I undo it, it literally goes like this, you know. So I've got to, it's really bad. Anyway.
Yeah, my wet brush I got, it's great. It detangles. It's a detangling wet brush. And it's great.
Rice water. I actually make rice water. I used to. I haven't done it for a few months, but yeah, I'll try that too. So
wait, what?
Rice water. I actually make rice water. I used to.
You make rice water? What do? Make rice and save the water? What is that?
It's a detangling wet brush. And it's great.
Rice water. I actually make rice water. I used to. I haven't done it for a few months, but yeah, I'll try that too. So
Bella is mad at Tricia.
Anyway, I think that's it for tonight, everybody. I think. Do you have anything else, my dear?
What is rice water?
No, I don't. Not at this time.
Beth B, hello. Beth B says, super good idea donation. Yeah.
Oh, man, Beth B. Bless you, Beth B. Christ.
No, I don't. Not at this time.
Beth B, hello. Beth B says, super good idea donation. Yes. I mean, again, we can make a difference. And we're going to show you, a lot of people can't donate. We understand. I'm going to show you how you can participate on websleuths.com and make a difference. Because one thing I learned when I started in the forum business, there were so many people, it was over 20 years ago, so many people that felt like they didn't matter. And you do matter, because you matter to us, you matter to the people on the forum, and you can make a difference just by posting. So there you go. Hey, Vegemite Smile, good idea. New segment idea, beauty tips with Tricia, which would be pretty frightening, because the beauty tips I have don't do much. Trust me. Oh, God. This isn't nuts, though. This is like, what is it called? When
matted?
you have yeah, it's matted, but it's also like, when you have those big, long thingies, it's all, they're all matted, but they're long. What's it called?
Oh, dreadlocks?
Yeah, but it's not, they're not as, it's.
Oh, my God, no. This is not happening. This is not happening. Uh-uh.
Lance.
What?
America.
No. This is not happening with dreadlocks. This is not happening right now.
When you have those big, long thingies, it's all, they're all matted, but they're long.
They're all matted. Is that what I have? Is it all matted, but it's long? Oh, my God. I'm feeling very uncomfortable right now. I'm feeling... That's not how you get dreads. That's not what you do. You don't just not brush your hair, girl. That ain't how it happens. Oh, my God. I am insulted right now. That's not how it happens. You don't just not brush your hair, Tricia.
What's it called?
Oh, dreadlocks?
Yeah, but it's not, it's not as nice as dreadlocks, but it's like combing through a dreadlock.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you got to do it bottom up with conditioner in it for sure.
Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it again. Dreadlocks, gosh, I wish they were dreadlocks, but.
Dude, you can't make this up.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
She said, I wish they were.
Conditioner in it for sure.
Okay, I'll try it. I'll try it again. Dreadlocks, gosh, I wish they were dreadlocks, but it's got that same feel, but not nearly as nice. Certainly not as nice looking. There you go, Fluffy Muffin. That's what I'm going to do.
Dude, she does respect the dreads. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. She respects the dreads.
And a backcomb it and do a beehive, just like from the.
Oh my God.
Looking. There you go, Fluffy Muffin. That's what I'm going to do. And a backcomb it and do a beehive, just like from the 60s, just like poof. So, okay, everybody, I think that's it. All the animals are good.
Rasta
okay, Ashley Higgins says, goes in a dispensary one time and boom, look at her now, Tricia Marley.
Higgins, where the fuck is Higgins? Ashley Higgins, where did you go? Ashley Higgins said, Tricia goes in a dispensary one time, and now look at her, Tricia Marley. Fucking Higgins. Dude, where is she? Higgins.
That's it. That's it. All the animals are good.
Read the comment on screen.
Okay, Ashley Higgins says, goes in a dispensary one time and boom, look at her now, Tricia Marley. That's it. That's what did it to me. That is what did it to me. Oh, gosh. That is too funny. I love that. Absolutely love it. Okay, everybody, we will be back tomorrow night at 10:30 Eastern. We're back on track, baby. We are not going anywhere. And we're going to have lots of good stuff for you tomorrow. We'll get caught up on all the other cases that are going on. We have guests planned in the future. So it's all going to be good. And if I didn't get to say hi to you tonight, I do apologize. We'll get it all tomorrow, I promise, okay? Insightful One, thank you so much. Ping the Router, Moonlight View, all of you guys have been so great tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And a big thanks to Joseph Scott Morgan for spending over 2.5 hours with us tonight. So, okay, tomorrow night, be here, 10:30 Eastern, for Websleuths YouTube Live. See you then. Bye-bye.
Yeah, it is the same. It's A. Higgins. It's the same girl. She called her Tricia Marley. I fucking love it. I love it. You guys, this was a wild one today. I want to show you something else though. I can't believe we got up to dreadlocks from this. Holy crap, is that funny? I do want to show you guys something really quick. John DeLynn. I did not know this until last night when I saw this video. But John DeLynn is being sued by the LDS Church. Did you guys know that? I want to play a little bit of his video he put out. I don't know why he's being sued. This is all new to me. But this was streamed. Oh, this was live. 22 hours ago. They're suing him for trademark and copyright infringement. And now he's got a defense fund. And the church put out a press release. He's got a legal fund. It doesn't say how much he's wanting and how much he has. It's just like on their website, okay? So, hold on. Let's see what he's got to say here. Oh my God, Higgins. Higgins, you just came back. Higgins, you got to rewind like 5 minutes. They don't want him to use the word Mormon? I don't know. Let's see.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is Monday, April 20th.
Hey, Megan.
2026. And
Higgins, you are so funny.
This is a special live stream episode of Mormon Stories podcast. And the purpose of
Dr. Macy
is to talk about a recent lawsuit that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints
she said, Dr. Macy said the Mormon Church has $350 billion, by the way. Oh my God.
Arm of the church called Intellectual Reserve has filed both against the Open Stories Foundation, which is a nonprofit that kind of oversees and runs Mormon Stories podcast, but also it's a lawsuit directed at me personally, which means me and my family.
Directed at him and his family too?
The lawsuit, if I can do my best to kind of summarize it, and I'll just stipulate up front, I've not read the lawsuit yet.
Oh, wow.
And there's a reason why.
Father God, Lord.
The way that I heard about this lawsuit, it was last Friday afternoon, as my memory best holds. I'm out of town in California, and I receive a text that some Instagram posts and some videos from a well-known Mormon apologist named Jasmine Rappleye. I still don't remember how to pronounce her name, but this Mormon influencer was posting about and sharing YouTube videos about a lawsuit when I wasn't even aware that a lawsuit had been filed, nor had I had a chance to review the lawsuit. So that's how I first learned about the.
Wow. So a Mormon YouTuber was talking about him being sued and he didn't even know. And Dr. Macy, that is crazy. They're like the largest private landowner in Florida. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Florida of all people. She has one dreadlock.
Lawsuit. Mark and I were out of town until literally 11 p.m. Last night. And then this morning I've been in meetings with attorneys all morning. So I have not had a chance to read this lawsuit yet. But what
I think he said he was out of the state. Didn't he say he was in California for something? And then he got a message that this YouTuber was covering him being sued? I think that's what he said.
It was made aware of, in addition to the lawsuit being filed, and seeing Jasmine's statements on Instagram and elsewhere, and Jasmine's videos, was that the church had also issued a formal statement. And so I read that.
Do you think he's scared? I would be so scared.
and immediately I was quite alarmed, shocked and disturbed and surprised by the church's statement because, number one, I thought that maybe they would, maybe that I would have heard first from the church that I had been sued. But I didn't. And my understanding is our side didn't receive word of the filing until something like 8 or 9 p.m. that evening from the other side.
He didn't say which YouTuber, and I don't think he should be talking either.
So anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is I thought that we would be notified and provided with the lawsuit, but that's not how it worked. What happened is what seemed to be like a social media apparatus released statements and videos and posts across multiple channels on social media. And honestly, I tried to search the Federal Register for the lawsuit and it didn't show up. And so I had to go to Jasmine's YouTube video and we had to like screenshot the case number that was shown on the video.
What?
To then like write the case number down to then go search for it in the database.
He couldn't even find the lawsuit and this chick had it?
And that's how I was finally able to obtain a copy of the lawsuit and share it with all the people on my side. So, and I'm not, I'm not asking for pity. I'm just being honest. And this is just my best memory. It's all been a blur. So if I get something wrong in this episode, it's not my intention. I'm just sharing my best memory, my feelings, my reactions, and mostly because we've always valued transparency on Mormon Stories podcast.
Dude, they want to make him broke as a joke.
We're donor supported and we feel like our donors and supporters and listeners.
We're donors supported. That's how they make their money.
Deserve a right to know what's going on. And even though I don't feel totally prepared for today's episode this afternoon, because, the church has now had 3 or 4 days, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, 3 or 4 days to spin the narrative and to put out their side of the story. I felt like we owed at least some type of response now. And I hope to do many, many more episodes in the coming weeks, months, and years.
I would say be quiet and find yourself a really good attorney. You're going against the LDS church.
Thank you for everyone who's joining us on the live stream. People, some people have been generous to provide donations. We are really grateful for that. Flight Angels did a super chat, 2001. Thank you, Teresa Palmer. Thanks for your donation. Matt Terriel joined, as well as Chelsea Milan and Susie Catherine 8570. Thank you for the donation. Perg 5524. I don't want to bog our episode down with thanking everyone who provides super chats or donates. I will say at the outset that this lawsuit is going to likely cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. I'm not exaggerating. And so we have set up a legal defense fund for.
Whoa. Millions. Hold on. Nick Stan. Intellectual Reserve Inc., owned by LDS Church, has Mormon trademarked. Hey, Gen X lady. What?
Or anyone who is able or willing to financially support us. I know I have seen some.
He needs a lawyer that's going to do this pro bono. Wow. Maybe Doe?
Several people out on social media who have asked how they can support financially. I'm just going to start with that because we are going to need hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And I have no idea whether that's even realistic to hope for, but we're at least going to.
What? How is that realistic to hope for people to give you $1 million? What? What? Hundreds of thousands, if not millions. And he expects people to donate?
Dollars, and I have no idea whether that's even realistic to hope for, but we're at least going to give people a chance to support if they can and they want to. So the link to support the Mormon Stories Defense Fund is mormonstories.org/legal. And you can make one-time donations there. You can make monthly donations there. You can make weekly donations there, whatever you want.
I just don't think that people's millions should be going to this. Wild. Oh, they don't want you to use Mormon. They want you to use LDS. Is that why? Hold on. Is that why?
Say that those donations are tax deductible in the U.S. We're transparent in our finances. And, my commitment is to use every dollar of those donations towards legal expenses. I'm happy to be transparent about the donations I receive and to share a full accounting of what donations I received and how they were spent. Whatever makes people feel good. And if we get more donations, then we end up having expenses and donors want their money back. That would be a wonderful problem to have, refunding donors that want their money back. So I'm open to whatever makes sense to those who are supporting us. We just want to be able to weather this lawsuit. Obviously, the more.
Why don't you just agree not to say it? Before you have people donate millions of dollars, just don't fucking say it. I don't know. If you can't fight it yourself, that's true, Rollins. That's true. I mean, I just wouldn't expect people to pay for that. Settle with them. I mean, it's their church. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it's their responsibility to have to pay for it. That's a lot. I'm reading you, Kresha. I got you. I mean, it just seems like it would be easier to just roll with the times, and some fights just aren't worth fighting if you can't afford it. They won't settle if the point is to make an example. That's true. I mean, I don't know how I feel. I'm taking this as I come, Mormon
Church is worth somewhere between $300 and $500 billion. This is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or the LDS Church. They're worth somewhere between $300 and $500 billion estimated dollars.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Say the church is worth as much as $1 trillion. We are a nonprofit that brings in much less than that. We have 2 full-time employees.
Okay, so they're a nonprofit, but we don't know how much they bring in, but he's wanting to raise millions. That's a lot to ask. Yes. Simple fix. Change the name, save people a lot of money because you appreciate your people.
A couple independent contractors. And so that's what we're up against, is a hundreds of billions of dollars multinational corporation that has the protections of a church or religion with hundreds of millions of dollars and all its power and influence. And then there's our small little nonprofit with a couple employees and whatever donations we're willing to receive. So again, mormonstories.org/legal is how you can support us. Again, it's tax deductible. And so what I hope to do today is to at least answer some of the main questions I've been getting and to address the press.
Yeah, I mean, I can see where he's like, I want to fucking fight this. I don't blame him. It's bullshit what they're doing. It's bullshit the kind of control they have. However, expecting people to come up with millions is a lot, okay? That's a lot. I understand the principle of it. But when you're asking people who watch you to pay for it, it's a different story.
Release that the church put out, and to share with you why I think the church hasn't been honest, or at least in my opinion.
We know they're weird.
Is not being honest, both about what efforts we made to accommodate them, and then also what they asked for.
CH has a really good point. CH said, think of it this way. If it was called Nike Stories, would you be surprised if that multi-million-dollar company came after you for that? Look at Harvard. Lawyer Lee had to take Harvard out of her YouTube name. She didn't take it to a lawsuit. She didn't fight it. She just took it out and kept things moving. Because your name doesn't mean shit. It's your message. It's your message. You know what I mean? Who cares about the semantics? Keep your message going. Make it part of your message that's how fucking powerful these people are, right? This should go to show how fucking your message is right. Look what they're doing to you. Look how they're forcing your hand.
I think in both instances, the church doesn't seem to be telling the truth. And so if you know, that's what we're going to try and cover, and we'll see where we go. So so where to begin? So maybe I'll just give my first best accounting of some of the main high-level events. So sometime late last year, November, December, we received an email from Intellectual Reserve that that basically informed us that from the church's standpoint, we had violated their trademark and their copyright, rights. And they expressed concern about several things. They didn't like that that one of the logos that we use is blue. We've used a gold logo with light rays for many, many years.
Now, I'm not saying he's being targeted rightfully. He's not being targeted rightfully. Of course he's not. And this is very scary. What if his YouTube gets shut down? Is this in federal court or is this in like copyright board court? I think because of his message, Gen X, he wants to keep it.
But we also have used a blue logo that was done in coordination with a brand redesign that happened a few years back. And they didn't like the fact that we used a blue
Tricia?
logo. They communicated to me that they didn't like the fact that we used the word Mormon in our podcast name. They didn't like it that we used it in our social media handles or on our internet domain.
So they've already warned him. Is that what you can, Glass? So they warned him to stop using it and he didn't? Is that what happened? Probably X. His audience is probably a lot of ex-Mormon members, yes.
Names. My experience and memory is that they communicated very clearly to me that they were wanting us to take Mormon out of our name, out of our internet domain, and out of our social media handles.
Okay, so he was warned and he didn't do it. So now he's being sued. Because they didn't say anything years ago, because now they're trying to get away from the Mormon name. This is something newer. They don't want to be called Mormon anymore because it has that stigma.
Before mediation ever happened. That's my memory and recollection. But before attorneys got involved, I began an exchange with Intellectual Reserve, the church's copyright.
Okay, so they went to mediation and he didn't bend.
Folks, and I basically just said, listen, I don't think we violated your trademarks. I don't think we violated your copyrights. I think the way that we've used images, we feel like our understanding is we're using them under fair use. We see church, we see all sorts of images being used in all sorts of places by podcasters and YouTubers of all types. You just search the internet and all sorts of images are being used everywhere in thumbnails.
Thank you, Glass.
And so that's how we've been operating. So we didn't feel like we were really violating copyright. We felt like we were operating in fair use. We didn't feel like we were violating trademarks. We've been using the Mormon Stories name for 21 years. We started Mormon Stories in 2005. We literally went 21 years without the church ever raising concern about the name Mormon Stories. We went multiple years without the church raising concern about the use of copyrighted images in our thumbnails. At least as far as my memory goes, we have gone many years. We've gone many years with our logo being blue. One of our logos being blue. We went many years with our YouTube banner and our Facebook banner and other things being a part of this website redesign.
Why is he doing this though?
When our website redesigner did the website redesign, I believe that there were a couple places where the Christus was incorporated. I do not believe that was done with any intent
Jerry?
To deceive. The Christus, as I have always understood it, and many other people tell me, the Christus was a statue that was made by a Never Mormon, I believe. decades, if not hundreds of years ago. And again, light rays, was something the church expressed a concern in. We had been using light rays on our gold Mormon Stories logo for, I think, well over a decade. I think before the church started using light rays in its trademarking and branding, we were using light rays in our trademark and branding. But regardless, when we entered into...
yeah, I don't agree with the lawsuit either, but it's a little crazy. Church is saying that increasingly people are getting confused that he is an official site. So the length of time he's been doing it is not a defense, just the opposite of that. Oh. Okay. For some reason, I have been not locked out, but all my emails have reset.
Conversations with the trademark office back in November, December, I just basically said, we don't think we violated copyright or trademark, but we want to operate in good faith. We want to be reasonable. So tell us what changes you want us to make, and we will do our best to accommodate. So I believe if not the very day I received, concerns from the church, I immediately changed our logo from blue to orange. As soon as I was able, I blurred out the rays that they expressed concern with. As soon as I was able, I blurred out the Christus that they expressed concern about, even though we didn't think that was even an image that was owned or controlled by the church. And basically I got back to intellectual reserve, and I said, hey.
Okay, I'm looking at these papers right now, and in the documents it says the church does not seek in any way to influence the content of defendants' podcast, but defendants should not be allowed to use the church's trademarks or other church intellectual property to cause confusion as to the source, affiliation, connection, endorsement, or authorization of defendants' podcasts and other content. In order to fulfill its religious mission, the church must ensure its millions of members and others seeking information about the church can identify, recognize, and trust materials created or authorized by the church and distinguish them from information provided by other sources. So they don't want people to go, oh, it's Mormon Stories podcast. I'm going to learn all about the Mormon religion. That's what they don't want. They don't want people who are looking for Mormon stuff to find him and think this is Mormon stuff.
What else? I feel like I changed everything. Oh, there was one image that we used of Russell and Nelson that they didn't like, that we used in a thumbnail. And so I replaced it. I used a different image that wasn't, by my understanding, owned or copyrighted by the church. I replaced it in the thumbnail, and I uploaded a new thumbnail, and I let them know. And I felt like I literally addressed every concern they had. And my memory is the response that we got was, sorry, well, we need to go to mediation and involve lawyers. And I literally, sent them a spreadsheet, and I said, listen, I feel like I'm operating in good faith here. Look at all the changes that I have already made. Here's a spreadsheet. I'll give you full access.
No, I'm looking at these. All right, I'm going to show you guys these because his logos are very similar.
And again, I think that's most demonstrated by the fact that for the better part of 10 years, I ran Mormon Stories as an actively attending faithful Latter-day Saint. After I got excommunicated, that couldn't not have an impact on who would be willing to interview with Mormon Stories and the direction the Mormon Stories would take. But even after my excommunication, I've continued every year to interview active, faithful, believing members of the church, apologists, faithful historians. Every year, there's not been a year that's gone by with Mormon Stories, I believe, where I haven't interviewed multiple faithful, actively attending Latter-day Saints. So, and I've also, I constantly get thank yous from listeners, ex-Mormons, never Mormons, who thank me for the tone of Mormon Stories because they perceive it to not be bashing, they perceive it to be fair and, attempting to be unbiased. And of course, we have biases, or we fall short on always being perfectly unbiased. But I would say I don't know of any podcast or YouTube channel that does a better job of interviewing believers and non-believers, faithful historians, never Mormons, and that tries to look at all sides of an issue. So so what I'll say is we entered into mediation. We had two full days of mediation, and you know, I think what I'd like to do now is maybe read the account of the way the church characterized it, you know, the past several months, and then maybe I want to do my best to respond to it. So I'm going to go ahead and add the LDS Church's press release, and yeah, and then hopefully it'll be interesting. So this was issued at churchofjesuschrist.org on Friday, I believe. It's called "Getting It Right: Clarifying Trademark and Branding Concerns." And I'll read it and respond. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints has filed a trademark and copyright complaint involving Open Stories Foundation and its Mormon Stories podcast. The issue is not the podcast viewpoint. It is the church's use of protected names, images, and design elements in a way that are causing confusion about whether the content is official or affiliated with the church. Let me just respond to that. I'm doing a, you know, I can't say what the motives of the church are in filing this lawsuit. And I would like to believe that the issue is not the viewpoint of the podcast. I will say a couple things, that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, even by faithful historian standards, has a history of not being honest in its public statements. Right now I'm doing I'm finishing up a 40-part series on the
This is not good. Now he's saying they're lying in their statement.
Joseph Smith with non-Mormon historian John Turner in his book Joseph Smith: The Rise and Fall of an American Prophet. And if anyone understands Mormon church history, Joseph Smith sets the tone for the church sometimes publicly misleading people. And you know, a couple really prominent examples come to mind. We all know, and the church now admits, that Joseph Smith was a serial polygamist, that he married over 30 women, girls as young as 14 years old.
Okay, here's the logos from the lawsuit. The one in the middle is his. I'm going to show you just a few of these pages. And then down here, they're talking, this is the light rays design he's talking about. And if you look here, here's their logos. I mean, this is 30 pages showing everything that they, Book of Mormon videos, Mormon Battalion, Mormon Handicraft, Tabernacle, Mormon Channel, Book of Mormon Stories, Book of Mormon Stories, Mormon Messages, Mormon Channel, Mormon Tabernacle Choir. And they have registered all their works. What is this shiz? Defendants provide a religious-themed podcast and related offerings under the name and mark Mormon Stories. According to the Mormon Stories website, defendant John DeLynn began the Mormon Stories podcast in 2005. Later, DeLynn formed the nonprofit corporation Open Stories Foundation in 2010. The purpose of forming the entity was to advance the mission of Mormon Stories podcast. Mormon Stories has used a brown Mormon Stories logo in both round and square formats as shown below. In or around December 2022, Mormon Stories began using the blue Mormon Stories logo shown below. Defendants have also used the other logos, including the orange logo shown below, orange Mormon Stories logo. Mormon Stories provides the Mormon Stories podcast in video and audio form. Blah, blah, blah. Mormon Stories has intentionally and willfully reproduced and displayed without permission or license identical or substantially similar copies of copyrighted images owned and previously registered by the Church of the Mormon Stories website, YouTube page, and other social media. The examples directly are below. Wow. What? These are thumbnails. So what if that's a picture of him? He changed it. It's transformed. They hate him. That's all I can say is they hate him. I think this is just a way to get him to shut up, to be honest with you. Mormon Stories' unauthorized use of defendants' marks, the Christus symbol, and the light rays designs has caused actual confusion in the marketplace. As illustrated by the following comments on the Mormon Stories. Okay, so they're saying these are comments on the Mormon Stories. I stumbled upon the Mormon Stories podcast thinking it was a church affiliated. It was quickly evident how anti it was. I've been watching the videos to do with Teal by this channel, but I don't understand. Is this channel run by Mormons? I was searching for LDS content and ran across this and was deceived. I thought the podcast was for people wanting to become Mormon at first. When I first saw his podcast, I thought it was a church one, then listened and realized it was highly anti. Is Mormon Stories podcast anti-Mormon? This is the first one I've listened to, and it feels very anti-Mormon. Am I getting this wrong? I thought this was an LDS podcast because of their branding. It only took one episode to know it was absolutely not friendly towards the church. This is probably all church people. Like, you claim to be an LDS themed podcast. Don't you mean anti-LDS? I thought Mormon Stories was about the Book of Mormon. I was wrong and it was hurtful. I 100% agree. I subscribed to his channel immediately thinking it was church affiliated. Very purposely deceptive. I don't think it's deceptive. He's very clear on his position. So they want a jury trial. Okay, let's go back to John.
Mother-daughter pairs, sister pairs, over 10 women who were already married to other men when he married them, and Joseph Smith, Emma Smith, Hiram Smith, multiple prophets or high-level leaders of the church went on record in Nauvoo and afterwards denying that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy. Joseph Smith himself denied that he was practicing polygamy. He lied to his own wife, Emma. Joseph was about 20 to 22 wives into his polygamy before he ever admitted to his own wife that he was practicing polygamy. But he also
I could see people being confused.
Also told the Relief Society in the church and the church membership broadly that he was not practicing polygamy. And in the church's public publications, the church and Joseph Smith denied that polygamy was being practiced. And so that's one example. And even for several years after Joseph Smith died, my understanding is the church continued in many ways to deny that it was practicing polygamy. So
he did an hour and a half on this. Utah.
And it's clear that in places like Western Europe and parts of developed Asia, Canada, and other places, it seems like the church is in decline. And I believe that the church is in decline partly because of the internet and because the dissemination of information and truthful history and, discussions about the church's truth claims and, a spotlight on the church's protection of child sex abusers at the expense of victims and the church's massive wealth and its financial fraud that, was released as part of an SEC judgment. All these sorts of things are causing the church to be in decline. And even though it may not be my intention to tear down the church or to get people to leave it or Mormon Stories podcast intention, that's in effect what's happening. And Mormon Stories has been one of the most effective places where factual history and truth claims and child abuse and financial fraud and deception has been discussed. And so I would say it's the church that's causing the church to be in decline, but I think the church is probably very concerned with Mormon Stories' role in shining a spotlight on what the church does and says and has done and has said. And so, it's just obvious that an expensive, timely, costly lawsuit, especially if the narrative can be managed that I didn't act in good faith, that I wasn't cooperative, that my intentions are deceived, that if that.
I'm not going to read The Good Dark, but I had a request to read this. Do you guys want me to read this? Do you guys want to do story time? I can't listen to any more of him. We got this one. Wait, hold on. I had a couple requests to read Jonathan's book. Oh, you guys can't read that. That's weird. You're curious about the Annie book? Watch what you do or I'll sue you. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't read it. Maybe I'll get sued if I read it. Oof.
Type of harm to Mormon Stories podcast and the Open Stories Foundation. And to me personally, if that type of harm could be accomplished by a lawsuit, it's reasonable to suspect that that might be something the church, wouldn't mind. So I don't. Thousands and thousands and thousands of Latter-day Saints reach out to me and say, John, stop calling us Mormons. We're Latter-day Saints. Using the term Mormon is a victory for Satan. Stop calling it the Mormon Church. Using the term Mormon is the Mormon Church is a victory for Satan. When all of that happens over a multi-year period, how in my mind would I ever think that keeping the name Mormon in my podcast, along with a huge photo of my face on the banners of our social media assets, how in my mind would I think ever that I was misleading people and fooling them into into listening to Mormon Stories podcast? And I'm just telling you honestly, that thought, that possibility, it never crossed my mind because I didn't even think it would be possible for my face, my name, the word Mormon, to even invoke those concerns. But if that weren't enough, I just want anyone who's trying to be fair and reasonable. And before I do the next test, I'm just going to ask, if you value this content and you want to see it continue, I want you to know that we have set up a legal defense fund. It's mormonstories.org/legal. That is how you can support Mormon Stories and the Open Stories Foundation. I've already said this before. We're told that my understanding is that this lawsuit is likely to cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, even under the best of circumstances.
Magical undies.
With that being true, we could use your support. So if you want to financially support us, please go to mormonstories.org/legal, and you can donate once, you can donate monthly. It's tax deductible, and we really could use your financial support to make this possible. So, okay, the final test that I just want to ask you, anyone who wants to claim that that I have intentionally been deceiving people about whether or not the LDS Church owns and controls Mormon Stories podcast, I just want you to go through a list of our episodes, and I'll just do it right now. Look at these thumbnails, read these titles, and tell me whether you think that any member, or even ex-member, or never member, could ever believe that we intended to deceive people, or in fact created a reasonable misunderstanding about whether or not the LDS Church runs this podcast. How an ex-Christian experiences Mormonism. Traitor in the first presidency, talking about Joseph Smith and polygamy. Graduated BYU and resigned immediately. About a BYU student who leaves BYU and resigns. Joseph Smith introduces the second anointing. The biggest anachronism in the Book of Mormon. Emma goes to war with Joseph Smith over polygamy. Groomed for Mormon motherhood perfection. How Mormon moms conquered pop culture. Sham marriages in Joseph Smith's Nauvoo. Joseph Smith pursues teenage girls in Nauvoo. I would just, for anybody that makes the argument that we have been intentionally trying to fool people or deceive people into listening to Mormon Stories podcast, I just don't think it's believable. Plus, I state my name at the beginning of every episode. Plus, I tell everybody that we're sponsored by the Open Stories Foundation in every episode. Plus, the about pages of all our assets have always included that we're operated by a nonprofit called the Open Stories Foundation, and you could donate to it. I just don't think it's a reasonable, arguable, or credible to make those types of claims. And so it's hard to believe that the people who are making those claims are making them in good faith. So I'll go on. So they say in their press release, the primary issue is ongoing confusion. So they say to address that, the church proposed a simple solution. Oh, a simple solution, one solution. A brief disclaimer that the podcast is not affiliated with or endorsed by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This is a common and straightforward way to help audiences understand the source of content. So, and then they say that step was not adopted.
Yes, worked up.
So I want to say that there are two very, very important misstatements there. They come across to me as deceptions. They feel like lies to me, although I don't want to say what anyone's intention is, and I want to withhold judgment as to what the evidence ends up showing. But let me address the two. The first is that this claim that a simple solution was proposed. A brief disclaimer that the podcast is not affiliated with the church. What I want to address is some of the things that they actually asked for in mediation or before mediation. And so I'm going to list some of the things that I recall them asking for. So I recall them asking for us to remove the name Mormon from our name. They pivoted from that. They seemed to pivot from that later, but they asked for that. I remember them asking for us to take the word Mormon out of our internet domains and our social media handles, or at least saying that that was what they intended to ask for. When we got into mediation, they ended up asking for a list of what we felt were outrageous and unreasonable requests. Some of them included asking me to literally agree to never initiate any project ever again on the internet that used the word Mormon. So if I wanted to create a Mormon news podcast or a, Mormon pop culture podcast, I had to sign an agreement that I would never, ever again create any project on the internet that used the word Mormon. Okay. And then I had to promise that. My memory is that they asked us to renounce any rights to trademarks for Mormon Stories podcast, and to never file for trademarks. So they wanted us to promise we would never, ever attempt to trademark our names, and to renounce our rights to any trademarks. And my memory is that they wanted us to promise to never challenge any of their trademarks, even if we felt like their trademarks were inappropriate. That was asked of us. My memory is that they asked us to agree that they own all the rights to the word Mormon and to its usages, which in effect would be renouncing our own rights. They asked us to change not just the color of our logo, they asked us to remove rays from our logo. We've been using rays on our logo for at least 10 or 15 years. And just to kind of show you that so that you understand, here is the Mormon Stories logo with rays. We have been using rays for a long, long time. And I believe that we've been using rays longer in our branding than they have. That's my memory. That's my understanding. But they asked us to agree to never use rays when we were using them first. And then they asked us in mediation to change the words on our logo and to change the name that we put on our logo. So if we were not going to agree to what they wanted, which was to take the word Mormon out of our logo, they wanted us to change the name on our logo to Mormon Stories podcast with Dr. John DeLynn, or post Mormon Stories podcast with Dr. John DeLynn. And they went.
Okay, so that's what they wanted. They wanted him to put that he was ex or post Mormon, that he's not current. Dude, he's like fired up.
With Dr. John DeLynn, or post Mormon Stories podcast with Dr. John DeLynn. And they went as far as to tell us that the font size for all the words in that renaming had to be the same. So it couldn't be Dr. John DeLynn in small font size. It couldn't be post or, X in small word size. All these words had to be in the same font size. Mormon Stories with Dr. John DeLynn. Imagine a logo with 8 or 10 or 15 words on it. It destroys the value, I believe, of the logo, not to mention the aesthetic and the recognition and the appeal. So that's what was asked of us, to change the name of the podcast and to create a logo that would be destructive to our brand identity. And that was misdescribing what our podcast is all about. We're not ex-Mormon Stories. The stories, we have faithful Mormons, we have non-believing but still attending Mormons, we have inactive Mormons, we have
you do?
All sorts of Mormons. And so they were wanting us to change our name, damage our brand, and damage our logo. So we were fine taking the Christus out if they felt like that was a problem. We were fine removing copyrighted images, and we did. But when they write in their press release that the solution that they requested was simple, a brief disclaimer, they are grossly, in my opinion, misstating and understating what their actual asks of us were. And I don't know their intention, but what the results of that misleading statement, and I have the receipts to back up everything I'm saying right now. So if and when the time comes, I will share it. But the end result of them putting out a press release claiming that this was their, quote, simple solution, to just put up a disclaimer, is to make me look unreasonable, to make me look like it's my intent to deceive, and that I want people to be confused. And that if I had just added a simple disclaimer that they asked for, then everything would have gone away. But they, in my opinion, are misleading the world about what they actually asked.
Okay, well, I got sued by Nexstar Media. Okay, one of the biggest media corporations in this world, in this country. Nexstar Media is actually in the process of buying a bunch of affiliates. I got sued by them, and guess what? I couldn't afford to fight a multi-million-dollar company, and I didn't ask for millions of dollars to fight them. I did what I had to do, and guess what? They didn't want me to use their shit anymore. Sometimes it just is what the fuck it is.
Asked for. So that's the first, what I think is a gross, misleading and I would say deceptive representation. The second part of that is when they say that step was not adopted. So they're saying that all they asked for is a brief disclaimer, but that step was not adopted. That for me is an outrageous, egregious, deceptive.
Well, I thought it was pretty outrageous that they said I couldn't use news clips anymore, but
an unreasonable claim. So let me just show you the receipts. If you go to our YouTube channel, what you'll see is that we adopted we adopted in our description their request for the disclaimer. It's right there in the disclaimer. Mormon Stories is not affiliated with, endorsed, or sponsored by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It's there in YouTube. If you go to our Facebook page, it's there, right there, visible to everyone, right there on the Facebook page. Mormon Stories is brought to you by the Open Stories Foundation and is not affiliated with, endorsed, or sponsored by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And if you go to the bottom of our blog, on every page of our blog, you can see that we added the disclaimer. Mormon Stories is not affiliated with, endorsed, or sponsored by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So,
but that's not what they wanted, right? Okay, of course they're not going to be happy with that. That's not what they were asking you to do. And I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's not what they asked. What you're saying is semantics because they don't give a fuck about that.
And there's other places where we incorporated that disclaimer, but that's not what they wrote in their press release. They wrote the dishonest, I feel, statement that this resolution was not adopted. But it's actually more complicated than that. My memory is that they also wanted us to not only provide an audible disclaimer at the beginning of every Mormon Stories episode.
Just do it. Make a quick disclaimer. Hey, we are not affiliated with the Mormon Church. Boom, you're done. A lot of people have to do disclaimers in the beginning of their videos.
From now until the end of time, at the beginning of every episode, I believe, my memory is that they also wanted it to be repeated multiple times in each episode, where I would take breaks regularly throughout the episode and again provide ridiculous. The long, awkward, disclaimer. And so I just think that their statement was incredibly deceptive and harmful. And what I've seen it result in is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of faithful Mormons accusing me of not acting in good faith, of not accepting a really reasonable offer. And it's clear that I have the intent to deceive and fool people because I wouldn't even adopt a disclaimer that was very reasonable to adopt, which I did adopt. So that's the main concern that I have with their public statement. So we have put together a statement that we've wanted to try to start providing to me.
No, they wanted an audible disclaimer in the beginning of the fucking episode. I mean,
to address some of the concerns, and I want to let you all know that we'll provide a link to this statement in the description of this episode for people to consult with it. But what I would do is I would like to read from it now, but also let you know that in the
you went to the Luke show and told him, did he respond to you?
Description of this episode and on our blog and elsewhere, we're going to be linking to this statement so that people can refer to it. Here's the statement, and what I'd like to do is just read
Who's rotten mango?
A few of what we've said. So on trademark infringement, we disagree that there's any trademark infringement. I've been using the Mormon Stories name for my podcast for more than 20 years without any objection from the church. Plus, the church.
He wrote a whole statement. Oh my God.
Has taken great efforts to distance itself from usage of the Mormon name in prophetic statements, its media guide, its own SEO, and marketing. In fact, over the past several years, I've been constantly reminded by the LDS church members that any usage of the word Mormon is a victory for Satan. So that's our response to their claim of trademark infringement. On our willingness to cooperate, I'll summarize. Immediately after the church raised concerns, we voluntarily made changes to accommodate them despite our disagreement with their position. Among other things, we changed the color and style of our logo, removed 3 years worth of images from our homepages and thumbnails, altered the description of the podcast, and added the church's preferred disclaimer language to the podcast description on every platform. The lawsuit came as a surprise, given how cooperative we have been. We have been cooperative at every turn. On the church's misleading and damaging public statements and coordinated media campaign. In the church's public statement and in its coordinated media campaign with Jasmine Rapalai and many others, the church claimed, quote, the church proposed a simple solution, a brief disclaimer that the podcast is not affiliated with or endorsed by the church.
God, is he going to breathe?
Christ Latter-day Saints. This is a common and straightforward way to help audiences understand the source of content. That step was not adopted. That's the church's statement. Our response.
We're going to account the money.
Dr. Macy, I love this. Dr. Macy, she said, one time I mooned a group of missionaries on my own Mormon mission, and they made me sign a doc to never show my butt crack the rest of my life.
Says that statement is false and damaging. And then we include in our statement the descriptions of the podcast on Spotify, Apple, and YouTube that clearly show that the church misled the public and its members about what we were willing to do. We weren't willing to read their disclaimer audibly every 10 or 15 minutes on the podcast. Guilty. But who does that? Is that a reasonable ask? We don't think so. The next statement is a coordinated media disinformation and smear campaign, question mark. It was somewhat disturbing to see that Jasmine Rapalai and others had already released statements and videos about the lawsuit literally before I even knew I was being sued. We were unable to even locate the lawsuit until we found the case number on Jasmine Rapalai's already released YouTube video. Since then, I have been receiving and encountering violent and hateful messages from faithful Latter-day Saints who were given the false impression by the LDS Church's misleading media statement and their coordinated media campaign, including Jasmine Rapalai and others, that I was not willing to incorporate a disclaimer into my channels, that I was not cooperative in the mediation, and that thus my intent must have been to deceive. And I included an instance of the violent language where a faithful Latter-day Saint writes, DeLynn did this on purpose and has been riding the coattails of the church long enough. I hope he gets crushed like a cockroach, like the cockroach he is. So let me repeat that. A faithful Latter-day Saint, because of the church's press release, wrote on the internet, I hope John DeLynn gets crushed like the cockroach he is. And that's just one example of the violent and hateful rhetoric that Latter-day Saints have been sharing on the internet as a result of the church's misleading.
Yeah, I get worse things said about me than getting smushed like the cockroach I am. Damn, dude, I've been called all kinds of shit. Come on.
Statements. So what I'm going to ask all of you is, anytime you see comments from Latter-day Saints or from church, YouTubers, from apologists, please screenshot those defamatory or incorrect or violent or.
What? Now he's asking people to screenshot comments?
Or hateful comments and email them to me at mormonstories@gmail.com. And we are going to keep a long library list of all of the comments that are violent, that are.
What? Violent? Squashing you like a cockroach is violent now?
Harassing, that are defamatory. And we would request that all of you please help us in the collection of defamatory, violent, harassing, and hateful messages from church apologists, from Latter-day Saints, from commenters. We really need your support on this. We can't have eyes and ears everywhere. There's forums that we are not members of. And so please, 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 wherever you find hateful, violent, defamatory comments or video statements or audio statements, please record them, copy them if it's legal to do so, and share them with.
Oh my God, if it's legal to do so. Jesus Christ.
With us at mormonstories@gmail.com. On market confusion. We disagree with their allegations of confusion. Again, I've been operating the podcast under the Mormon Stories name for more than 20 years without any objection from the church. My face, my name, the Open Stories Foundation's associations with the podcast are in virtually every episode and on every webpage and a part of every podcast episode. If anyone scrolls through our thumbnails and titles, it is impossible, I believe, to believe that we are owned or sponsored by the LDS Church. Anyone who claims that, I don't think, is operating in good faith. On copyright allegations. Regarding the copyright allegations, the church never objected to our use of images from General Conference or other images relevant to the opinions and commentary on our podcast. Before
he's not
November,
breathing.
December, I cannot find one instance of the church ever objecting to how we use their copyrighted material. Why did they go years and years and years and not send us a cease and desist? And why they allowed so many other creators to do the same. Despite that, in response to their recent requests, we agreed to remove the images they identified from our website, channels, and podcast thumbnails. At every stage, we have been cooperative and respectful to the church's concerns, despite our disagreement with their claims. Our graphic designer has been asked to be extra careful that we never violate the church's copyrights. And as soon as we are informed of any unintentional copyright violations or alleged violations, we replace the images as fast as we can. Finally, on the disclaimer issue, we have operated the podcast for more than 2 decades without any kind of disclaimer and without any meaningful confusion, especially with any confusion that the church objected to. Or that apologists that we know of objected to. We didn't feel any disclaimer was required, but in the spirit of cooperation, we adopted one in our podcast description. The church wanted us to make the disclaimer more prominent, so it was essentially the primary thing anyone sees in our branding, and I would say here in our podcast episodes, and we felt like that was unreasonable. We do not want our primary message to be about what we are not. We have operated for a very long time promoting who we are and what we are. We have voluntarily adopted changes and taking actions beyond what the church could compel via litigation in a good faith effort to cooperate. It appears our efforts were not good enough for the church. Again, we were surprised to see this lawsuit following our extensive cooperation. And again, if you and then the last thing we have on the episode, on that little white paper is instructions on how to donate to our legal fund, which I'm going to have to keep asking because my understanding is that this lawsuit stands to cost us at minimum hundreds of thousands of dollars and potentially between $2 and $3 million.
Oh
so
my
if
God.
you are in the financial position to support us, you can go to mormonstories.org/legal and donate. Donations are tax deductible. My understanding is they're confidential. And we will.
His understanding is that the donation is confidential. His understanding. So don't think if you donate, you're going to be confidential, guys. Don't bank on that.
Are tax deductible. My understanding is they're confidential. And we will do our best to be transparent in our finances. I am willing to commit that the donations will go towards legal expenses. And if at the end of the day we have more donations than legal expenses, that the donations will. And we will do our best to be transparent in our finances. I am willing to commit that the donations will go towards legal expenses. And if at the end of the day we have more donations than legal expenses, I will refund any donor that wants their money back, as long as it's not more than what our expenses were that we incurred. So those are the main things that I wanted to say in terms of our response to the church and its statement. I still haven't had a chance to read the actual lawsuit. There are a few final things that I do want to share today as we close. So I want to call you back, and this is important because I want to talk about the opportunity that we have as Mormon Stories podcast listeners, as Latter-day Saints. By the way, can I mention that I have had many faithful, believing, Orthodox Latter-day Saints reach out to me to express how angry they are that, in their opinion, the LDS Church is seeking to silence people's First Amendment rights. Many believing Mormons that I've communicated with are interpreting the church's actions as bullying the little guy, trying to silence its critics, trying to stifle free speech, and many believing Mormons.
I mean, it happens. It's not fair. But I don't either, Hawkeye. I mean, you're talking millions.
Mormons have reached out to me claiming that it's their perception that the church is trying to use their vast wealth, their money, and their power to bankrupt the Open Stories Foundation, to drain our resources, to take us off our mission, and to harm us. And most importantly, to silence us and to silence free speech. So it's not just listeners and viewers and never Mormons, it's active believing Mormons that are interpreting it this way, especially when they see how deceptive it appears the LDS Church has been in its public statements. And, we plan.
Kresha, they know that. They know that. They absolutely do.
On sharing the receipts to show how deceptive we feel like their statements have been. So anyway, what I want to talk to you all about really, really quickly as we close is what the opportunity here is. Because while we don't want to be sued, while we don't want to waste our time doing this, while we don't want to have to spend donations on legal issues, while all we want to do is create great content to support, informed consent and faith transitions and to help improve the church. Here's what the opportunity is, or here's what the possible outcome is from this lawsuit. And I just want you to think about this as you consider whether you want to support us. And there are various ways you can support us. But here's the opportunity. Again, the number one, you can call this how we're going to make lemonade from the lemons, how we're going to, turn this bad thing into something good. If you remember, our first goal at the Open Stories Foundation and Mormon Stories is informed consent. We want there to be transparency for Latter-day Saints and for Mormons and for the rest of the world. This lawsuit is going to bring more viewers, more listeners, and more awareness to.
And I want to know why he's saying over and over that he didn't read this lawsuit. It's 30 pages. I just skimmed the whole lawsuit. What does he mean he didn't read it, but he already wrote a statement about it, but he didn't read the lawsuit? Yes, it says in the docs they don't want to control his content. That's not what this is about. They legally copyrighted it. It is what it is. I bring you back to lawyer Lee. She was contacted by Harvard. They said, take our name out of your YouTube name. You don't represent Harvard. You only went there. And she did. She removed it.
Mormon Stories podcast. And separate from whatever light gets shown on the church and what information gets revealed about the lawsuit and the church's tactics and its misinformation, number one, the opportunity or the lemonade from this lemon is that it's going to help more people learn about Mormon Stories podcast and gain more information. So in that light, I want everyone to know that we did an amazing series on Mormon Stories podcast called LDS Discussions, where for like 60 plus episodes, we examine LDS church truth claims from as objective as a position as we can. Check that out. I just am finishing a 40-part series on the life of Joseph Smith called the Joseph Smith podcast with John Turner. Check that out. We've interviewed many former bishops and many former victims of child sexual abuse, and we've covered child sexual abuse. If you're new to these issues, check that out because you'll learn more about your church or about the church. We talk about the second anointing on Mormon Stories podcast, the super secret ordinance that primarily wealthy, connected Mormons get to receive. Where they're promised that unless they kill someone, they're going straight to the celestial kingdom. Check that out. If you're new to Mormon Stories podcast because of this lawsuit, we invite you to check out our catalog. We are not trying to take the church down, but we are trying to give you truthful, factual information to help you make informed decisions. The second way that this lawsuit could be helpful is that it is going to shine transparency on how the church uses the legal system and attorneys to pressure people who aren't in power, to pressure people who don't have as much money, to pressure victims of sexual abuse, to silence victims. What potentially we all might be able to witness from this is in slow motion with the full spotlight, how the church uses the legal system and its money and its power to silence and intimidate and hurt and bankrupt people. And that goes to our mission of informed consent and transparency. So that is not what we want, but that is a natural outgrowth. And that's why you may consider supporting us in this effort. And there are a few other important ways that we are going to need your help. The second thing that's going to happen is certainly the church is going to be accelerating the number of people who question the church, lose their faith in the church, and or leave the church. Just like Prop 8 caused people to leave the church en masse, just like the November 2015 policy implemented by Russell M. Nelson and Dallin H. Oaks caused people to leave the church in droves, just like the reversal of November 2015 policy caused people to leave the church in droves, just like the Gospel Topics essays have caused people to leave the church in droves, just like the church's racism and sexism and homophobia have caused the church to leave in droves, just like the church's excommunication of Sam Young, who protected children, of Natasha Helper Parker, that advocated for ethical mental health practices, Bill Reel and Jeremy Reynolds, and Grant Palmer, who advocated for transparency in the church, and the September 6th, and D. Michael Quinn, and so many, Fawn Brody, so many heroes that tried to help improve the church or promote transparency and honesty and historical truth in the church. Just like all those excommunications caused people to leave the church in droves, this lawsuit is likely going to cause people to start questioning and doubting their church and to consider leaving it in droves. It is likely going to accelerate the very problem the church claims to be trying to solve. And so it's ironically, the world is going to need Mormon Stories podcast more during and after this lawsuit than it ever did before. So that's another reason to support this lawsuit and to support Mormon Stories podcast, because if you're thinking about people leaving the Mormon church, it's possible that you ain't seen nothing yet as a result of this lawsuit. So that's the second reason to support us. And the third thing that you could get from this lawsuit, the lemonade that this lawsuit might make, is that we are going to help improve the church. Because to the extent to which the church bullies and manipulates and silences people, to the extent to which the church uses its wealth and its power to lie and hide and deceive and coerce and punish and bankrupt people who are telling the truth and trying to help the church get better, the church will likely, hopefully, learn from its mistakes and maybe do that less in the future. And maybe there'll be less child sexual abuse cover-ups by the church's law firms in the future. Maybe less perpetrators like Wade Christopherson will be protected at the expense of the victims. It's not an accident that 2 of the 3 members of the First Presidency are attorneys. And it's not an accident that the most prevalent occupation of the Quorum of the 12 or the Quorum of the 15 is attorneys. It's not an accident that the church's leaders of their historical department are historians, are attorneys, sorry. So it's not an accident that the church's lead historians are attorneys, because the church uses the law system to silence and punish and coerce and hide sometimes the harm that it causes. That's what I believe. That's sometimes what I witness. And again, it's no accident at all that the current president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is an attorney. And I don't think it doesn't seem to be a coincidence that we're being served this lawsuit under
the current president of the LDS Church is a lawyer. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is not going to be good. This is not going to end good.
The administration of a president and prophet of the church who is an attorney. So again, I'll just end by saying there's various ways you can help. You can donate to mormonstories.org/legal. Please donate and support us. If you're an attorney and you know a lot about trademark or copyright, we are putting together a team of attorneys to respond to the likely army and legion of attorneys that the church has, or will be assembling. So email me at mormonstories@gmail.com if you are an attorney who is willing to work pro bono for this lawsuit, and we will add you to our team. Even if you've already reached out to me already.
Pro bono? What?
About this lawsuit, please reach out to me again, because I want to make sure your name and your qualification about this lawsuit. Please reach out to me again, because I want to.
What is going on? No, seriously, if this was my husband, I'd be like, you need to calm down. I'm going to put him on regular speed.
About this lawsuit, please reach out to me again, because I want to make.
No, there's something wrong.
And we will add you to our team. Even if you've already reached out to me already about this lawsuit, please reach out to me again, because I want to make sure your name and your qualifications get passed on. If you're an attorney and you want to work on this case, please include your background and experience.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No. Now that it's on regular, he doesn't sound good.
And trademark and copyright, and whatever else can help us know that you're available and helpful in this type of case. Again, anytime any of you witness violent comments, false comments, defamatory comments, harmful comments, malicious comments by Latter-day Saints, by faithful Latter-day Saints, by apologists, or video episodes, or audio episodes, anywhere in forums, please screenshot the harmful comments, the defamatory or violent comments, and share them with us. Please download the video, the TikTok, the Instagram before it gets deleted. Screenshot stuff and send it to us, and we will use it, to help with.
Whew, I just put the link to the lawsuit if you guys want to read it.
With our situation, we think that could be really helpful. And then just like and comment on our episode, share it. Please be our informers. So whether it's on the Deseret News articles or the Salt Lake Tribune articles, or in the comments of YouTube episodes by apologists, or Facebook or Instagram or TikTok.
He's being sued by the LDS Church for using the word Mormon.
Talk episodes. Please share the truth. Please inform members about what's really going on. Please talk to your family and friends. Refer them to this episode. Refer them to the link of the statement in the description. I'm sure we'll be expanding on that statement. We'll probably provide our own frequently asked questions document. And I also plan on doing more episodes, hopefully with Colby Reddish, hopefully with Radio Free Mormon, hopefully with others. I plan on doing more commentary analysis.
He's very worked up, dude. Very.
Please stay tuned for that. And then I also just want to say, Bill Reel, Radio Free Mormon, and Rebecca Biblioteca of Mormonish, and many other, Nemo the Mormon, Alyssa Grenfell and others. Many of them are supportive of what we're doing and are going to be talking about this lawsuit and the situation. And some of them are going to be doing content, I'm sure, based on their analysis and their review of the documents. So check out, I think right now in 10 or 15, maybe 30 minutes, Mormonism Live or Radio Free Mormon are going to be talking about the lawsuit and others. And so, please check out their content as well. Please support them. And again, please follow and check out what we're doing. I just want to say, when I say we, the main two people that the main people that I'm talking about when I say we on Mormon Stories podcast, the first person I mean when I say we today, when I say we, is Margie, my wife. I apologize to Margie that sometimes I get so animated that I forget to mention her by name. She is my co-host. She is my best friend. She is operations manager for the Open Stories Foundation. She has supported and guided me throughout all of what I've done for the past 21 years. And she is supportive of me in this, and she is with me every step of the way. And so when I say we throughout all this episode, the first person I mean is my dear wife, Margie. Margie, I love you. I'm grateful for you.
What about Mindy? What does this mean for Mindy? Because we like Mindy. What does this mean? It works? Okay, good. What does this mean for Binder Mindy? Because we like Binder Mindy a lot.
Do this without you. You are wise and thoughtful and strong. You are an asset to this organization, and I'm so grateful to have you at my side. So I love you. Thanks for your support in this. I love you. When I say we, I also mean my board of directors, Clint Martin, and his wife Jenny, our other board member Jennifer Tomchak. I mean members of our staff, Julia and Brooklyn. I mean Mormon Stories donors and the Open Stories.
So is she not? Oh, that was Joseph Scott Morgan, Thomas. We already went through that.
Community. Those are the main we's, and all the people who have ever told their stories on Mormon Stories podcast or supported us in all the different
Macy
ways, past staff members included. Those are the we that I mean first and foremost in today's episode and going forward and in the future. And then, so I just wanted to make sure and state that and
breathe
and thank everyone who's made this possible so far. And then finally, I just want to say that just heartfelt, heart to heart. Hosting Mormon Stories podcast and leading Mormon Stories podcast has been the honor of my professional life. It's been one of the greatest honors to help support people in faith crisis, provide people with information, help people wake up from feeling and being deceived, help them take control of their lives, whether they stay in or out of the church. I've never cared. I've never had a desire to take people out of the church or to keep them in. I just want people to be able to make educated, informed decisions. So to that extent, running Mormon Stories podcast has been the honor of our life and my life professionally. Obviously, being a husband and a father has been the great honor of my life. And I also have to throw a thank you to my children and extended family for all they've done to support me, because they are my main why in life. And they have experienced pain and discomfort.
Okay. I don't know. You didn't mention Minnie or Mindy.
This and take it down.
Wait, what?
And bankrupt the Open Stories Foundation. So if it is that my family gets bankrupt, if it is that Open Stories Foundation is bankrupted, if it is that I have to stop doing this and take it down, I feel like standing up for truth, standing up for honesty, standing up for informed consent, standing up for transparency, standing up for the
I can't argue
marginalized
with
and the
that.
abused, standing up for the way the church harms people, but also standing up for trying as a fellow Mormon culturally to help improve the church. I feel that's the type of stuff that the church taught me to be and to do. The Mormon church taught me, do what is right, let the consequence follow. The LDS church taught me, oh, say what is truth, 'tis the fairest gem. So everything that I've done, I will go to my grave knowing and believing and feeling like was coming out of my Mormon upbringing and with a desire to not only benefit and bless the Mormon people, but also the LDS church and the greater humanity. We could have settled, we could have signed a harsh and unreasonable mediation agreement with a gun to our head. But we just decided that would be a sacrifice of our ethics and of our values and of our mission and of our responsibility to you. And so
hey,
we're
Potato.
rolling the dice. And we hope, we feel like we're on very firm ground legally. We feel like we're on very good, solid ground morally and ethically. Financially, we could be swamped very easily by the church. In terms of the church's power and influence in the legal system, we could be swamped and buried potentially very easily. But again, the church taught me to have courage, and the church taught me to do what is right, regardless of consequence. The church taught me to stand up for truth, to stand up for the marginalized, and to stand up for the Mormon people. And that's what we, meaning Margie and Clint and Jenny and the board and the staff and the donors, that's why we're fighting this lawsuit.
Yeah, this is all based on emotions. Right. They don't care about your moral compass. They care about the law. And the bottom line is they trademarked it. They copyrighted it. I don't know.
Lance.
What?
America.
And so I want to invite you all to support us if you feel like it. And again, you can donate. You can donate to mormonstories.org/legal if you want to support it. And again, all the other ways. So I also want to, just say thanks again for supporting us in all the ways. I want to thank all the other channels, Radio Free Mormon, Mormonism Live, Colby, Nemo the Mormon, Alyssa Grenfell, Mormonish, all the other TikTok and Instagram channels that I don't have time to mention. I want to just thank everybody who've reached out to support, viewers and listeners and friends, former staff. Maven even is here moderating our comments today. Shout out to Maven. I want to thank everyone who has reached out with their heartfelt support. Let's do this. It's a crazy thing to stand up to the LDS Church with its $300, $400, $500 billion in assets and all its power and wealth. It might seem like a crazy thing to stand up to them and to fight for honesty and truth and transparency and to fight against harm and misperceptions and misinformation. But I think it's the right thing to do. So that's what we're doing. This is a transparency report. I hope you've enjoyed it. I really hope you can support us if you can. And if you can't, that's okay. We'll keep doing what we do for as long as we can. And we'll see how it all ends. But regardless, this has been the professional honor of my life to do Mormon Stories. And I'll keep doing it until we're forced to stop, either legally or financially. So love you all. Be good to each other, be kind to each other, do what is right, let the consequence follow. So yeah, thanks again for joining us today on Mormon Stories. Again, it's mormonstories.org/legal.
Okay, I've had enough. You guys, I gave you the link to the documents if you want to read it yourself. I don't know. I don't know much about this stuff, but I don't like people trying to take away free speech. However, sometimes it's just easier to, you know, go with the flow, and I don't know. Obviously, this is his life's duty, right? And I'm sorry to anybody who's left this religion and, you know, feels a certain type of way about it. I don't know what that's like. Like, I was raised Catholic, and no one really pressures you to do anything. Like, we just kind of did what we wanted to do. And no one makes you feel any certain way. At least they didn't me. So, copyright infringement on logos and images. Anyways, thanks for hanging out with me today, guys. It's been a really, really long stream. I did not expect it. But can we have some lemon? I like the lemon cake at Olive Garden. Yep, this is how the church works. They're very aggressive. They're very aggressive. It's kind of scary. But he's willing to lose everything fighting this battle, so that's up to him, right? Trademark infringement on the name. Lemon cake, Italian lemon cake. I'm glad you caught some of it live too, Potato. It's been a long day. But I've got to skedaddle on out of here. Let's get in the Cooter DeVille. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the support. Hit the like button and all that good stuff. I know it was kind of an all over the place live. I feel a little discombobulated. I need to go get some sunshine before the sun goes down.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille. I saw the dreadlocks over the hill.
Tricia and her dreadlocks too. Tricia wants dreadlocks.
Cootersville. Okay.
Mount up. Okay, thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody. Make sure, again, that you hit the like button, subscribe. I'm going to send you over to Crecia's. Crecia is live tomorrow. So you guys are going to be dumped off over at Difficult Research. Thank you, guys. See you in the next one.